Angel of Death. Everyone was in shock that the Dark Elf Queen was killed, and when they noticed the crow's sword, they became more and more fearful. Unexpectedly, this legendary national weapon of the Crow Principality actually fell into Lin Jin's hands. They always thought that this national weapon would be taken away by the orcs. Now it seems that Lin Jin's status among the orcs is higher than they imagined. And when they finally noticed the identity of Erica who made the move, they were not only afraid, but their entire brains were shut down and endless shocks surged in their hearts. Several Dark Elf queens stood up from their positions instinctively. An angel exuding the aura of the undead. How is this possible? Just like Brianna when she saw the Angel of Death for the first time, these Dark Elf queens were all shocked when they saw the Angel of Death. Moreover, they have more knowledge and are older than Brianna, so they have more to think about. Everything this represented made their hearts tremble. Angels are recognized symbols of holiness. After death, even the soul is protected by the church and cannot be corroded by the undead. But right in front of him, an angel exuding the aura of death really appeared. If this matter spreads out, I'm afraid the whole world will be shocked. Just when everyone was shocked, they saw the war ring in Lin Jin's hand flashing, and one after another death angels emerged. They were wearing hooded robes, their faces hidden under the hoods, with gray wings behind their backs, and two angels in their hands. The sickle exudes a strong aura of death. As soon as these angels of death appeared, the entire hall became gloomy and the temperature dropped several degrees. All the Dark Elf queens present were dumbfounded when they saw these angels of death, and their brains completely stopped thinking. There are a total of 50 death angels in front of them. This is a total of 50 titled troops. If one death angel can be said to be an accident, but these 5 death angels, this is more than just an accident. This means that Lin Jin really controls a group of death angels. Lin Jin now knows where the seal is, controls the Guizhou Islands, and is being targeted by the Church and Dragon Knights. He no longer needs to be so cautious. Now I can let go. Besides, if you want to intimidate these Dark Elves, there is no harm in showing off your strength more. Dear Dark Elf Queens, please sit down. Lin Jin looked at the Dark Elf Queens who stood up due to shock and said calmly. After hearing this, the expressions of the Dark Elf Queens changed. For fear of causing Lin Jin's displeasure, they all sat down. After this incident, they have added a touch of fear to Lin Jin, not just awe. The reason Lin Jin was able to train Queen Brianna to be obedient was precisely because he was decisive and ruthless enough to scare Brianna. Queen, now that the Dark Elf Empire has been established, it cannot be without rules. If someone tries to split the Dark Elf Empire again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Queen Brianna can now send troops to take over this Dark Elf clan. In addition, the Nero clan, Nightwind clan, and Purple Leaf clan are all performing well. In addition to receiving high-level and crown troops, I recommend handing over all their subordinates and people to these 3 clans. Besides, Erica also came to Lin Jin and handed a ring to Lin Jin. This is a strategic ring, which stores all the gold and resources of the Spirit Queen. Lin Jin naturally confiscated this ring. He is in need of money now. The Black Spirit Queen is seeking death herself, so she can't blame him. You all heard what the black people said. Why don't you go down and get ready? Queen Brianna said calmly. The 2 Dark Elf heroes beside her also left, and the queens of the 3 clans, the Nero clan, the Nightwind clan, and the Purple Leaf clan, also quickly ordered their subordinates to retreat, went to mobilize the legion together. They all had smiles on their faces. The 3 of them divided up a Dark Elf clan, which was definitely a big improvement for them. Moreover, their clan was not strong in the first place, and this part of the improvement was even more important. They valued it. They were all glad that they made the right bet. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong in choosing to stand firmly on Lin Jin's side. Those who tried to challenge the Dark Messenger were simply looking for death. After these people left, Lin Jin ignored them and just looking at the Dark Elf Queen so quietly, the latter did not dare to take a breath and remained silent. From time to time, they quietly glanced at Erica behind Lin Jin, and then looked at the angels of death around them, and the last glance was always unconscious. Moved to the dead Dark Elf Queen. In the hall, an atmosphere of solemn panic began to spread. These Dark Elf Queens were even afraid that Lin Jin would directly issue an attack order and wipe them all out. Some people had even put their consciousness on some scrolls in the strategic ring, are ready to counterattack at any time. Their nerves are tense and their faces are solemn. For them, every minute and every second now seems to be extremely torturous. Time flies. The entire hall is as dead as before. All the Dark Elf queens were still tensed, and the atmosphere was very heavy. But at this time, no one had a cold head to question Lin Jin or ask Lin Jin. They didn't know what kind of price they would pay for asking this question. Moreover, they don't believe each other. If there are some small alliances between each other, they might dare to stand up, but they don't believe each other. And who will choose to be the leader? I don't know how long it took. This after a while, Queen Brianna's men and the heroes of the 3 Dark Elf clans finally returned. The Queen, the Dark Messenger, has taken over the Dark Elf clan, and all the resistors have been killed on the spot. The Dark Elf hero headed by him immediately knelt down on one knee and reported to Brianna and Lin Jin. Queen Brianna nodded and didn't say much. She just followed Lin Jin's instructions. As for the black dragons that gathered over, they were all at Lin Jin's disposal and had nothing to do with her. As for the rest of her thoughts, she has none at all. If there were no Lin Jin now, she would be just an ordinary Dark Elf clan, and it would be impossible for her to become the queen. If that's the case, then there's nothing wrong with it. You should hand over your troops and gold resources as soon as possible. Your efforts will be rewarded equally. If anyone still plans to play tricks, you will be responsible for the consequences. Also, I hope no one spreads the word about what happened here. Lin Jin said lightly. In fact, he didn't care that the Dark Elves would spread the news here. Even if they spread the news, not many people would believe it. As for the Holy Empire, they would choose to believe in a dark man who is full of lies. Elf. Unless Lin Jin uses the Angel of Death in public, he basically doesn't need to worry. Yes, we sure as hell won't give away what happens here. If someone leaks it, it would be equivalent to betraying the entire Dark Elf Empire. Yes, we resolutely obey the orders of Queen Brianna and Lord Darkbringer. All the Dark Elf queens said quickly. They naturally knew what Lin Jin meant. The existence of this Death Angel will definitely be a shocking secret that shakes the entire continent. But no matter what, they will not dare to leak it, even if they will desperately keep this news. Lin Jin has brought an unknown and terrifying undead force with him, and he has a particularly close relationship with the orcs. Now the Dark Elves themselves are in a very bad situation, and they are all under attack from the principalities of the Holy Empire. Many Dark Elf clans have also given up their own dungeons. If they provoke Lin Jin again, it will be equivalent to provoking an undead force and provoking the orc camp. If this is the case, they will really offend both the black and white factions. Over and over again, the only way waiting for them is destruction. When the news spreads, others may not be able to target Lin Jin, nor may they be able to find Lin Jin's location, but the Dark Elves are bound to die. At this time, they naturally know how should you choose. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The Dark Elf queens left here one after another with heavy steps. After Lin Jin's education, no matter how much dissatisfaction they had in their hearts, they were completely suppressed, and now they can be said to be extremely honest. Moreover, what just happened has been firmly imprinted in their minds. Now, they are constantly thinking about the scenes just now in their minds. With their brains, they may not be able to understand the information behind them. There is so much information. After returning to their respective dungeons, these Dark Elf queens immediately mobilized their gold, resources, and half of the black dragons, and immediately headed to the dungeon in the Koron Forest. They now feel troubled by these black dragons, gold, and resources, and are afraid that if they make a mistake late, they will cause Lin Jin's dissatisfaction. If he was hated by Lin Jin, he would die without knowing why. While they were mobilizing their troops, the first phase of Lin Jin's legendary mission was finally completed. Ding! Congratulations on your perfect completion of Dark Surge, Dark Elves, and the first Ring mission, Alliance of Elves. Ding! Congratulations on getting the Black Dragon Recruitment Order 10, Gold 5 million, and Sulfur 5,000. Black Dragon Recruitment Order 10, to summon 10 Black Dragons. Ding! The darkness is whispering. Congratulations on triggering the second stage of the Dark Surge Legendary Quest, Revenge of the Dark Elf. Second ring, the Revenge of the Dark Elves. Description: the Dark Elves finally united together during the attack on the Holy Temple. They will next show their anger to the Holy Empire and use a glorious victory to vent their anger at being attacked. With the establishment of the Elf Empire, Lin Jin's mission was also completed perfectly. Originally, he didn't think he could complete the mission perfectly. After all, the mission had been delayed for too long, and several Dark Elf clans had already been wiped out. Unexpectedly, the hidden condition of this mission is to establish a centralized system to unify the power of the Dark Elves. Under the circumstances, he completed the task perfectly. The rewards for the mission are very rich, including 10 black dragons, 5 million gold, and 5,000 sulfur. Of course, for Lin Jin, these were still too few, and they couldn't make him very happy. For him, just this wave of what he got from the Dark Elves would far exceed this number. Moreover, for this kind of legendary series of tasks, the real reward will still be the final reward settlement, and that is the real gain. Just when he was checking the mission, he saw groups of black dragons flying towards here in the dungeon. The vast group of black dragons makes people wonder when they look at it. It is extremely spectacular. Each Dark Elf clan has more than 10 black dragons, and some even have more than 20 black dragons. Naturally, not all of these black dragons were recruited by them. There were many black dragons in the Black Dragon lair in the dungeon. When the dungeon was attacked, some black dragons were persuaded by the Dark Elf woman and chose to fight against the temple. After all, the attack of the temple was also an attack on these black dragons. When the Dark Elf clan chooses a dungeon, only a very small part of the black dragons still choose to stay in the lair, while the vast majority of the black dragons choose to join the Dark Elf clan and serve the Dark Elves. This is why the Dark Elves have such a large number of black dragons. If not, they would have been defeated by the Holy Church. At this time, Lin Jin asked for half of the black dragons. The overall number was even more exaggerated than that of the orcs. As the Dark Elf heroes came to the town one after another, the entire town was occupied by black dragons. Ding! The hero of the Nero clan has transferred the ownership of 6 black dragons to you. Ding! The hero of the Nightwind clan has transferred the ownership of 7 black dragons to you. Ding! The hero of the Purple Leaf clan has transferred the ownership of 5 black dragons to you. Ding! The hero of the Lunluo clan has transferred the ownership of 9 black dragons to you. Along with a series of black dragons, the number of black dragons in Lin Jin also increased. In a short period of time, the number of his black dragons exceeded 100, and they continued to increase. After all the black dragons were handed over, plus his own black dragons, the number of black dragons he owned reached 165. This is simply an extremely exaggerated number. In addition, Lin Jin also received a total of 14 million gold and various resources. Gold is actually not that much. In the past, on average, each Dark Elf clan only had 2 to 3 million gold at most. These Dark Elf clans have been in a state of war, and they are constantly recruiting legions. Coupled with the gold paid to win over the Black Dragon, it is also a huge amount. I really didn't take this golden ember seriously. However, he did not dislike it at all and took away all the gold and resources, leaving nothing for Queen Brianna. This Brianna is really just her puppet. Today is different from the past. His status and relationship with the orcs allow him to take a higher initiative. Brianna, tell all the Dark Elf queens to prepare to gather troops and launch an attack on the Holy Empire tonight. Lin Jin said without hesitation after taking over the Black Dragon. 165 Black Dragon. This stock is too hot to hold in hand. One dragon needs to pay 4 gold and 40 units of sulfur per week, so 165 is 6.6 million gold. 6,600 units of sulfur. Among them, the sulfur ember can still be afforded. He has a lot of sulfur, but this gold seems too exaggerated. You know, this is the Black Dragon of all Dark Elf clans, and they originally relied on various dungeons. The gold mines provided for them, but they had already abandoned many dungeons, and these gold mines were naturally occupied by the Holy Empire. As a result, the financial deficit faced by the Dark Elves was even more exaggerated. This is why they simply chose to hand over the Black Dragon. The reason. Even if they don't hand it over, I'm afraid they will have to take the Black Dragons to the battlefield, consume a wave of Black Dragons, and capture some resource points. They can only rely on Lin Jin. Yes, my lord. Queen Brianna also nodded heavily when she heard this. This war broke out suddenly, but it was inevitable. Brianna herself also understood that if she did not fight, the Dark Elves would be dragged down by herself. To read the novel without underline, please download Felu. A military fortress. A large number of players are chatting on the city wall while watching the surroundings. Today's players have long since left the novice stage and possess a certain level of strength. Even the Holy Empire now has to pay attention to the power of these players. Many times, they are the real mainstay. What do you think the Dark Elves are doing now? Their behavior has been strange recently. It is said that many Dark Elves in the dungeon have disappeared out of thin air. A player suddenly brought the topic to the Dark Elves. During this long night, they were responsible for keeping vigil, and they could only chat to relieve their boredom. Some people speculate that these Dark Elves know that they are no match for the Holy Empire and have fully retreated. Others say that they have gathered together to prepare for a major counterattack. Which one do you believe? One person replied with a smile. A full retreat is not realistic. The Dark Elves still have strength. They can't just give up all their territory. Then they will really withdraw from the world stage. Yes, I also think that they are probably planning a major counterattack, and at least they have to fight to the death. What about the Darkbringer? Didn't he lead the Dark Elf clan to attack before? Could he be behind the retreat of the Dark Elf clan? A player quickly directed the topic to the Dark Messenger. He is now definitely the most recognized person in the game. His reputation among the orcs alone is beyond the reach of all players. At least at this stage, he will definitely not. Some people claim to be able to surpass the Dark Messenger. You are just too much of a myth. After all, he is just a player. Just helping the huge orcs requires a lot of time and energy, and there is no time to deal with the Dark Elves. Moreover, Dark Elves are different from simple orcs. They are not so easy to fool, and they are very scheming. If you want to bring the entire Dark Elf clan together, isn't that a dream? There was no way the Dark Elf clan would believe him. Some people immediately started to refute. This is basically the same view on the internet. They generally believe that Lin Jin was able to gain the recognition of the orcs because he helped the orcs from the beginning and deceived these simple orcs. And the Dark Elves, the difference is that they are more cunning and difficult to fool. Therefore, it is unrealistic for Lin Jin to copy his actions. Moreover, Lin Jin helped the NASA clan at first, but it was NASA clan who was the first to stop attacking. The NASA clan, so many people assume that Lin Jin has given up on the NASA clan. Also, if he could still control the Dark Elves, that would be too outrageous. All the benefits would really be taken away by him alone. Yes, if that's the case, then what the hell are we doing? Doesn't this game have any balancing mechanism? These players all sighed again. They felt that they were not playing the same game. Obviously, this game was a brand new beginning, and they were fully prepared, but they did not expect that others had already reached such a new stage of playing, a level they dare not think about. And the most important thing is that this Dark Messenger is just one person. If there is a consortium or player power behind the Dark Messenger, it is impossible to hide it. So all players agree that this Dark Messenger, he was a Lone Ranger. This made them sigh even more. Just when everyone was chatting, they saw a huge black shadow flying over from the direction of the moon in the distant sky. The huge figure was shrouded in the moonlight, exceptionally ferocious and domineering. Look, at this moment, a player looked at the night sky in the distance and couldn't help but scream loudly. Just when everyone turned their heads, the leader of the Black Dragon King had already appeared in everyone's eyes. The Black Dragon King's neck was the chains are emitting a faint light under the moonlight. As for the Black Dragon King, there are already overwhelming black dragons. Each black dragon is very large. These 165 black dragons are all piled up together, covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire earth. It brought with it patches of shadow. On the distant horizon, they also saw an endless stream of dark creatures emerging from the distance. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their pupils shrank unconsciously. The next moment, a scream finally resounded through the sky. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The entire military fortress woke up from its slumber. Several temple heroes also came to the city wall, and a large number of troops returned to their respective posts. It's too late. This is a slap in the face. Let's run away. Go quickly. Retreat quickly. All the players were shocked when they saw the large number of black dragons in the distance. What a fart. There are only 2 How Angels in this military fortress. A casual sneeze from these black dragons is enough to kill these 2 How Angels. The angel was stunned. Moreover, they actually saw the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King is the symbol of the Dark Messenger, and the Dark Messenger actually united the power of the Dark Elves and encouraged them to attack together. With the Dark Messenger joining, I don't even think I can win. This is a myth in the game. Sometimes for players, the so-called NPC is a target that can be conquered, and if the target is replaced by a player, many people will feel desperate. Because this player has already conquered NPCs that they cannot conquer, and is already above them. And if they are asked to face such an existence, they feel that they are no match. Many players fled the battlefield directly, and some people also rode holding the Royal Griffin. They fled towards the distance. I have to say that they are indeed very decisive now. Perhaps it is also the Holy Empire that is teaching them to be decisive. Death is glory. I am QNMD. The players have finally figured it out. Unless they are compensated, they can fight for the Holy Empire. Otherwise, even if they bear these humiliations, it will not affect them at all. At worst, they will just switch camps. The Messenger of Darkness, I didn't expect that he was actually him. How did the Holy Empire provoke him? A player riding on a royal griffin took a moment to look back, only to find that the military fortress had completely turned into a sea of fire. A black dragon swooped down and breathed dragon breath, and the gathered flames rose into the sky. This is completely overwhelming. Faye, Lou reminds you 3 things about reading collection. President, the Dark Messenger has now launched a full-scale counterattack with the Dark Elves. The number of black dragons they have gathered has reached at least more than 200. The reinforcements from the Holy Principality alone cannot withstand their attack. In a tent, a player reported to his guild president with a solemn face. They also came here with the reinforcements of the Holy Empire to regain the lost territory. So far in the battle, they have indeed performed triumphantly and gained a lot of benefits. But now, when the Dark Elves launched a counterattack, they finally realized the danger. Now it seems that the Dark Elf clans in various principalities have disappeared, and they should all be concentrated in the Crow Principality. Now only the Crow Principality has the weakest defense. They should also want to concentrate their efforts to conquer the Crow Principality and use it as their own development base. I didn't expect these Dark Elves to be so smart. The president sighed deeply, feeling extremely troubled. This is just a game. If in various dungeons, the Dark Elves used various little strategies, and they could still understand them. But the Dark Elves directly evacuated their territory, gathered them all in one place, and launched a counterattack. This is simply outrageous. This is smarter than any of their players. It's not that they are smart, it's just that there are smart people guiding them. The vice president also said in a deep voice. Everyone knew that he was referring to Lin Jin. Lin Jin initially commanded the orcs to launch an attack, which basically destroyed the Crow Principality. Unexpectedly, he could now lead the Dark Elf Legion to launch an attack. Attack. This is too exaggerated. And Lin Jin is also a player. If he deliberately searches for some information, he can definitely know the strength and location of each guild's legions and launch attacks against them. After all, they are in the light and Lin Jin is in the dark. He can definitely target these player guilds. Why don't we retreat? Now that the Dark Messenger has joined us, the risks we bear will be much greater. Yes, it's better to retreat. No wonder those guilds don't want to come to the Crow Principality. Everyone knows the details, and the Dark Messenger is so powerful. Don't say that we can't get any benefits. Even if we defeat him, he will definitely be jealous and it will be even more troublesome. Yes, if a chicken is stolen, the rice will be lost. After all, he is the messenger of darkness. Everyone said, Lin Jin's reputation is too high now, and he is still a player. Not to mention that they don't have the strength to compete with Lin Jin now. Even if they can use some calculation to cause some trouble to Lin Jin, so what? While they are famous, they are also hated. For players, they don't need a bunch of black dragons. Even a single black dragon may directly destroy their guild. And as long as they support some of their enemies, the guilds can definitely cause them a lot of trouble. It is precisely because of this that many guilds did not come to this battle against the Crow Principality. just because the Crow Principality is the territory of the Dark Messenger. The Dark Messenger. Just these 4 words have already caused many guilds to quit. In addition, the Crow Principality is also known as the burial place of players. There are too many players buried in the Crow Principality. From the beginning, the Crow Principality kept inviting reinforcements. Later on, players were tricked continuously. Hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands died. This place has almost become a forbidden area for players. Players who come here basically have no good ending, which makes players not want to come to Crow Principality. Then retreat. The guild leader quickly made a decision. Retreating also requires skills. Many people find that if they want to retreat reasonably, they only need to give themselves a grand reason. There are some people from the dark camp in the guild anyway. Players can let them make some noise in the rear, but if that doesn't work, they just need to hire some players from the dark camp to pretend to attack their own territory. Then they pretend that their town is under attack. In order to protect innocent civilians, they must rush back to their base at night. This makes sense. There is no way. The procedure still needs to be carried out. Some guild leaders also found that these so-called temple heroes who are loyal to themselves do not seem to be so loyal to themselves. During their repeated retreats, it is easy for them to the favorability level will drop. Therefore, when it comes to internal meetings of the player guild, they have no longer allowed these temple heroes to join. There are some things that players have begun to be wary of. Whether it is people or things, when the journey is going smoothly, it is very important. It is difficult to truly see the essence. Only when the wind goes against the wind can people discover things that they could not otherwise discover. In this life, the Holy Empire is at a disadvantage. Just because of the death of King Ronus of the Crow Principality, the Crow Principality has ceased to exist in name only. Is the biggest variable. We can't fight, so we should retreat. Brothers, give the Dark Messenger a face. We will return to the court immediately. Just slip away. I'll slip away first anyway. You can do whatever you want. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. When the Dark Elves launched a full-scale counterattack and Lin Jin led the Black Dragon King to attack the temple town, news after news had already been passed on. When the news was passed on, these players basically adopted a unified approach: evacuate. No matter what whether they want it or not, the situation does not allow them to choose. If they do not evacuate, it is basically a dead end. At this time, the players maintain a high degree of unity, and there are very few players who are really determined to stay. These are all with a gambler's mentality, just like joining King Ronus at the last moment just to take a chance. If you lose, you have nothing. But if you win, you will get rich. After all, this kind of speculative player is still, even if there are a few, they are not very strong. Suddenly, the huge and bloated Holy Empire Legion was dissipating quickly. Lin Jin had just attacked, and many of them had already withdrawn from the battlefield. It must be said that the influence brought by his name is really too great. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Large-scale players cannot pose a threat to Lin Jin, but they can easily delay the speed of his attack. After all, it takes a lot of effort to clean up these players. After these players retreated on a large scale, Lin Jin attacked even faster. All Dark Elf clans came out of the dungeon and began to attack the Templar Legion. Now there are at least 3 Dark Elf clans in each dungeon, and the dungeons are all filled with underground dark creatures. This power was already enough to defeat these Templar legions. Moreover, they also have the support of Lin Jin. Relying on his speed, he fought on various battlefields, using only the Black Dragon to crush the enemy's stubborn defenses. On a battlefield, a large number of Dark Elves were seen fighting fiercely with the Templar Legion. However, the troops of the Templar here were very tenacious. They relied on the shield wall for defense and defended the line to resist the attack of the Dark Elves. But at this time, Lin Jin also joined the battlefield with a group of Black Dragons. The overwhelming Black Dragons came to the battlefield, bringing with them an aura of despair. The Black Dragon King was seen taking the lead, and the Black Dragons behind him followed closely behind, scattering one after another. With a wave of dragon breath, the entire Templar Legion was attacked like a destructor. Lines of terrifying dragon breath covered all the temple formations in front of them, and a large number of soldiers and even players were destroyed in ashes amid screams. This is crushing power. This force has completely surpassed the temple's defense and reached the level of crushing. No matter what methods the temple used, it could not resist an attack of this scale. Even the nobles and holy knights of the Holy Principality seemed a little desperate. In the face of absolute power, everything is just a cloud. The Black Dragon is a very powerful crown creature. Its scales can not only resist the arrows of the temple, but also have magic immunity. A large amount of magic hits them without causing any damage. Under the leadership of Lin Jin, the power of these black dragons became even more exaggerated. Heroes, types of soldiers, numbers, Lin Jin all crushed these enemies. What could they use to fight Lin Jin? At this moment, all the Templar heroes finally felt the terror brought by Lin Jin again. It is extremely unimaginable for a hero to dominate a war. But Lin Jin, he really dominated a war with his own strength. The 21 Dark Elf clans all gathered together from various principalities and then launched an attack on the Crow Principality. This was definitely a crushing war. As if destroyed, a large number of recaptured towns were all captured by the Dark Elves, and 3 dungeons were also recovered by the Dark Elves. In the early morning of the next day, the entire Crow Principality was devastated, leaving a lot of traces of the war. It was unknown how many legions were injured or killed. At the same time, the war here also shocked the Holy Empire again. Originally, they were thinking about what conspiracy the Dark Elves were brewing out of thin air, but now they knew it. Unexpectedly, these Dark Elves who were plotting against each other actually united together and launched a rebellion in the Crow Principality. But it has to be said that the Dark Elves did choose a good place. It is unrealistic for them to mobilize their legions on a large scale. Once something happens in their own country, their legions will not even be able to return reinforcements. After the assassination of the Holy Emperor, the kings of the other principalities were somewhat afraid. In order to mobilize the legion, continuous expeditions are required, which also consumes a lot of time and energy, and can easily give the opponent time to breathe and lead to a protracted war. If we want to truly solve the rebellion of the Dark Elves and Orcs, we must at least unite the other principalities and mobilize the legions together. However, the difficulty of uniting the holy principalities with each other is no better than that of the Dark Elves establishing an empire. These are also a group of old foxes. By the time they discussed the proportion of troops and the distribution of benefits, no one knew how much time had passed. As for all the players, they are excited again. Messenger of Darkness, God forever. This is too awesome. Nayahide first controlled all the orcs to attack the Crow Principality, and now he controlled all the Dark Elves to attack the reinforcements of the Holy Empire. It was really fierce. The Black Dragon King is the mount, and the 200 black dragons behind him are the followers. I just want to ask how much the weekly maintenance cost is. I would like to call you the strongest. Brothers who chose the dungeon camp, your opportunity has come. As long as you follow the boss of the Dark Messenger, this is a popular and spicy drink. Come on, come on. I have changed my job to a Dark Elf and led my army to join the Dark Messenger boss. After spinning it around for a while, I didn't hesitate any longer and took the gamble. Amidst the overwhelming praise, many players who chose the dungeon camp finally no longer hesitated and chose to turn into Dark Elves and rush to the Crow Principality. As long as the war started, they could join the Dark Elves camp. Previously, many players who follow the Orcs have already made crazy money, and the players who have changed jobs to become dwarves have also made crazy money by following the dwarves. Now the opportunity for the Dark Elves has come, and if they don't get on board quickly, they really have no chance. Even if as long as the Dark Elves are defeated next, as long as they retreat immediately and cash out quickly, they can all make a profit. President, our people have withdrawn from the Crow Principality. What should we do next? A person in a sacred and solemn hall asked respectfully. In front of him was the man of the hour, the Eye of God. His sword-shaped eyebrows, starry eyes, beautiful facial features, and just the right figure naturally exuded a noble aura. The breath and posture are like a high king. The reason why he was able to obtain the Church of Light, it is not without reason that he agrees and climbs higher and higher in the Church of Light. Recuperate. The Eye of God said lightly. Yes. Soon, the man retreated. But in the empty room, the eyes of the Eye of God turned gloomy. It was obvious that he was the proud man of heaven, But all the limelight was eclipsed by Lin Jin. Taken away. Who is he? The Eye of God has never suffered any setbacks. He has a good family background and a high degree of education. He has always been praised highly. Even in the game, he is all-powerful, is recognized as a man of the hour. After entering this game, the Sky Eye Guild also developed and expanded under his leadership. But now, a figure appeared out of thin air, pressing hard on his head, suppressing all his delight, overwhelmed him and made him breathless. This filled his heart with anger for a long time. Now as Lin Jin once again dominated the Dark Elves and launched an attack on the Holy Empire, he finally regarded Lin Jin as his opponent. I want to pull Lin Jin down from the altar, step on Lin Jin's body, and step onto the highest place. The Holy Empire is the overlord of the continent, and the foundation of the Church of Light is not something you can challenge. Just wait. I will unite the power of the Holy Empire and let you know what true invincibility is. The Eye of God murmured. After seeing Lin Jin unite with the orcs and the Dark Elves, he also had an unprecedented ambition in his heart, which was to use the power of the Church of Light to unite the remaining holy principalities and make the principalities unite to carve up the Crow Principality. If this can be done, the Dark Elves and orcs will never be able to fight back. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Legend Town. In the main hall, Queen Brianna and several Dark Elf queens are gathered together. There are also many Dark Elf heroes in the main hall. Lord Dark Messenger, our attack went very smoothly, and the temple basically has no backhand power. What should we do next? Queen Brianna turned her attention to Lin Jin. Players withdrew from the Crow Principality on a large scale. The legions of the Holy Empire were retreating steadily, without the power to fight back. Even some legions of the Holy Empire temporarily avoided the edge and took the initiative to withdraw from the Crow Kingdom. Principality. Now the attack of the Dark Elves is overwhelming. This power itself is too strong. This is the power of an ethnic group. Recover the dungeon. Continue to capture the entire territory of the Crow Principality and make the Crow Principality completely disappear. Lin Jin said lightly. This is just the beginning. After defeating these reinforcements, they will occupy all the remaining territories of the Crow Principality. The orcs have already occupied more than half of the territory of the Crow Principality. As long as they occupy the remaining territory, then the Crow Principality was officially destroyed and disappeared from history forever. This has an extraordinary meaning. Queen Brianna nodded and immediately gave the order. How is the body being collected? Lin Jin asked calmly. He helped the Dark Elves occupy so many territories and resource points, but what he really wanted was corpses. Only by having enough corpses can they be transformed into his combat power. I have already given orders, and now all the Dark Clans are transporting the corpses of high-level soldiers and the corpses of crown-ranked soldiers. Among them, the corpses of angels have been prepared and are in the square outside. Queen Brianna continued. She truly understands Lin Jin's strength. She has also seen Lin Jin's god-level spiritualism and has a deeper understanding of Lin Jin's terror. Now all the Black Dragons are under Lin Jin's control. She also chose to stand with Lin Jin even more firmly. Queen Brianna, please lead the way. Lin Jin glanced at Brianna a little thoughtfully and said, The latter was stunned, feeling that Lin Jin's gaze seemed to have some deep meaning, but she did not dare to hesitate and nodded quickly. Brianna stood up, wearing high black boots, and led Lin Jin towards the outside of the town square. She walked in the front, while Lin Jin walked in the back. It must be said that Brianna is a woman who becomes more and more charming as she looks at her. Her beauty is natural, and it just happens to be everywhere. Her figure is bulging forward and backward, and she wears tight silk stockings. The long silk skirt lined her delicate skin, making her look even more alluring. After becoming the queen, Brianna's strength also improved, and her charm became even better. This was also the blessing she received from the dark dragon god Murata. Brianna now made Lin Jin ripple. With a noble and dignified pace like a professional model, and with black high heels, Anna also led Lin Jin to the square outside. The square here was already filled with people. There were corpses. They were all the corpses of the Templars' crowned troops, 1 angels. A small amount added up to a greater number. Although there were not many angels in each Templar town and the Templar Legion, In this continuous war, still defeated a large number of angels. These angels and the temple heroes share life and death. Even if they face a large number of enemies, they will fight to the last moment in order to defend the town. Let them all move away. Lin Jin glanced around. Everyone, please retreat. No one is allowed to come near this place without my order. Queen Brianna glanced at the guards next to her and immediately ordered. Soon, all the guards retreated in an orderly manner and left here. The square returned to deathly silence again. Divine spiritualism. Lin Jin waved his right hand. An endless black mist instantly enveloped the battlefield. A breath of death filled the surroundings, and a large soul bottle appeared in his hand and began to release the soul. In the shocked look of Queen Brianna, a Tao souls also poured into the bodies of these angel corpses. For Lin Jin, he was already familiar with the world, but for Queen Brianna, everything in front of her was challenging her bottom line. He could really be resurrected. Although Queen Brianna was mentally prepared, she still couldn't control her throbbing when she saw this scene with her own eyes. Queen Brianna, dark elves have always been cunning. Will you betray me one day? At this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Queen Brianna's body trembled, her pupils shrank, and she quickly lowered her head and replied, "No, the dark elves will be your most loyal allies, and there will be no second thoughts. The undead never believe in the so-called loyalty. Only the dead will become the most trustworthy servants of the undead." Lin Jin said lightly. In front of him, shrouded in black mist, the wings of death angels spread out, and they also appeared in the square in front of them. There are 54 corpses here, and there are also 27 death angels here. Resurrection. The proportion of this resurrection set off another set of turbulent waves in Queen Brianna's heart, and among the turbulent waves, what emerged was deep fear. If she could, she didn't want to see how the angel of death came. Yes, I don't want to know too much about Lin Jin's power. Once some things are known, it is not a good thing, but may very well lead to destruction. The more you know, the faster you will die. The Dark Elves naturally know better what this sentence is, meaning her heart beat violently, and she immediately continued, "Sir, I can swear that we Dark Elves will never betray you. The undead also don't believe in oaths." Lin Jin looked at Queen Brianna with his eyes, looking at the panic look on her beautiful face, and said lightly, "The undead only believe in the dead, and only believe in the soul." Lin Jin's approach to the Dark Elves was to boil the frog in warm water. He had not asked Queen Brianna to sign the soul contract before. On the one hand, he was not sure enough, and on the other hand, he did not get enough benefits. Now he has obtained with so many black dragons. The benefits have been fully reaped. At this moment, he also has a higher degree of certainty. The picture is clear. There are only two ways left for Queen Brianna and the Dark Elves. One is to follow Lin if Jin goes to the dark side. The other option is to perish. As long as Lin Jin leaves the Dark Elves, even if he does nothing, these Dark Elves will fall apart in an instant, and the original queen will become a joke. At this time, the first to greet the one who came to perish was Queen Brianna. Secondly, after he left, the Dark Elves' combat power was greatly reduced, and they were like a piece of loose sand. Once faced with the attack of the Holy Empire, they would have no power to fight back. The Dark Elves have given up their underground city, a last-ditch battle, placing all the bets on Lin Jin. Once Lin Jin leaves, it may not be impossible for the entire Dark Elves to be destroyed. No matter where he is, he will eat the Dark Elves to death. Just in Queen Brianna, with a look of confusion, Lin Jin casually threw out a contract, which fell right in front of Queen Brianna. "This is a soul contract. Sign it, and I will choose to help you Dark Elves." The light voice was like the whisper of a devil. Queen Brianna looked at the contract at her feet, her face changing again and again, extremely complicated. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A contract is more important than 1,000 pieces. Queen Brianna just looked at the contract in front of her quietly, without taking any action or saying a word. Signing this contract was equivalent to truly selling oneself to Lin Jin. From then on, Lin Jin controlled everything. If it were not for the desperate situation, it would be impossible for any Dark Elf to choose to sign a contract. Even if it is desperate, the Dark Elf may not sign the contract. The reason why Elena signed the contract before was because she wanted revenge. Revenge made her choose to sign the contract. But Queen Brianna in front of her is different. She is relatively free now and has no real reason to sign the contract. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Brianna still didn't say a word, and Lin Jean didn't speak again, just looked at Brianna quietly. The current Queen Brianna really needs to think carefully. For Lin Jean, she was already on formation. Besides, Lin Jean has already done his best. Not to mention that he suppressed the lifeblood of the Dark Elves. Even Brianna's vanity already had a lot of weight. Becoming a queen is definitely the biggest wish of any Dark Elf queen. The reason why they conquer the world is for power and for the vanity of being superior. Brianna has already tasted the wonderful feeling of being the queen. If she rejects Lin Jean, she will completely miss the opportunity to be the queen and will also end up with a tragic death. If Queen Brianna chooses to refuse in this situation, then Lin Jean considers her powerful. I can sign the contract, but I have a requirement. Queen Brianna finally spoke. Explain. I want to be the queen of the Dark Elves. Queen Brianna's eyes were fixed on Lin Jean, and in her firm eyes, Lin Jean still saw begging. After all, she still couldn't let go of the position of Queen of Dark Elves. I promise you. Lin Jean nodded. Seeing this, Queen Brianna finally bent down slowly and picked up the soul contract on the ground. Her movements were elegant, and when she bent down, she brought out a bright white light. Big. Pick up the soul contract. After that, Queen Brianna no longer hesitated and signed the contract directly through gritted teeth. Owner. After the two parties established contact, Queen Brianna was relieved, bowed her head, and shouted respectfully. The deal was done, and she no longer needed to worry about it. What I promise you is just a verbal promise. Will you believe it? Lin Jean raised his brows and asked suddenly. The condition the Dark Elf Queen just made had no effect. Lin Jean only agreed verbally. He didn't expect Queen Brianna to agree so simply. You promised Elena to avenge her, and you did it, so I believe you. Queen Brianna said in a deep voice. Lin Jean was startled and found out that Queen Brianna was telling the truth. Queen Brianna also had her own agenda. She might also know that raising more conditions would only arouse Lin Jin's anger. She is disgusted, and she is now at the end of her rope. In this case, it is better to behave decently, and maybe she will be treated decently. Moreover, she seems to have discovered something just now. Her master does not seem to have accepted his own feelings. In other words, he is still a man with normal needs. There are many types of undead: necromancers, death knights, vampires, and ghosts. Among them, necromancers and ghosts definitely have no biological. In death, there are two types of knights. One is the skeleton death knight, and the other is the ordinary death knight. The former does not have biological instincts, while the latter may recover biological instincts depending on its strength. In addition, among vampires, high-level vampires also have those abilities. Vampires should be classified as undead creatures or infected creatures. Lin Jean is still a death knight, and he is also a death knight with a personal strength of up to 13th level. Some of the abilities of creatures have also been recovered. Listening to Brianna's words, Lin Jean also nodded and said nothing more. Since Brianna chose to give her soul to herself, agreeing to her condition was nothing. Even if she didn't mention it, Lin Jean originally planned to make her the queen. Master, what should we do next? Brianna gently leaned to Lin Jin's side. Her voice was even louder than before, and her soft bones were going brittle. Collect the corpses and try to win over as many queens as possible. When the time is right, I will let you take a look at my base camp. Lin Jean said calmly without changing his expression. Yes, master. Queen Brianna agreed with a smile again. She had confirmed her thoughts. Moreover, it seemed that because she had signed a soul contract, she felt that Lin Jean was finally no longer so wary of her. Thinking of this, she felt it seems pretty good. By conquering Queen Brianna, Lin Jean has initially accomplished his goal. The Dark Elf clan is already very chaotic, but if he wants to control the Dark Elf clan, he must first control Queen Brianna. Only by controlling Brianna with Queen Anna, Lin Jean can truly have a trustworthy existence and improve her power and the power of the Dark Elves. Otherwise, Lin Jean will still hold back when helping the Dark Elves. Leave here Lin Jin once again moved to other battlefields and continued to launch a fierce attack on the Crow Principality. During this attack, the remaining forces of the Crow Principality also began to be wiped out. This part of the force was not strong in the first place. If the orcs were not fighting against the Wolf Principality now, the light would have been destroyed. It is the orcs who can completely wipe out these remaining forces. Now, the Dark Elves are getting an advantage. Fergusac is the territory of Count Karloff of the Principality of Crow, and it is also the last fiefdom of the Principality of Crow. In this Fergusac, a large number of troops have been gathered on the city wall of Gasak, and all the last legions of the Crow Principality have gathered here. In order to resist the attack of the Dark Elves, Karloff also pulled back all the guards in other places in his territory. He knew that this may be the last war under the glory of the Crow Principality. Come, dirty Dark Elf, dirty Dark Messenger. Karloff stood on the city wall, looking into the distance. Like King Ronus, he believed that all dark creatures were dirty and filthy, and only the holy light was truly eternal and holy. In his eyes, a huge black dragon also appeared in the distant sky. This was clearly the Black Dragon King. He could vaguely see a figure standing on the back of the Black Dragon King, looking at the battlefield in front of him. Behind the Black Dragon King, there was an overwhelming and despairing black dragon, and on the horizon below, an endless army of underground dark creatures are also rushing here. The wave of darkness is boundless and spreads all over the sky and the earth. In comparison, this prosperous town is like a small boat. It may be destroyed by the wave at any time. Holy light will protect us. Karloff pulled out the sword from his waist and shouted loudly. Holy light will protect us. Holy light will protect us. Holy light will protect us. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Attack. In the sky, Lin Jin stood on the back of the Black Dragon King, overlooking the city of Fogelsack in front of him. His eyes were cold, as if mixed with thousands of years of ice. He was wearing high-level strategic treasures, especially the Dragon King's suit, and was ferocious and domineering. Behind him, his cloak fluttered in the wind, making his figure even more proud. Roar! After giving the order, I saw a large number of black dragons behind me roaring. The deafening roar rose into the sky and resounded around. Then one after another black dragons swooped from behind Lin Jin towards the fortress in front of them. At this moment, the black dragons covered sky. Karloff looked at the black dragon roaring down in front of him, with a look of perseverance in his eyes that sacrificed his life for righteousness. There were only 17 angels in this city of Fogelsack, but the number of black dragons in front of him had reached more than 200, among which the number of legions is overwhelming. This is a complete crushing of combat power. This kind of unequal battle has no chance at all. However, as the last strength of the Crow Principality, even if it means death, the city of Fogelsack can only able to die standing. For the sake of the holy light, for the Empire, and for the homeland behind us, we will use our flesh and blood to build the last shield wall, so that these dark elves can see the glory and splendor of our Crow Principality. Attack! Karloff was declaring war, and his resolute face was moving. Behind him, every soldier became extremely determined. Like Karloff, they knew the desperate situation they were facing, but they would rather die than retreat. The next moment, everyone put up their heavy shields, set up their long crossbows, and bent their bows and arrows. The sticks in the right hands of the holy inquisitors were glowing with light, and the priestesses also lowered their heads. They made a prayer gesture. Rays of light shrouded the steel city wall in front of them, and all the angels were ready. Just when they were ready, all the black dragons also swooped down. Accompanying the black dragons swooping, there were monstrous flames and blazing heat. Sea of fire. Shoot! With the command, countless arrows were fired at the black dragon in front of them. As for the temple heroes, in addition to the gain magic, no one used destructive magic. Because low-level magic has no effect on the black dragon, low-level magic does not work at all on the black dragon. Immune to magic, it is also one of the most terrifying aspects of the black dragon. It is a well-deserved cannon fodder killer. The flames spread, and screams suddenly sounded on the battlefield, but the steel shield wall of the temple still did not waver, and all the soldiers were still dead. Holding huge shields, they lined up side by side, making fearless resistance. Some lower-level units still maintained their appearance, but their health points had been cleared. This kind of tenacious defense and fanatical belief could not be achieved at all. High in the sky, Lin Jin was overlooking the final defense of Shang below. His face was still hidden under the mask, his eyes were calm and deep, and no one could imagine what he was thinking at the moment. The Black Dragon's fierce attack had powerfully destroyed everything in the city. Defense, as a famous angel was killed by the Black Dragon. The remaining troops almost only had the strength to withstand the attack, and could not even resist. As for the only archers and crossbowmen who could attack the Black Dragon, their attacks also seemed they were too weak to cause much damage to these Black Dragons. The sea of fire spread, and the defense collapsed. Then a large number of poisonous manticores, cold-blooded cavalry, and minotaurs also launched attacks on the city wall. The remaining units in the entire city were quickly destroyed. Even in this situation, the Legion of the Temple is still tenacious, and everyone still resists until they die in battle. Ding! Congratulations on conquering the city of Fogelsack. Ding! Congratulations on your legendary victory. Your reputation is improved, your offensive master, defense master, and war master gain experience points, and your strategic level is improved. The current strategic level is 28. Ding! Congratulations on destroying the last city of the Crow Principality. Ding! Crow the Principality has been destroyed. Ding! You played more than 60% of the role in the battle to destroy the Crow Principality, and you were awarded the title, the Destroyer. Ding! Your title of Lord of the Undead was upgraded to Great Lord of the Undead. Ding! Congratulations on your first place in the battle to destroy the Principality. He played more than 60% of the role, achieved the legendary achievement, and obtained the Tears of Asha Fragment 1. Lord of the Undead. There will be a certain chance of attracting undead heroes and undead troops to surrender. Destroyer. You have ruined a powerful kingdom with your own hands. No matter in which camp you are in, your reputation will be spread far and wide, and the enemies will be frightened when they hear your attack. Power of Destruction. The enemy's unit initiative is reduced by 10%, and the initiative of the troops increased by 10%. After the last city was destroyed, a system prompt sounded in Lin Jin's ears, but this was different from an ordinary siege. What sounded at this time was another legendary achievement. Unlocked. The Destroyer. After the city of Fogsack was destroyed, the last territory of the entire Crow Principality also fell, and the Crow Principality was completely destroyed in the true sense. But the destruction of this principality started from the beginning. Lin Jin was in control in the end. From the beginning, he united with the orcs and guided the orcs to launch an attack. He also dominated various key battles, including the final capture of Crowcrest City and the killing of King Ronus. It can be said that he played the most important role in the end. Crucial role. Now, he is also the one who united the Dark Elves and commanded and participated in the attack on the remaining territories of the Crow Principality. Behind the collapse of the Crow Principality is his shadow. After the Crow Principality was destroyed, Lin Jin also achieved a passive achievement and received the title of Destroyer of Nations. The enemy's initiative is reduced by 10%, and his legion's initiative is increased by 10%. This is definitely a great advantage, especially for crown-ranked units. This increase is even more obvious. In addition, the legendary achievement also allowed him to obtain another tier fragment of Asha, including the tier of Asha fragments obtained by completing the Dark Surge series of tasks last time. Lin Jin now has 3 tier of Asha fragments. Ding! The glory of the Holy Empire was cast into a haze. In this last light, the light that symbolized the Crow Principality was completely dimmed. A legendary principality has finally come to an end. In the destruction of the principality, the legendary hero is rising. At this time, a system prompt sounded throughout the Holy Continent, and all players received the news. In addition, all the light churches and other holy principalities also received the news. Suddenly, the entire continent was completely boiling. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Holy Griffin Principality. Talengard City. When the news of the complete destruction of the Crow Principality was received, the Holy Griffin Empire also held a meeting as soon as possible. There is already a solemn and dignified atmosphere in the main hall of the main city of the Griffin Principality. The Crow Principality was destroyed just now, King Alex said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. Their faces were quite solemn. After King Ronus died, they actually thought that such a day would come, but when this day came, they still felt heart palpitations. Their lips were dying and their teeth were cold. After all, the Crow Principality was also part of the Holy Empire. Even according to the previous strength of the Crow Principality, it was not inferior to any of the Holy Principalities, and naturally not inferior to the Griffin Principality. But it is so powerful. The Crow Principality, in such a short period of time, truly disappeared from the history of the Holy Empire. This also made them feel chilly in their hearts. If it were their Griffin Principality, how long could they persist? King, the threat of the Dark Messenger cannot be underestimated. He relied on his own efforts to mobilize the orcs and dark elves. According to the Church of Light, there is a more powerful darkness hidden in the desolate forest, and there are signs of undead activities. Now that the Crow Principality has fallen, there are countless people watching behind the scenes. Now the Dark Messenger has become the enemy of the Holy Empire. It is necessary to eradicate the Dark Messenger and defeat the orcs and dark elves. A noble stood up immediately. All this was because Lin Jin was commanding from behind. With the complete destruction of the Crow Principality, Lin Jin's threat level increased again. Yes, we must not allow the Dark Messenger to continue to act recklessly. No matter what, the darkness of the Crow Principality must be eliminated. Now that the dark forces are so powerful, we must take action. The rest of the people also agreed. Obviously, they all agreed with the threat posed by the Dark Messenger. When Lin Jin received the title of Country Destroyer, he also gained a deeper hatred from the Holy Empire. Now in various principalities, Lin Jin's threat level has increased again. King, the Dragon Knights have also come to remind us before that the threat posed by the Dark Messenger cannot be underestimated. They have also investigated clearly where the Dark Messenger's power lies, which is in a valley in the north of the desolate forest. In addition, the great Pope of the Church of Light had prophesied that there was a corrupt darkness in the north of the desolate forest that threatened the Holy Empire. It can be seen that the Dark Messenger may have a deeper conspiracy, or it may be related to the undead forces. We must pay attention to it, completely defeat the Dark Elves and Orcs, and find out the location of the Dark Messenger. At this time, a duke stood up. The duke is already a nobleman second only to the king. He has a huge power. Moreover, the duke needs to be kissed by the Holy Emperor. Not every principality has a duke, but once a duke exists, then this duke must also have a heavy army. The Holy Empire's title and territorial team will definitely become stronger. The Dark Messenger must not stay. Immediately contact the kings of the other principalities and prepare to hold a meeting. They must discuss the attack plan of the Dark Elves and Orcs to eradicate the Dark Messenger. King Alex also said in a deep voice. He also made a decision. Yes. Everyone nodded, and the news spread quickly. Not only that, but also the kings of the other principalities. They all held meetings as soon as possible to discuss the complete annihilation of the Crow Principality and the elimination of the Dark Messenger. The original Dark Elves and Orcs were all trampled under the feet of the Holy Empire. The reason why they rose up was also with the help and guidance of Lin Jin. The source of all dark evils is the Dark Messenger. Damn it, the Crow Principality was really destroyed and the whole territory fell. The Holy Empire is really going to be destroyed. This game is too big. So now the territory of the Crow Principality has really become the base camp of the Orcs and Dark Elves. The Dark Messenger is really awesome. This system announcement and the rising legendary hero. Doesn't this refer to the Dark Messenger? There's nothing wrong with it, old man. He first manipulated the Orcs to attack the Crow Principality, repeatedly defeated the Crow Principality, and helped the Orcs develop and grow. Then he helped the Dark Elves, so that all the Dark Elves gathered in the Crow Principality and led more than 200 black dragons to attack the remaining territory of the Crow Principality and completely captured the Crow Principality. Isn't this controlled by him? I am really convinced. We all play like sons, but he plays like an uncle. This is the real game. How awesome must one person be to destroy the Crow Principality? He is nothing. But he is also from the dark camp, and the Holy Empire and the light camp are the strongest. Now that he has destroyed the Crow Principality, the people in the other principalities will not let him go. He will only die. In the midst of everyone's sighs, a discordant voice emerged. Trolls will always be indispensable. Even if Lin Jin is now the #1 player without any doubt, everyone looks up to him. Exists, but there will still be people spraying him. It's really funny. He's still on the road to death. Even if he dies, his assets are enough to buy the graves of 1,000,000 trolls. You don't even urinate and take a picture of yourself. What qualifications do you have to shout here? The dark camp and the light camp have been brought out. Do you really think you are an NPC? Why don't you follow your holy empire father and be a law-abiding citizen? In an instant, countless people refuted it. The vast majority of players admire the most essential strength, and Lin Jin's strength has long attracted the admiration of countless players. People have always respected the truly strong. As for the so-called camps, this is simply a joke. Players are players, NPC. Even if the players are in the Holy Empire, they cannot become the people of the pure holy light. Only when some camps are divided, when the two sides confront each other, it will be a real fight. But regardless of victory or defeat, at best, their skills are inferior to others. Therefore, even though Lin Jin is an active player of the Dark Camp, he has gained the admiration of many players in the Holy Empire. And many of them have even changed their jobs to become other Dark Camp players, planning to follow Lin Jin. In terms of the number of fans, Lin Jin currently has the highest number of fans. Strong, aloof, and still big villain. This is so cool. People do not reject powerful and arrogant people, and arrogance is not a bad flaw in nature. Lin Jin does not interact with other players, and does not have a negative image. Those who are morally corrupt, everything has nothing to do with him. This has become a reason for people to worship him. Although he is not in the world, his legends are everywhere in the world. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. You have obtained the symbol of the enemy of the temple, and countless heroes of the temple will kill you as the highest honor. You have become a serious problem for the temple. Just as the outside world was changing, a system notification sounded again in Lin Jin's ears. At the same time, he was marked as an enemy of the temple. Even if he was previously involved in the assassination of the Holy Emperor, he only received a reward from the Church of Light. But now, with the appearance of the title of Nation Destroyer, he is directly marked as an enemy of the Holy Church. Now he is full of hatred. No matter where he appears, the Church will be highly alert and attacked. It can be expected that some bounty hunters and legendary heroes throughout the Holy Empire will target Lin Jin. Moreover, after the Crow Principality is defeated, it is very likely that the remaining holy principalities will unite together, gather a large army, and attack the Crow Principality. When the Templar army enters the scope of the Crow Principality, their priority will also be Lin Ember. This is so interesting. Hearing this voice, Lin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. This voice can be regarded as a declaration of war. This is also regarded as a balancing mechanism of the game. Lin Jin's strength has increased too fast, and correspondingly, he has become even more powerful. It is easy to get hatred, and now he has simply got the hatred of the entire Holy Empire. This reminder alone means the arrival of the future army. It can be said that the Holy Church should be uniting now to discuss how to deal with themselves. Leave it to me. His time is running out. Queen Brianna, take the remaining legions and quickly eliminate some wandering Templar heroes in the entire Crow Kingdom, and occupy all resource points and mineral points. Lin Jin said to Queen Brianna. Yes, Lord Dark Messenger. Queen Brianna also responded respectfully. At this time, Lin Jin also transferred the ownership of more than 50 black dragons to Queen Brianna. Now Queen Brianna is also his servant and can be trusted completely. He is also training Brianna's power. Only when Brianna's power increases can she better control the Dark Elves, split them from the inside step by step, and completely transform them into her own power. After transferring the Black Dragon to Queen Brianna, Lin Jin quickly flew toward the southeast with the remaining 100 Black Dragons. The place he wanted to go was the Orcs battle line. The Wolf Principality and the Crow Principality bordered each other, so reinforcements from the Wolf Principality were the first to arrive. Within the scope of the Crow Principality, The one who personally leads the army is the legendary hero Conrad of the Wolf Principality. Conrad is famous for his bravery and belongs to the Wolf Principality. He also has the blood of the dragon, and his own strength is also 14, which can be regarded as the leading general in the Holy Empire. Under his leadership, even the powerful arts were completely suppressed by Conrad. Now that the war here is over, Jin also wants to help the orcs. In the end, everything they are enemies. The Wolf Principality is so close, so we have to target a wave of them. Another battlefield. On the battlefield, Gorshak was seen leading a large number of legions and fighting with Conrad's legion. The two sides have fought many wars and have some understanding of each other's strengths. These legions of the Wolf Principality are really difficult to deal with. Gorshak looked at the legions in front of him and said in a deep voice. He turned his eyes to the battlefield and saw countless legions fighting. On one side were burly orcs, while on the other side were soldiers wearing heavy armor. They were basically all formed into formations. They fight very bravely. In addition to the soldiers, there are also a large number of silverback wolves as tall as orcs. Their backs are harder than heavy armor, and their sharp teeth bite, making people shudder. The most eye-catching one it is a heavy cavalry wearing heavy armor. They are more like formal cavalry in ancient times. Each one is extremely tough, wielding a heavy spear in his hand, sweeping across all directions. They are not good at any sacred magic. Instead, they use fighting technique, a combat technique that can explode with stronger power. With their own strength to launch attacks, they can even suppress the orcs. This is also relying on their upright strength to defeat the orcs. The attacks of these Wolf Principality legions, indeed just like their name, they are like a group of howling wolves, extremely fierce. Their offensive style is like the most iron-blooded legion. In the eyes of Gorshak, he saw a burly man on the battlefield. The outstanding swordsman jumped up, slashed with the big sword in his hand, and slashed at an angry Cyclops. The latter then smashed down his big hammer, but the seemingly small, outstanding swordsman was not inferior to the angry Cyclops in strength. The violent power even suppressed the angry-eyed Cyclops. The angry-eyed Cyclops took a step back during the attack of the outstanding swordsman. Under the leadership of Marquis Conrad, the power of these outstanding swordsmen was obviously more powerful. Conrad is originally a marquis, and he is still above the earl. He has experienced hundreds of battles and is a legendary warrior. The bonuses he carries are also very amazing. Moreover, he also has bonuses specifically for the Legion of the Wolf Principality. Attack. Marquis Conrad looked at the battlefield in front of him, his wheat-colored face mixed with sweat and blood, looking particularly determined. He commanded the battlefield calmly, but he was also quite afraid of the orcs in front of him, and even in his fear, he also had a hint of appreciation. The orcs were different from the orcs he had seen. They had the most violent power and the most exciting morale. Every orc would fight to the death and be extremely brave. This was the first time he had seen a legion that could compete with the evil in terms of morale, compared with the legions of the Wolf Principality. But the more this happened, the less he could indulge these orcs. He felt that the orcs now had been completely reborn. The orcs everywhere in the Holy Empire all seemed a little timid. In the oppression, a certain degree of servility has even been formed, and they will only endure oppression. But these orcs in front of them are different. No matter what, they can no longer become slaves. Their blood has been burning, and their bodies have been straightened. Even if they die in battle, they will never bend down again. Just from their posture, it is known that the two sides will never be able to negotiate again. Perhaps, after defeating these orcs, they must kill all the orcs in large numbers. Think of it. Here, Conrad's eyes were as cruel as a wolf. At this moment, he saw a black shadow begin to emerge in the distant sky, and then a dark cloud-like figure began to spread rapidly from the sky. Tio read the ununderlined version of the novel. Please download Feilu. Black Dragon King. Dark person. Seeing the black dragon in the distance, Conrad's eyes narrowed slightly, and he whispered with fear. He naturally knew that on the battlefield in the distance, the Dark Elves were fighting against the reinforcements of the Holy Empire, and that led a huge group of black dragons. The Dark Messenger once again shined on the entire battlefield. Now that black dragons appeared in groups, it was natural that the Dark Messenger had arrived. Thinking of the Dark Messenger, A light flashed in his eyes. It was the existence of the dark messenger that single-handedly controlled the orcs to conquer. The Crow Principality caused such a huge danger to the Crow Principality, and it was the existence of the dark messenger that united all the dark elves and completely destroyed the Crow Principality. The orcs in front of them were not real opponents. For Conrad, in other words, only the dark messenger is his real opponent. It has to be said that Lin Jin can be proud to be treated so seriously by Marquis Conrad, the legendary hero of the Wolf Principality. Ordinary players, and even guild's president, although they have great strength, they do not have much influence on the entire game process, and they do not command many epic and legendary victories. Their reputation is not high. In this case, even though they being powerful may not be valued by the nobles of these holy empires. But Lin Jin is different. All NPCs have truly regarded Lin Jin as a powerful enemy, and even have a sense of awe and fear because of it. Just because of his current status, they are all worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Even if he appears in any NPC camp, he will gain their respect. As for triggering tasks, all NPCs rush to send him tasks. It is precisely because of this that when Lin Jin arrived, at that time, even Marquis Conrad pronounced Lin Jin's name, and he was so serious. However, seeing Lin Jin's arrival, Conrad still did not choose to retreat. He wanted to see the strength of this dark messenger. Black Dragon. Ha ha ha. Brothers, our reinforcements are coming. Here, when Gorshak saw the black dragon in the sky, he laughed and shouted. He has always respected Lin Jin, and Lin Jin led the Dark Elves to attack the reinforcements of the Holy Empire, which was equivalent to helping the orcs. The orcs would have to expend a lot of strength just to resist the legion of the Wolf Principality, and they would not have the strength to deal with reinforcements from various countries. This is not because the Wolf Principality is stronger than the combined strength of the other principalities. It is simply because the Wolf Principality is stronger. The most benefits have been obtained from the Principality of Crow, and the territory is also close to the Principality of Crow. It is necessary to gather a large army and launch an attack. The other principalities are some distance away from the Principality of Crow. Even if reinforcements are gathered, the strength of the reinforcements is not that strong. Of course, although in this way, the combined power is also very terrifying. Fortunately, Lin Jin led the Dark Elves to resist the enemy. Otherwise, the situation of the orcs will only be more dangerous now. Gorshak still remembers the week when Lin Jin disappeared, and the reinforcements from other principalities in the scene of the attack on the orcs. The orcs at that time were retreating steadily and suffered heavy losses. So Gorshak was even more grateful to Lin Jin. Now that Lin Jin has arrived, Gorshak is not only shocked, but also relieved. As long as Lin Jin is here, then victory will surely be achieved. Roar, roar, roar. All the orcs also became excited, raised their weapons high, and shouted loudly. The morale of the entire orcs improved. Conrad saw the change in the orcs' momentum and became more curious about Lin Jin. But he remained calmly commanded all the legions to launch attacks, mobilized the legion deployments respectively, and also began to mobilize the ballistas and how angels on the battlefield. Angels gathered one after another. Behind, more main legions also moved towards the front march. The military formation on the entire battlefield changed instantly. The main forces were dispersed to ensure that the Black Dragon's attack was reduced. Long-range ballistae were also mobilized, while the How Angels gathered together to prepare to encircle and suppress the Black Dragon. Conrad, a huge trap was opened, waiting for the arrival of the Forest Ember Black Dragon. Marquis Conrad, the legendary hero, truly deserves his reputation. Lin Jin looked down at the battlefield and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He had been paying attention to the battle between the orcs and the Wolf Principality, and he naturally knew about Marquis Conrad. In his previous life, Conrad was very famous because of his iron-bloodedness. His skills and charisma have also aroused the admiration of many people. Even many player guilds regard him as an idol and are loyal to Marquis Conrad. Now, Lin Jin looks at the changes on the battlefield and feels this more intuitively. The battlefield strength of a legendary hero. Moreover, just through the battle between the outstanding swordsman and the angry Cyclops, He also knew that the Marquis in front of him was also a general who had experienced hundreds of battles. He also had a higher strategic level, more bonus effects, and a stronger advanced strategic treasure set. When ordinary players face him, even the current orcs face him, they have a big disadvantage. However, if Lin Jin faces him, then it's different. Conrad's strategic level is definitely not as good as him, and the bonus effect may not be as good as Lin Jin's, and the high-level strategic treasure set may not be able to defeat the Dragon King set. The Dragon King set. This is the top, even if the strategic treasure set is not complete. The exclusive effect has the highest increase for the Black Dragon. As for the formations on the battlefield, Lin Jin has already found the flaw after seeing Conrad's tentative formations. If you want to test me, then see how many troops you use to test me. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and began to control the black dragons to disperse. One by one, the black dragons dispersed and swooped in all directions. Among them, every 5 black dragons formed a team, which was divided into 20 teams, and the black dragons, the targets of the attack, are all key points and weak points on the battlefield. What determines the outcome of the battlefield, in addition to bonuses, is the manipulation of the battlefield. This kind of thing is extremely complicated, but it is real. Generally speaking, sacrificing some low-level arms in exchange for the output environment of high-level arms is the simplest battlefield command. While more advanced ones include the mobilization of each arm, coordination between legions, and how to maximize the performance of the legions. Your own role, as well as disrupting the enemy's battlefield deployment, makes the enemy's legion out of touch. This will cause the enemy to be unable to exert the full strength of the legion, and your own legion will be vulnerable to siege by more legions. This is a real battlefield after all. These are all controllable. The reason why the Holy Empire can achieve today's hegemonic status is inseparable from their military quality. As for Lin Jin, he is now targeting Conrad's layout and crushing his siege, and attacks some of his weak points on the battlefield to create better opportunities for the orcs to attack. The battlefield is like a huge chess game, and every chess piece is related to the outcome of the entire chess game. Now, Lin Jin is fighting with Conrad game. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. The Black Dragon teams dispersed one after another, roaring towards each battlefield. Their speed was very fast. During the dive, the terrifying flames accurately hit each square. The enemies on both sides are already intertwined on the battlefield. If the Black Dragon is allowed to attack at will, sometimes it will reduce the strength of the friendly forces and destroy the formation of the friendly forces. This further tested Lin Jin's battlefield command and strategic vision. The direction he chooses is the best to fit the orc army and will not cause any harm to the latter. On the contrary, it will make it easier to kill the enemy. On the battlefield, a heavy cavalry regiment was rushing left and right, aiming directly at the Dream Reaver which in a square formation over there. The orcs seemed not to be aware of the danger, but just ordered their subordinates to attack the heavy cavalry one after another. The orcs' attacks were like moths flying into a flame, unable to stop this elite heavy cavalry at all. But at this moment, a black dragon was seen flying over the Dream Sweeper and then swooped down neatly, heading towards the heavy cavalry. All around, all the orcs dispersed instinctively. At this time, along with a dragon's breath, flames enveloped these heavy cavalry. In the flames, the heavy cavalry's blood volume dropped crazily, and the pressure of the black dragon also shocked them, making their movements much stiffer. The attacks that were originally overwhelming were also blocked. On the other side, a large number of silverback wolves have launched an attack, breaking out of a road and tearing apart the orcs' defense. At this moment, a group of black dragons flew over the silver-backed wolves. The black dragons lowered their bodies, but they did not attack. The terrifying dragon power was so intimidating that the silver-backed wolves began to scatter in all directions. The power of the black dragon has a deterrent effect on low-level creatures and can exert a fear effect. These silverback wolves are not of a high level and do not have firm beliefs, so they are the most vulnerable to intimidation and fear. The silverback wolves scattered in all directions and were besieged by the orcs one after another, and one by one they were quickly eliminated. Another group of defenders were trying their best to resist the attack of the orcs, but the appearance of the black dragon completely tore apart their defense. As for some of the traps carefully laid by Marquis Conrad, Lin Jean pretended not to see them, but flew past them quickly. This dark messenger is quite powerful. Conrad frowned. When he saw Lin Jean planning the attack, he had a bad feeling in his heart. But when he actually saw the black dragon launch the attack, he was only amazed. To Lin Jin's strategic level was amazing. Lin Jin's appearance instantly suppressed the attack of the Wolf Principality. Every attack of his Black Dragon team hit the weak point of his army. This meant that Lin Jin, he has a strong strategic vision. His command was only for a short period of time, but it has already caused a lot of casualties to his legion. If Lin Jin is allowed to continue attacking like this, with an Arrancar, their casualties will quickly expand. Being able to unite the orc tribes and bring the dark elves together in the Principality of Crow, he also has such powerful strategic command capabilities. This will definitely be a powerful enemy of the Empire in the future. Marquis Conrad looked at the Black Dragon King in the sky over there, and for the first time, he realized Lin Jin's terrifying potential. He immediately began to disperse all the angels around him, and also began to uniformly command the outstanding swordsmen to fight. Various battlefields, he also made corresponding arrangements for the phalanx being attacked to mitigate the attack brought by the Black Dragon. Marquis Conrad is still very strong. Judging from the current battlefield, the orcs have a more powerful legion, but the orcs do not. He is good at military formations, but has always been restrained by Conrad's style of play, unable to exert his full strength. Now that Lin Jin has joined, it is already very difficult for him to still be able to respond. After all, after Lin Jin joined, the orcs, the power it possesses increases again. If the two sides are not already fighting together, the Black Dragon is enough to cause more terrifying casualties. And as a crown level unit, the Black Dragon is much more powerful than the Angel, and the Black Dragon's own dragon power effect can be used on the battlefield. It is also very eye-catching. Compared to controlling the field, there should be few soldiers with the power of the Black Dragon. Conrad began to control the army and launched an orderly attack on the orcs, but Lin Jin took advantage of the victory. The pursuit began to expand the advantage on the entire battlefield to a greater extent. He had no intention of giving Conrad a chance to breathe. The Black Dragon dived, or breathed out dragon breath, or bit, or brought the terrifying dragon breath to on the battlefield. Everything was suppressing the enemy. Conrad was also constantly arranging defenses and launching counterattacks, but he could not stop Lin Jin's attack at all. The originally stable defense line began to show a tendency of collapse. The entire the casualties of the Wolf Principality Legion also began to increase further. Here, the orcs also launched a fierce attack to completely suppress the Wolf Principality Legion. Send the order, prepare to gather the army, and prepare to retreat. After resisting for a moment, Marquis Conrad no longer planned to continue fighting. He knew that he had lost. The situation on the battlefield is now very obvious. The Dark Messenger is obviously not the loser he thought. His strategic vision and battlefield control both are very powerful. And through the battle between Angel and Black Dragon, he also roughly judged Lin Jin's strategic increase. He was surprised to find that Lin Jin actually had a strategic level that far exceeded his, which meant that he has personally directed more wars than him and has more combat experience than him. This discovery made him finally give up on continuing to fight. The enemy's legion was too strong. If he continued to fight forcefully like this, he would only lose the Wolf Principality in vain. Legion. Conrad did not press all the army. His follow-up legions began to respond and set up defense lines, and the legions fighting in front also began to retreat in an orderly manner, preparing to evacuate the battlefield. But at this time, he saw people on the edge of the battlefield. However, the Black Dragon has quickly circled back, appearing to be surrounded, and intends to attack Conrad's legion from the flanks. I want to leave. Is it that easy? Lin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. When he arrived, the defeat of the Wolf Principality was destined. If Conrad had retreated at that time, he would obviously be able to retain more troops. Testing him will cost a certain price. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Surrounded by black dragons, chasing and attacking, Lin Jin did not let Conrad's legion leave easily, but crossed over the fighting units and launched a fierce attack. At this time, he also faced Conrad's legion. More than 60 angels flew over in an instant and began to attack the Black Dragon. Excellent swordsmen also rode fighting griffins and flew directly towards the Black Dragon. This power can already shake Lin Jin's Black Dragon. Now Lin Jin's Black Dragon was completely separated from the battlefield and fighting alone. It was equivalent to the orcs killing and expanding their advantage, but he was withstanding stronger attacks. However, if he dares to do this, he is naturally confident. Dragon's Wrath. With a whisper, the equipment on Lin Jin's body glowed brightly, and a shadow of a giant dragon appeared on him, and a ferocious and domineering aura began to bloom. Roar. A roar sounded, and accompanied by this roar, a mysterious force instantly passed through all the black dragons on the battlefield, and an extremely violent force emerged from each black dragon. The black aura lingered on the black dragons, and their pupils also turned scarlet. The Dragon King the set is specifically designed to amplify dragons. After gathering 4 pieces, the set effect has been initially achieved, and the effect of Dragon's Fury has been improved again. When the buff magic is released, every black dragon enters a violent state. The black aura escaped, becoming more and more ferocious. The next moment, the angel and the black dragon were fighting together. Angels flew over one after another. The 2 swords in their hands kept slashing, and the sword light flew out. At this time, the black dragon they all endured the angel's attacks. These attacks hit their scales, but they were not painful or itchy. Compared to the black dragon's blood volume, this attack was really insignificant. Roar. When the angel flew over, all the black dragons roared and spit out a dragon breath. The condensed vast dragon breath swept towards the angel in the air in an instant. The black dragon's attack was more swift and violent than before. The black dragon alone launched the attack. In an instant, several angels were unable to dodge and were hit by the dragon's breath. Their white wings were also scorched black, and their mobility was damaged. In the air, the black dragon turned into black meteorites and quickly hit them. One the black dragon rushed over quickly, knocking an angel away. Then it quickly followed up, opened its big mouth, exposed its ferocious sharp teeth, and bit down hard. Click! Blood splashed from the air. Come! The black dragon under Lin Jin's command is already very powerful, and now he uses wrath, which is equivalent to exploding his anger, and naturally looks even more powerful. When the black dragon attacks the angel, the outstanding swordsman also uses with the griffins. They quickly approach the battlefield. They jumped up one after another and jumped away from the lion and the black dragon. Every outstanding swordsman had a large number of fighting griffins beside him. As a cover, even if the black dragon wanted to, attacking the fighting griffin cannot completely destroy the scattered fighting griffin. The fighting griffin is another kind of griffin. It is the same level as the royal griffin, both at level 8, but it has stronger defense and more retaliatory power. Extremely strong, with the ability to continuously fight back. Drink. I saw an outstanding swordsman roaring angrily, jumping up in the air and slashing with the broad sword in his hand. The thick sword slashed like the top of Mount Tai, unstoppable. The black dragon couldn't react in time, and the outstanding swordsman couldn't react in time. The giant sword had already slashed on the black dragon's back, but when the slash hit, the black dragon was only struck with a scar. The damage was only slightly stronger than the angel's attack, but it still did not reach the level of injury. The black dragon immediately struggled quickly, and its huge body swayed crazily in the air, trying to throw the outstanding swordsman down. But the outstanding swordsman backhand stabbed the giant sword into the black dragon's back, killing him. The dead ones were left on the black dragon's back. A large number of outstanding swordsmen launched attacks one after another. The attacks worked from time to time, causing stronger damage to the black dragon. However, there were also many outstanding swordsmen whose attacks were resisted by the black dragon. The blazing dragon's breath was ferocious. Bite and even tail impact are extremely destructive. Black dragons that activate Dragon's Fury have stronger offensive power, defense power, and speed. They have undergone comprehensive improvements, and their attributes are now far suppressed. These arms. Angels and superb swordsmen may be able to cause damage to the black dragon, but they need to pay a greater price and cause lower damage. What this shows on the overall battlefield is unilateral suppression. Angels and outstanding swordsmen were all killed in batches. From time to time, the huge figure of the black dragon could be seen falling from the sky. On the battlefield, Conrad's legion of the Wolf Principality also began to retreat quickly, and he himself looked at the sky. The eyes of the fighting angels and outstanding swordsmen were even more tightly wrinkled, looking at the black dragon king hovering in the sky with great solemnity. Through the battlefield so far away, he seemed to see a pair of deep eyes. Lin Jin, obviously with such a powerful force, he could completely break through all his traps and crush his defenses, but he still chose to spread out, break the traps, and expand his advantage on the entire battlefield. It was not until he finally chose to retreat that he launched counterattack. This is clearly intentional. This is to cooperate with his acting and cause greater harm to the legion of the Wolf Principality. Now the orcs on the entire battlefield have launched a full-scale attack and are chasing here. Many fighting griffins in the sky were struggling to resist the attack of the orc flying dragon. The centaurs on the side also began to pursue, and the precise arrows penetrated the armor, leaving the body of a famous soldier. Lin Jin's previous attack on the battlefield also defeated the Crow Principality's attack, allowing the orcs to attack more coherently. Now the Black Dragon plans to launch an attack to delay the enemy's main force, and the pursuers of the descendants are also chasing after them. If it had been in the past at that time, the orcs may not have dared to continue the pursuit. In the previous battle, they were ambushed by the temple precisely because they continued to pursue and suffered heavy losses. But it is different now. Now Lin Jin is here. As long as Lin Jin is still attacking, the orcs will just dare to keep attacking. At this moment, Conrad realized that he had completely underestimated this opponent. He was much more difficult to deal with than he thought. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Chasing all the way, leaving countless corpses along the way. In the end, Conrad chose to cut off the strong man's wrist, and finally left the battlefield with a small number of main forces. In this battle, Lin Jin truly left a deep impression on him. At night, Lin Jin stopped the pursuit and asked the orcs to gather all the battlefields and stop the pursuit. The front line has spread too far, and the enemies are all splitting up and fleeing. Such a blind pursuit does not do much good, but it makes them vulnerable to ambushes. Lord Dark Messenger. After the gathering, Gorshak also brought the orc chiefs to Lin Jin for the first time. At this moment, Lin Jin was still beside these orc chiefs and saw some players. Although they were standing on the edge, but they still have some status. These players have joined the orcs very early and have repeatedly made meritorious deeds in the constant wars. This time they faced the legion of the Wolf Principality, and they especially played a lot of roles, allowing the orcs to avoid unforeseen consequences, necessary losses, and it is precisely because of this that they are qualified to appear here now. When Lin Jin saw them, they were also very excited, with expressions of admiration on their faces. For many players, Lin Jin is a god, and to orc players, Lin Jin is an indelible true god. Now for them, they can truly see their idol. Of course, there are also a few hidden glances and some jealousy. Maybe they are also jealous that they cannot obtain Lin Jin's current status, or they are jealous that Lin Jin does not take them seriously. They are obviously players, but Lin Jin has no intention of saying hello to them, which will naturally cause some human jealousy. Chief Goshak, bring some of your confidence over here. I have something to discuss with you. Lin Jin withdrew his eyes from the player and said to Chief Gorshak. He knew that the player's infiltration was inevitable, and with the player's infiltration, he would inevitably increase the risk of exposure. And based on everything he showed, it will also gradually attract the attention of interested people. As far as these players are concerned, maybe some players are here for the orc camp, while some players are just to obtain information about the orcs from the beginning, help the Templar Guild, and establish a greater advantage. Moreover, even if they are really coming for the orcs, they will inevitably change their original intentions under the temptation of the money woman. The players themselves face too many variables. As long as they understand Lin Jin's itinerary and the reason why he collected the corpses, considering the relationship between Lin Jin and the desolate forest, Lin Jin's identity will be discovered sooner or later. Now, Lin Jin has slowly come from the dark to the light. In fact, this is also the time he came to the orcs. Side reason. Gorshak listened to Lin Jin's solemn words and nodded seriously. Soon, Gashak took Lin Jin to a military fortress behind the battlefield, and only the shaman was following him. Lin Jin also knew the wizard and several chiefs of the big orc clans. There was a dead silence in the hall. As for the surrounding area, everyone was under martial law. The Black Dragon King was also hovering over the military fortress, watching the surrounding situation. The Black Dragon group was also normal. Be ready. All this time, you don't seem to know my identity. Aren't you curious? Lin Jin finally asked. Gashak was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect it to be this, but he still answered honestly. What's the big deal about this identity? Since you put on the mask, you just don't want people to know. Wait until when you need to let us know, you will naturally tell us. You can find out now. Lin Jin shook his head slightly, and then gently took off the faceless thousand faces mask. Under the mask, there was a handsome and pale face, which could be said to be a bit strange. For the aesthetics of the orcs, I didn't feel much, but as the mask was taken off, a strong aura of death began to spread. Normally, the suppression of the thousand faceless mask could cover up his aura of death, and the thousand faceless mask could cover up his aura of death. Once the mask is taken off, his powerful death aura cannot be concealed. Undead hero. Gorshak was stunned, and everyone was stunned. They never thought that Lin Jin would be an undead. The shaman was a little thoughtful. The orc chief and the orc hero might not have thought of this. But the shaman is different. He specializes in making up for some of the shortcomings of the orc chiefs and orc heroes. When Lin Jin collected the soul and asked for the body, he was aware of it, but he did not show it at the time. So I saw it with my own eyes. After seeing Lin Jin's identity, he felt relieved. As you can see, I am an undead hero and a biological enemy, Lin Jin said in a deep voice. This identity can't be hidden for long, and Lin Jin has no intention of hiding it forever. Because of this, he also came to take the initiative to tell the orcs this time. Some things were told in advance, and the orcs themselves discovered that this was different concepts. Now he needs to completely eliminate this last hidden danger. Lord Dark Messenger, no matter what camp you are in, you will always be the benefactor of the orcs. In the silence, the shaman's voice was the first to ring. He was the first to react and the first to express the attitude of the orcs. Standing in his direction, it doesn't matter what force Lin Jin belongs to. The important thing is that he has been helping the orcs, and the orcs can only rely on his strength. Without Lin Jin, even the current orcs would still be unable to withstand the attacks of the Holy Principality. Yes, Lord Dark Messenger, you will always be the benefactor of the orcs. Chief Goshak also reacted and said quickly. This time, they accepted Lin Jin's situation again. Besides, so what if Lin Jin is an undead hero? He doesn't have any unfavorable thoughts towards the orcs. On the contrary, he has always been they are all busy keeping the orcs. So no matter who Lin Jin is, Gorshak doesn't care at all. So what about the undead? We orcs only care about who is good to us. No matter how bright the temple is, it is still dirty. Yes, we are not targeting any camp. Anyway, as long as he is good to us orcs, we will respect him. If he is not good to us, we will beat him. Lord Darkbringer has always been an ally of our orcs. Yes, Lord Darkbringer, we orcs have always been on your side. The rest of the orc chiefs also expressed their opinions. Even if they originally had a bad opinion of the undead, they have changed their minds after such a long period of goodwill. Besides, for them, 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The undead are the undead, and Lin Jin is Lin Jin. They just choose to side with Lin Jin. If there are undead attacking the orcs, then the orcs will attack the undead. If someone attacks Lin Jin, then the orcs will help Lin Jin. Therefore, Lin Jin's identity does not affect the relationship between Lin Jin and the orcs. The orcs have always remembered that it was Lin Jin who liberated the orc slaves and helped the orcs become independent step by step. It was also Lin Jin who made the plans, helped them defeat the attacks of the temple time and time again. And it was Lin Jin who assassinated the Holy Emperor and planned the Dark Elf Rebellion, which relieved the pressure on the orcs. Lin Jin did so much, but he never asked for any benefits from the orcs. The orcs also I have always felt that I owed Lin Jin too much. How could they turn against Lin Jin just because of Lin Jin's identity? The undead are enemies of all living things and enemies of the Holy Empire. And aren't they orcs also members of the Holy Empire? The enemies were not much better. The orcs' thoughts were actually simpler. Listening to the words of the orcs in front of him and looking at their sincere faces, Lin Jin was a little distracted for a moment. He might not have thought that the orcs were actually like this. Trust him. Originally, he was thinking about what attitude the orcs might have if his identity was exposed, what scruples they would have, and what he should do. But now, things are going a little too smoothly. These orcs seemed he didn't care about his identity at all. This made him feel some inexplicable feelings. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Wolf Principality. Holy Flame City. Marquis Conrad. Your losses have been so heavy. Are the orcs and the dark messengers so powerful? King Varian looked at Marquis Conrad in the hall and asked in a calm tone. Although this loss is not small, King Varian has not taken it seriously yet, but to his surprise, Conrad, it was such a tragic defeat. Even if Lin Jin led the Black Dragon to join the battlefield, the Wolf Principality should not have suffered such a tragic sacrifice. The strength of the orcs is not very strong, and they do not have enough strategic arrangements. But the Dark Messenger is different. This person has a very advanced strategic vision and an extremely good grasp of the battle situation. I originally just wanted to test him, but he was find opportunities and take advantage of them. Moreover, this person's strategic level far exceeds mine, and the amplification effect is also very powerful. With the same strength, I am no match for the Dark Messenger. Marquis Conrad did not feel ashamed. He was just describing one thing with a very calm expression. A defeat is a defeat, and it is not a shameful thing. After all, the Wolf Principality has not yet dispatched all its legions, and its strength is not as good as before. Enemy. However, the message delivered by Marquis Conrad made the entire audience feel solemn. You must know that Conrad is a legendary hero of the Wolf Principality. Apart from King Varian, he is also considered the most powerful hero. Not only does he have a very high character level, but his strategic level is also very good, and he also has many enhanced characteristics. But even Conrad like this claims that he is not the opponent of the Dark Messenger. This suddenly makes everyone afraid. If even Conrad is not an opponent, then the others will not be opponents. Even King Varian's strategic level is not much different from Conrad's, far from reaching the point of far superiority. The main hall in one corner, there is a group of figures wearing white robes, all with solemn faces. Among this group of people, there is a handsome figure with gloomy eyes, and his teeth can't help but bite hard. This is exactly the Eye of God. The Eye of God had previously wanted to unite the other principalities of the Holy Principality to launch an attack on the dark forces of the Crow Principality. Lin Jin happened to destroy the Crow Principality and attracted the attention of the entire Holy Principality. This matter came naturally. At present, the Eye of God also followed his mentor in the Church of Light to the Wolf Principality and followed the Church of Light in the Wolf Principality to meet King Varian. It happened that Lin Jin defeated Marquis Conrad, so they had not spoken yet, and heard the news about Lin Jin again. At this time, the Eye of God became even more jealous of Lin Jin. He used to be as dazzling as him, but now only the people from the Church of Light stood in the corner, and the whole audience, everyone, is now discussing someone he once looked down upon. Nothing makes him feel more ashamed than this. The Dark Messenger has the title of Destroyer of Nations, and it can be said that he single-handedly controlled the destruction of the Crow Principality. Now it seems that he will indeed become a serious problem for the Holy Empire. King Varian also responded in a deep voice. Just what Marquis Conrad said was enough to make him examine Lin Jin and pay attention to Lin Jin. Previously, Lin Jin controlled the power of the orcs to attack the Crow Principality, and he could only be regarded as he has some skills to coordinate the orcs and identify the overall situation. But Conrad's words prove that Lin Jin is a very powerful hero. A politician is not scary, but what is scary is that this man also has a strong talent for war. Light Church, tell me about you. Varian finally turned his attention to the group of people from the Church of Light. However, he saw an old man at the head also walking out, bowing his head and saying respectfully, "King Varian, The danger of the Dark Messenger to the Holy Empire has reached a point that cannot be ignored. The point. The Inquisition also investigated the desolate forest. The tomb of Uther, the leader of the Silver Hand, was stolen. Uther's body was missing, and traces of the undead were found at the scene. In addition, the Dragon Knights also investigated a valley and roughly determined that the Dark Messenger's power was located in the northern part of the desolate forest. Previously, the great Pope of the Church of Light also detected the smell of decay in the north of the desolate forest. Now we are worried about what the Dark Messenger has to do with the undead. It is said that both Dark Elves and Orcs have the behavior of cleaning up the corpses after the war. Wow. As soon as the words fell, even the solemn hall of the Wolf Principality caused an uproar, and everyone was moved. All of these are connected in series, and it seems that there is a hand covering the sky manipulating the darkness. Everything. If Lin Jin has anything to do with the undead and resurrects a large number of undead legions, the threat will be even more terrifying. Once the undead natural disaster sweeps across, it will be a disaster that will harm the entire Holy Empire. So, what does your Light Church propose? King Varian's face remained calm, and he asked calmly. This is his confidence in the strength of the Wolf Principality. We hope that the principalities can unite to attack the Crow Principality, wipe out the Orcs and Dark Elves, and explore the desolate forest to determine the forces related to the Dark Messenger and kill the Dark Messenger. Especially the Dark Messenger. The Dark Messenger must die. The old man continued. If we want to quickly eliminate all hidden dangers, we must unite the forces of the principalities. Now the Church of Light wants to pull the thread together so that the principalities can truly unite and send troops together. Good. The Wolf Principality, agreed. King Varian nodded and said without hesitation, the Wolf Principality has just been defeated, and the threat of the Dark Messenger seems so great, so we really need to take it seriously. If it is delayed longer and longer, the situation will be possible completely out of control. Thank you, King Varian. Once the Stag and Unicorn Principalities agree, we will contact you as soon as possible to participate in the King's meeting. The old man nodded respectfully. Among all the principalities, the Wolf Principality is the most difficult to convince. After all, the Wolf Principality is adjacent to the Crow Principality. Once they go to war, they can gain the greatest benefits. And agreeing to jointly send troops also means that you have to sacrifice certain interests. After all, the crusade against the Crow Principality is not that simple. The reason why the Wolf Principality did not mobilize all its forces is also for this reason. If you accidentally fail to handle it well, it will become a wedding dress for the other principalities. Now that they can agree so decisively, the old man is very happy. It seems that the failure of the Wolf Principality has promoted cooperation among the principalities. Even the militaristic Wolf Principality has agreed so decisively. Varian also nodded, his eyes looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Here, after Lin Jin helped the Orcs finish the war, he also ran to the battlefield several times and transported all the corpses away. Now that the battle on the Dark Elf side is basically over, he has just enough time. As for waiting for the Holy Principality to send its army again, it will take some time. In the City of Eternal Night, Lin Jin once again resurrected a batch of undead, and the number of undead on the entire island was also increasing. The terrifying knights and rotten Lamisu alone were overwhelming and spectacular. You know, these are not low-level arms that can be seen everywhere, but high-level arms. Even ordinary high-end players may not be able to own a 12th-level soldier, but Lin Jin already has countless 12th-level soldiers. It can be said that Lin Jingguang's number of these 12th-level troops is greater than the number of other people's core legions. It has to be said that Lin Jin's strength has improved so quickly. Dark Elves and even Orcs have become Lin Jin's workers, and the countless battles that break out every day have also become Lin Jin's war heritage, adding a lot of corpses and strength to him. You know, even though new wars break out every day, both sides recruit a large number of troops from towns and troop nests every week. As the number of towns and troop nests increases, both sides will recruit more troops every week. This is counted according to the kingdom, so it is naturally extremely huge. In addition, He has completely captured the Guajan Islands and added a large number of resource deposits and troop nests, which have also been transformed into his war heritage. These are Lin Jin's true confidence. Everything was worth the time he had spent preparing. After checking the Legion, Lin Jin looked at a map. That place pointed to the northern area of the desolate forest. The Dark Elves' next war will be completely step by step, expanding their advantages and establishing defenses. The Orcs have just put huge pressure on the Crow Principality and will not face any huge threats in the short term. Now it's finally time to visit that place. Thinking of this, Lin Jin's eyes flashed with light. Not long after, Lin Jin left here on the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King passed through the portal and flew quickly towards the extreme north of the desolate forest. The Black Dragon King was extremely fast. With his huge wings flapping, he flew across the sky and crossed two places. The closer you get to the north, the colder and inaccessible it is, with almost no living animals visible, making it completely unsuitable for human habitation. There was no place across the dead silence, and what appeared in front of us was a stretch of continuous icebergs. At this time, the world turned into a pure world of ice. At a glance, everything was white. From time to time, something scrapes through the air like an ice blade, biting and cold. A land of extreme ice. Lin Jin felt the harsh aura and narrowed his eyes slightly. Desolate forests are inaccessible places and are very harsh. Players can't even explore the desolate forests, and this place is simply not suitable for living creatures to survive. It is truly the place of death. If the undead broke out later, the temple swept away the undead and investigated the situation here. No one would have set foot in this place, let alone remember it. After all, the secrets hidden here are too long ago. Lin Jin's eyes were sighing, and he also glanced at the groups of ice elements on the ice. These ice elements were like ice sculptures, and their shape was a bit like water people. On the ice, groups of ice elements could also be seen. Ice element. Elemental creatures are also a major feature of this world. The top ones are naturally the crown creatures Phoenix and Hymo Eagle. In addition, there are fire element, air element, earth element, and water element, which are also the most common elemental creatures. In addition, the radiant spirits that appeared in the temple before are also elemental creatures. Most elemental creatures are neutral existences, and these ice elements are also neutral existences. But once someone steps here, they will also be attacked by ice elements. They are the natural guardians of this extremely icy land. Of course, although the ice element is the natural guardian here, it is not a great threat to the Black Dragon King. Under Lin Jin's command, the Black Dragon King also quickly moved towards flying away from the distance. When the Black Dragon King flew over, these ice elements also raised their heads and launched attacks. Dense ice fragments all shot towards the Black Dragon King. But the distance between the two sides was too far, and the ice elements, the power of the attack was greatly weakened, and the Black Dragon King itself had strong resistance and was completely immune to such low-level magic attacks. In an instant, Lin Jin rode the Black Dragon King into the world of ice and disappeared. Lin Jin moved quickly along a place in his memory. As the surrounding map emerged, he also had a clearer understanding of where he was. He didn't know how long it took before the Black Dragon King finally lowered his height and landed on the ice. According to the place in Lin Jin's memory, it should be around here. The war ring in his hand flashed with light, and the Death Angels also appeared on the spot. There were 50 of them. Then Erica appeared behind Lin Jin again. Now Erica's aura was more powerful, her feathers were softer, and her already beautiful face became even more stunning, like an untouchable and glamorous fairy. The noble and mysterious aura on her body is even more eye-catching. With the resurrection of the Angel of Death, Erica's strength is constantly improving, and she has become more and more perfect. Erica, search around to see if there is anything unusual. Lin Jin ordered in a deep voice. He remembered the approximate location, but he didn't know the specific situation here, so he still needed to search again. Yes, master, Erica replied respectfully. She immediately dispersed with the Death Angels and began to search for nearby ice and ice stones. At this time, the ice elements wandering nearby also began to attack, and ice fragments formed one after another. It also shot at the Death Angel, but every death angel dodges the attack very quickly. Some death angels simply wave the sickle swords, cut off these fragments, and then killed the ice elements. With the attack, a large number of ice elements followed. As it dissipated, the death angels also began to disperse, carefully searching everything nearby. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Not long after searching, an unusual place was discovered. Lin Jin followed the death angel and came to a big ice stone. After a closer look, he could see a sealed portal through the big ice stone. Black Dragon King, melt the ice. Lin Jin shouted faintly. The dragon breath from the Black Dragon King's mouth instantly covered the big ice stone. With the burning flames, the ice stone melted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the surrounding solid ice also melted. When the ice melts, you can see some white luster flowing under the ice, and you can seem to see a strange silver, white building. It seems that there is another world hidden under the ice. Ding! Congratulations on your discovery. Entering a distant portal, this portal exudes an ominous curse. This is it. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. This is his destination. The origin of the undead natural disaster is here, and what happened here is the undead will directly impact the Holy Empire and become the strongest force after the orcs and dark elves. Lin Jin had previously conquered the vampire queen Letitia, one of the undead natural disaster bosses, and now wanted to conquer the other undead natural disaster bosses. Now that he has full wings, strong strength, and is on the cusp of the storm, he can just come and check out the power here and find out the situation. If possible, he also wants to directly conquer the future boss of the undead natural disaster and become the master of the game process. Thinking of this, Lin Jin resolutely stepped into the portal. His legion also disappeared with him in an instant. On this endless ice field, only one teleportation gate stood alone. The cold wind blew by, and the teleporters were once again covered with a layer of ice crystals. If you look down from a high place, you may not be able to find this portal at all. Here, Lin Jin felt his eyes flicker, and when he reappeared, there was also a crisp system prompt in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on arriving in the land of the White Knight. Ding! You are cursed, but because you are undead, the curse has no effect. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the legendary mission, the Frozen Country. Description of the Frozen Country. Legend has it that there is a country called the Country of White Knight. This country is very prosperous and powerful. However, overnight, the entire country completely disappeared, and history has gradually forgotten this legendary country. It is only found in historical documents. News about this country can be found in a few words. Award? What is this? Fully open mission. Lin Jin looked at this legendary task and paused for a moment. The legendary task is already the highest level task that can be seen, and the rewards are very generous. But this legendary task is very strange. There is only one description about the task requirements and tasks. None of the rewards appeared. Perhaps, will the mission be triggered during the exploration? Lin Jin thought again. At the same time, his eyes began to look at everything in front of him, but he saw a very solemn and simple street in front of him. It is similar to medieval decoration, but there are some obelisk-shaped buildings, and the colors tend to be simple colors, including brown, and black, which look very solemn and neat. It can be seen that this was not a kingdom of temples. Kingdom of temples, the architectural style is huge and luxurious. A gorgeous Gothic style. All buildings are covered with carvings, statues, and friezes, which are very easy to identify. Just when Lin Jin was looking at everything around him, he saw the ground shaking around him, and the whole city was shaking. As if he had been awakened, he saw undead skeletons coming out of various streets and alleys. These undead skeletons were all staggering, and some remnants of clothes could be seen on them. The clothes were of different styles, and it seemed that they could tell what they were like when they were alive. Information. They are not soldiers recruited from the military lair, but creatures that have been directly transformed into undead. On the distant streets, you can still hear the harsh sound of horse hooves. Around you, the wind roars, and the sound of kikilali gradually comes from the distance. Floating in, shadows shot out in the air. At this time, the originally dead world was completely awakened by Lin Jin's intrusion. Among the undead soldiers in the sky, Lin Jin was like a drop in the ocean. Insignificant. But despite this, Lin Jin remained calm and did not take him seriously. This part of the army alone was far from being able to affect him. Eradicate them. Lin Jin looked at the undead that kept emerging from all directions in front of him and said lightly. The next moment, all the death angels around him flapped their wings and flew towards the undead in front of them. In the air, several death angels also began to fight and float towards them. When they saw the undead souls in front of them, they saw the double blades of the death angel waving in their hands, bringing up blades of light and sweeping towards the undead souls in front of them. The attacks from their sickle moon scimitars carried a kind of decaying energy, and when they hit these undead souls, easily tearing the latter apart. There were also some death angels who scattered around and began to attack the surrounding undead. With each slash of their swords, a large area of skeletons in front of them was cut into 2 pieces and smashed into pieces. There were also some death angels or undead knights rushing into the distance. These undead knights are also ordinary. They all wear the armor in front of them. Each of them has different strengths, but the overall strength is 12th level. There are even a few undead knights with 13th level strength. These undead knights are still very weak in front of the angel of death. Each death angel is 1 to 1,000, crisscrossing the battlefield. As for Erica, she has been quietly guarding Lin Jin, quietly watching the enemies keep coming. In the kingdom of White Knight, has the entire country been cursed by the undead and been transformed into undead? But what about the medium? What's the cost? Lin Jin frowned slightly as he looked at the battle in front of him. Judging from the current situation, these undead are all transformed from the living, and they are not any kind of soldiers. But it is very uncomfortable to transform living beings into undead. Easy. Take players as an example. If players want to transform into the undead camp, they need to pay a certain price and resources before they can transform themselves into undead creatures. At the same time, if they want to transform into undead heroes, they need to pay a higher price. These undead in front of me are all transformed from living beings, but the transformation of each undead requires a price. So what kind of power can transform all these people into undead? In the previous life, Lin Jin only knew about the outbreak of undead natural disasters. A large number of undead reappeared in the world and launched an attack on the Holy Empire. The origin of the undead that the temple can trace is only here. But no one has ever really investigated the real reason for the existence of these undead, and no one can investigate clearly. Now, Lin Jin begins to unravel the mystery behind the undead disaster in the future. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. On the streets, all the undead souls were quickly cleared away. Only a large number of skeletons fell in place, and the undead souls in the air also disappeared. Lin Jin also walked along the road, heading towards the main street directly ahead. This is also a city, and in any city, the most important place must be the palace in the center. Lin Jin wanted to go to the palace in front to explore it first. I don't know how long it took, but my eyes suddenly opened up, and a palace came into view. In front of the palace, there were hundreds of skeleton mages wearing magic robes. They all held majestic staffs in their hands. Like the previous enemies, these do not belong to any type of soldiers. They are purely magisters who practice magic. They also generally have stronger power. Guard the palace and eliminate all intruders. When Lin Jin arrived, all the skeleton mages woke up again. The fire of their souls was surging inside their skulls, and they were all murmuring. The next moment, all the staffs in the hands of all the skeleton mages were seen. Various colors of light bloomed, and a violent magical aura lingered on the wide, flat land in front of the palace. Storm spear, thunder and lightning, fire meteorite, ice blade. In an instant, the entire sky changed color, and the violent magic aura outlined an extremely gorgeous magic scene. It was a beautiful but doomsday scene. The next moment, endless magic was seen flooding here. Roar! The Black Dragon King roared angrily, rolled up dust all over the sky, and stood directly in the front. It breathed dragon breath from its mouth and immediately faced these violent magics. The raging flames went straight up, and there were streaks of lightning, spears, ice blades, and even flaming meteorites. When they collided together, an extremely violent force erupted. Among them, the flame meteorites suppressed the Black Dragon King's dragon breath and kept suppressing it. Just a magic, the Black Dragon King can still withstand it, but it can withstand there were too many magical attacks. In addition to the flame meteorites, there were also a large number of lightnings that penetrated the flames, all of which hit the Black Dragon King. The lightnings hit the Black Dragon King's scales with scorch marks. It can be seen how powerful the enemy's attack is. The Black Dragon clan has always had extremely powerful magic immunity and is immune to low-level magic attacks. Although it is not immune to high-level magic attacks, it can still reduce damage. As for the Black Dragon King, he is the king of the Black Dragon clan, possessing greater strength and magic immunity. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Jin puts the Black Dragon King in front. But even such a Black Dragon King will be harmed by magic, which can completely explain why the enemy powerful destructive power. In terms of destructive power alone, these skeleton mages are much more powerful than soldiers. Boom! As the flaming meteorites fell, the Black Dragon King also suffered a heavy blow, and the whole earth trembled. At this time, a vortex also appeared in the sky. A large number of meteorites covered Lin Jin's army from the air. Large magic. Lin Jin still rarely sees this kind of magic. In this world, apart from strategic magic, not many people can practice magic and practice it to a very high level. After all, there are already heroes in this world. If you want to learn to control magic, you only need to become a hero and learn from the magic tower. Lin Jin also learned his own magic in this way. Speaking of which, there is a place in this world where you can learn systematic magic, but in the Holy Empire within the area, the Church of Light is the main one, so magic is rarely seen. In the sky, dense meteors and fire rain fell one after another, and around the forest, all the death angels had already rushed towards the skeleton mage in front of them, whose figure it flashed through the air very quickly. There were also a large number of skeleton mages releasing some low-level magic, trying to stop these death angels. Countless magics flew, covering the front, and each death angel passed through the air one by one. Beautiful trajectories, dodging some unavoidable attacks. They also waved their swords directly to break them up. Everything is pleasing to the eye. Here, the meteors and fire rain in the sky also fall to the ground. The Black Dragon over there, the king, was hit with bruises all over his body and was furious. However, the Black Dragon King had a deep blood volume and strong defense. At best, these attacks could only cause damage to it. It was unrealistic to take away its life. Boom! At this moment, an attack hit Lin Jin from the air. At this time, Erica behind Lin Jin waved her hands, and the attacks enveloped the meteors and fire rain above her head, and condensed fireballs appeared one after another. After being chopped into pieces, only a large number of sparks filled the surroundings, which was very magnificent. Lin Jin did not need to do anything. As long as Erica was by his side, he could sit back and relax. In the air, the Angel of Death also approached the skeleton mage from all directions. Air shield, fire shield, ice shield. At this time, another magic shield, like barrier, emerged, blocking the Death Angel from continuing to advance. However, the Death Angel slashed with two knives in his hands, and the shields were shattered. Some Death Angels were unable to react in time. They were blasted away by the attack and flew backwards. However, the damage they suffered was also very limited. There was a kind of sickle moon scimitar shining with light, and its wounds quickly recovered, and then shot at the skeleton mage in front of them again. Here, the Black Dragon King with the attack of the Death Angel, it finally got rid of these magic attacks. It flapped its wings and flew quickly towards that side. On the ground, magic attacks rose into the sky again and attacked the Black Dragon King. But when the Black Dragon King attracted attention, the Death Angel further broke through the skeleton mage's defense and started to attack. Focus on one thing and lose the other. The skeleton mage's attack power is very exaggerated, but their defense is very weak. After being approached, there was almost no backhand power, and they were destroyed one after another quickly. Lin Jin's Death Angels were all high-quality Death Angels, especially under Lin Jin's personal leadership. Their combat effectiveness was terrifying. These 50 Death Angels alone were enough, facing 100 How Angels in the wild. This is the difference. They killed each skeleton mage like a beast. Not long after, As the last skeleton mage was killed, everything returned to deathly silence. See the non-underlined version. Please download Feilu for the novel. Lin Jin also came to these skeleton mages at this time. He took a look at the items left on the ground and picked up a staff. He found that these staffs were indeed equipment. Magister's staff. Type: magic device. Description: a staff made of precious materials that can increase magical power. Only powerful magisters can use it. However, after years of erosion, it has lost its previous power. For ordinary players, especially players who have no idea of competing for hegemony, this kind of equipment is what they dream of. But for Lin Jin, these equipments were of little use. In addition to the magician's staff, Lin Jin also found several magic books, and on the ground behind, a death angel brought a gray crystal ball over. Picture and shadow crystal ball. Type: magic device. Description: a magic prop that can transmit information. It can burn images forever. It can also achieve the function of video chat by connecting with a specific picture and shadow crystal ball. This magic device. Lin Jin was stunned when he saw the description of this magical device. Lin Jin didn't care much about the function of recording images in the picture crystal ball. It meant leaving some useful information, but connecting the rest. The crystal ball can achieve the function of video chat, which is amazing. Video chat is equivalent to the transmission of information without loss. Once this is applied to the military, in wars between countries, it will directly change the entire war situation. With this, there are almost no ambushes or traps in the crystal ball. Once any mistakes occur, all parties will be able to provide support as quickly as possible, and the command on the battlefield can also be passed on without hesitation. 4. Lin Jin. If he has the image crystal by using the ball, you can understand the situation in various places in real time, better coordinate the entire large-scale battlefield, and maximize your abilities. This small crystal ball has extremely powerful functions. Ding. Magic guide, there is an image in it. Do you want to play it? Play it. Lin Jin took back his thoughts and chose to play it without hesitation. The next moment, he saw the crystal ball emitting bright light. The light flowed and gathered into a three-dimensional object in front of his eyes. Image. At the image, you can see an armored knight standing in front of a group of magisters. He is wearing blue and silver armor and holding a big sword in his hand. His face is solemn and majestic. No matter what, I must end this matter. I will lead the legion of the Kingdom of White Knight to end these disasters. I leave this place to you, the knight said with a serious face. Prince, we will stick to it until the last moment, waiting for your triumphant return. All the magisters said with serious expressions, with firm gazes on their faces. The whole picture also looked a bit tragic. On the other side of the picture, there were already a large number of legions assembled, and one could be seen in the sky. A giant dragon. In addition to the golden dragon, Lin Jin also saw a holy dragon. The holy dragon had blue light flowing throughout its body. It was much larger than the others, and its scales were shining like gems. Picture at the end, this mighty and powerful regiment marched into the distance. The knight just now should be King Arthas. They were indeed normal human beings during their lifetimes. Then Alsace should have gone to crusade the heretics, but failed. Lin Jin also understood something. The scene just now was very tragic. It should be a time when the Kingdom of the White Knight was facing great danger. At this time, the prince stepped forward and chose to fight against the disaster. But in the end, all the magisters and even the entire country turned into undead. It can be seen that the prince's war must have been defeated. However, what exactly are these magisters guarding here to guard? Lin Jin was a little curious and pushed open the palace door with the death angel and walked in. The door opened and smoke filled the air. Lin Jin took a closer look and found that it was completely empty, except for a figure sitting on the throne directly in front of him. He wears a crown on his head, wears gorgeous robes, and holds a gorgeous sword in his hand. Lin Jin frowned slightly and walked forward, wanting to see this figure clearly. But at this moment, a muffled sound was heard, and then a flame bloomed from the head of the figure, reflecting a skull. At the same time, a powerful breath of the undead dispersed towards the surroundings, rolling up bursts of dust. On the top of this figure's head, a name also appeared, the King of the White Knight. I am immortal. The king of the kingdom of White Knight also shouted loudly. He raised the long sword in his hand to the forest embers, but shadows of the undead appeared beside him. These were also undead souls, but they were like legions. Each undead soul held a long sword in his hand. Swords, armor, and even undead knights riding horses. Kill. The next moment, following the instructions from the king of the kingdom of White Knight, the undead army emerged out of thin air around them and moved forward one after another. The undead were like a tide, and a ghastly and terrifying aura rushed towards them. Kill. Lin. Jean also ordered lightly, walking towards the front without stopping. Death angels flew from Lin Jin's side towards the undead army, and a fierce battle broke out between the two sides in an instant. It's easier to say said that this was a unilateral killing. One after another, the death angels raised their swords, and all the undead were killed easily, melting into pieces. Every step Lin Jin took was accompanied by the destruction of a large number of undead. When Lin Jin walked in front of the king of the kingdom of White Knight, the war was already over, but two death angels had already arrived in front of the king, locking the king's skull neck with two knives in their hands, making the latter unable to move. Too fast. Lin Jin is now so powerful that these places that should have been forbidden areas for players are like a back garden to him. This city is cursed. If ordinary creatures step here, the curse effect will continue to increase. But as an undead, Lin Jin is immune to this curse. In addition, the massive army of undead and ghosts here, and even the magisters guarding the palace, are an extremely powerful force. But this power cannot be controlled by Lin Jin's Angel of Death, and in front of the Black Dragon King, he is really too weak. There is a reason why Lin Jin dares to come here so confidently. With his current strength, he can definitely be called the Overlord on the mainland. I am immortal. Although the king of the kingdom of White Knight was controlled by the Angel of Death, he still kept struggling, and hoarse sounds kept coming from his dry mouth. Killed. Lin Jin ordered without changing his expression. His mind has been eroded by the undead. Although he is also an undead creature, he is an undead creature without intelligence. There is no use in keeping this kind of existence. The Angel of Death on the side did not hesitate at all. He raised the knife and dropped it, and a skull fell to the ground. Lin Jin looked at the throne. There was a book and a crystal ball next to the throne. Lin Jin picked up the book, and there was a long word written on it. A paragraph. He knew that this book might contain the truth about the fall of the kingdom of White Knight. My son Arthas, all these are sins committed by my father. I know that my lifespan is short, and I want to pursue immortality. However, my mind is bewitched by the undead lord, and I collect the blood of the people of the entire country and sacrifice the prisoners on death row. The soul activated this large forbidden spell. When you are staring at the abyss is also staring at you. I know that all this is irreversible. I also envision the outcome of the war, but I hate it. I regret not discovering the conspiracy of the undead lord earlier and causing this. Sin, I know that you have led the army on the journey, but I also know that this war will definitely fail. Please forgive me. When you go to war, I will change the forbidden curse and sacrifice my soul to change this forbidden curse. Once the forbidden curse is activated, my soul will be completely annihilated, and you, my son, will be crowned king. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Ding. Congratulations on discovering the truth behind the destruction of the kingdom of White Knight. A true father is kind, and a son is filial. After reading this thick text, a system prompt sounded in Lin Jin's ears. At the same time, he finally understood the truth behind the fall of the kingdom of White Knight. The original old king was old and did not have much life left. However, he heard the news about the undead from somewhere and listened to an undead lord. Believing in the undead lord's words, he cast this forbidden spell. This forbidden curse is also very strict. It requires collecting the blood of all the people and a large number of souls, as well as extremely rich gold and resources. The old king also did everything the undead lord said. It was not until later, with the continuous implementation of the forbidden spell, that someone finally discovered something was wrong. However, the forbidden spell has already begun to operate and cannot be stopped at all. If you want to stop it, you can only kill the undead lord. But the undead lord is not in this plane, but in the underworld plane, where all the undead are, and the living people break in there and narrowly escape death. He also knew that his son's army was just seeking death and could not change the fate of the kingdom. So the old king developed a new method through several great magicians in the country. He is one of the core initiators of this forbidden curse. Successful casting of the forbidden curse will allow him to obtain a perfect body and eternal life. As long as his soul is sacrificed and the forbidden spell is changed, while the forbidden spell is successfully cast, his direct bloodline can be crowned king and transformed into the strongest undead hero with the help of the undead sacrificed by a country. At the same time, all the undead souls in the kingdom of White Knight will recognize him as their master. When the old king dies, the prince will turn into the lord of the undead and inherit the entire kingdom's undead army. This is the most a king can do for his son. His son is also under the curse and will undoubtedly die, but sacrificing his soul allows his son to be reborn as an undead and control the entire kingdom's legions. It's better to be alive than dead. Moreover, only by living can the prince avenge the kingdom of the White Knight. However, this city of White Knight actually has a passage to the underworld plane. After reading this long content, Lin Jin frowned slightly. The instigator mentioned above is an undead lord. You know, Lin Jin himself is an undead lord, but he was destroyed last time after joining the Crow Principality. He has been promoted to the Great Lord of the Undead. Theoretically, he is much more powerful than the undead lord who subverted the kingdom of White Knight. However, this undead lord is in the underworld. Just like Lin Jin last time, the place where national weapons are obtained generally belongs to another plane, and being in another plane means greater risks that cannot be controlled. In this world, no matter how strong the enemy is, there are still certain the limit is only 14 SSS, and the number of troops in each place will basically not exceed a certain limit. If it exceeds a certain limit, the world will be in chaos. But the underworld plane is a completely unfamiliar place. Here the rules of the world do not apply there, and it is full of unknowns. Even Lin Jin dare not set foot there. If the undead lord is in the underworld, then the threat he represents will rise sharply. Suppress the thoughts in your heart. Lin Jin also searched the main hall and other rooms in the palace. He killed some more undead and found the Shadow Crystal Ball, which also contained some information about the kingdom of White Knight. Unfortunately, it took him a long time to find it. Still haven't found the way to make shadow water. If he can find the Shadow Crystal Ball, then he can produce the Shadow Crystal Ball. However, at this stage, after searching the palace, Lin Jin left the palace and headed towards Alsace. The Legion pursued in the direction of advancement. On the road, enemies kept emerging. This space was very wide, much larger than the Yongyao Islands, and there seemed to be some kind of restriction at high altitude, and it was gray. It was very cold, and the visibility was very low. It would take longer to explore and move forward here. Lin Jin had some idea of the direction Arthas left, but he didn't know where he was. On the other side, during the days when Lin Jin left, a 7-nation meeting was also held in the Holy City. The king of the Stag Principality, the king of the Wolf Principality, the king of the Unicorn Principality, the king of the Griffin Principality, the king of the Falcon Principality, the king of the Bull Principality, the king of the Greyhound Principality, and the kings of the 7 kingdoms also gathered together. In this round table meeting, in addition to the kings of the 7 countries, there was also the kind-hearted Pope. Under the lobbying of the Church of Light, the kings of the 7 countries finally came together to discuss the matter of conquering the Principality of Crow. The rebellion of the Dark Elves and Orcs has had a great impact on the Holy Empire. The death of the Holy Emperor has made the majesty of the Holy Empire no longer what it used to be. Now darkness is surging, and the dark messengers are brewing new conspiracies, and there are a lot of the enemies are watching the Empire. The purpose of this meeting is to hope that everyone will work together and send troops together to clear away the darkness, so that the people of the Holy Empire can once again be shrouded in the peaceful holy light and restore the peaceful and harmonious life of the past. The Archpope said in a deep voice, with a trace of sadness in his eyes. However, except for the young queen of the Greyhound Principality, Queen Isabel, the rest of the people present did not care, especially the evil wolf Principality. The burly King Varian spoke first. There's no need to waste time here. I'll just get straight to the point. Everyone knows the strength of the Dark Elves and Orcs. They have now occupied the Crow Principality and the entire territory of the Crow Principality. They are very powerful and have become the powerful enemies of the Empire. Not long ago, the legendary hero of our Wolf Principality, Marquis Conrad, also fought against the Dark Messenger. He made it clear that the Dark Messenger's strategic level far exceeded him, and his strategic command ability was also stronger than his. So far in the battle, only the power of the Dark Messenger has never been truly exposed. The Dragon Knights have also investigated the desolate forest and finally found the Dark Messenger's lair, and there is a surging aura of the undead there. Dark Elves, Orcs, and Undead. Once these three forces break out at the same time, all the principalities will be seriously affected. Therefore, it is necessary to destroy the Dark Elves and Orcs in the shortest possible time, eradicate the Dark Messengers, and find the Dark Messenger's lair. Completely eliminate the danger of the Holy Empire. In this battle, everyone will divide the territory according to their military merits. We, the Wolf Principality, are willing to dispatch an army of 100,000 to attack the Crow Principality with all our strength. The rich voice was resounding. As soon as Varian opened his mouth, he directly took control of the entire situation and expressed his attitude. I also learned about the Dark Messenger. This person planned a series of conspiracies against the Holy Empire and single-handedly organized the destruction of the Crow Principality. This person must be eradicated. I, the Griffin Principality, have sent 80,000 troops to march against the Crow Principality. The king of the Griffin Principality was also very decisive and immediately echoed. He also had a deep understanding of the Dark Messenger, and the Church of Light had obviously already persuaded this king. Besides, dividing the territory based on military merit is simple and brainless. Although there are some interest issues, they are all minor issues. The Falcon Principality sends 80,000 troops to march into the Crow Principality. The Unicorn Principality sends 60,000 troops to march into the Crow Principality. The Greyhound Principality sends 50,000 troops to march into the Crow Principality. Queen Isabel also said in a deep voice. But at this moment, the Duke next to her had a sinister light in his eyes. The Bull Principality sent 70,000 troops to march into the Crow Principality. Our Stag Principality is currently at war with the Dwarves and is unable to conquer the Crow Principality. The King of the Bucks Principality had a gloomy face and was in a very bad mood. This good opportunity, but the Bucks Principality could only miss it in vain. Now the war between the Dwarves and the Bucks Principality is in full swing, and it is reaching a fever pitch. Here I am completely powerless. Even if I send some reinforcements, I won't get much benefit, so I simply won't participate in this matter. The Church of Light has communicated with heaven and mobilized angels from various churches to form a holy war army and join the battlefield together. In this holy war army, the Church of Light will dispatch 300 angels, 800 Sun Crusaders, and 1,500 paladins. Just after everyone finished speaking, the great Pope said with a smile. But his words were so important that all the kings turned their attention to them. King Varian's eyes even narrowed slightly, and the eyes under the scars, glowing with a faint light. This is such a big deal. 300 crown troops, a total of 2,300 high-level troops. This force is only stronger than their principality. This behemoth hidden throughout the entire Holy Empire finally began to show his ferocious side. Even the king did not realize that the Church of Light had such a powerful power. Looking at the smiling Archpope again, everyone just felt like they were looking at an old fox. See no underline, please download Feilu version of the novel. The 6 countries jointly marched with amazing efficiency. Troops of troops gathered in the main cities of each principality, and then passed through the main cities of each principality and were sent to the portal on the border of the principality to launch a large-scale expedition. The mighty Templar Legion is truly incomparably majestic. The various principalities have now united together, and they have borrowed some portals in their territories as springboards to advance by the fastest route. But a principality is a principality after all. After all, they are not players. If they were players, the efficiency of this kind of march would only be faster. When the reinforcements from the Six Nations rushed to the Crow Principality, players from all over the world also gathered together and marched into the Crow Principality. This is obviously the largest battle in the history of the game. The troops currently deployed by various countries are far from what they could compare to before, and the number of high-level troops and crown-ranked troops is even greater. This fully shows that the huge Holy Empire is completely angry. The Dark Messenger is really powerful. He was able to achieve this. Not only did he destroy the Crow Principality and gain the title of Destroyer, he was also able to bring together the Holy Principality. On the march, many players were discussing it. After announcing the march this time, naturally they also issued a recruitment order to recruit a large number of legions and heroes, among which the players were also within the scope of the sign. Unknowingly, 3 months of time has almost passed, and the power of players is also growing rapidly. In particular, Lin Jin speeds up the game plot and sells resources, which has also accelerated the development speed of players in the entire country. The fierce competition has also accelerated the development of various players. The annexation between guilds completed the integration of forces early. Therefore, players slowly entered the site of the Holy Empire. However, no matter how powerful the players are, they are only stronger than the original process. They can only serve as the core force and can never serve as the real main force. Compared with the various nobles in the Holy Empire, there is a big gap between them, and the gap between them and Lin Jin is like a chasm. It is for this reason that players still respect Lin Jin very much. Who says it's not? He is the eternal myth, but in the past few days, he seems to have disappeared again. In the past few days, Lin Jin has disappeared from the players again, which inevitably attracted their attention. He must be doing something big again. I always feel that every time he appears, he will bring us a big surprise. My heart can't bear it. Do you think this time, the Dark Messenger can lead the Dark Elves and Orcs to defeat the Holy Principality? The strength gap between the two sides is quite big, and each principality dispatches legendary heroes, and the Wolf Principality is even conquered by King Varian himself. You don't care about so many things. Anyway, if you can make money, make money. If you can't, just run away. This world is very realistic. If you have no strength, the Holy Principality will not even look at you. For the players, it doesn't matter what camp they are in. The most important thing for them is to gain benefits for themselves. If Lin Jin makes any big noise again, they just need to escape quickly. The army will march towards the Crow Principality in a mighty way. With great speed, at the junction of the Crow Principality and the Wolf Principality, the army led by Conrad is already stationed here. They are waiting for the legions of the other principalities. Once the legions of the other principalities arrive, the legions of the Wolf Principality will also launch an attack immediately. Chief Goshak, this time, the Wolf Principality is okay. We just got the news that the other armies of the Holy Principality are here. The orcs gathered together, looking particularly condensed. A storm is coming. The orcs are also watching the movements of the Holy Empire, and just from the support from the enemy, they can feel a heavy pressure. Now, with the rest of the Holy Principality's army, the entire orc tribe seemed very depressed. In the past, when the Holy Principality's reinforcements entered the Crow Principality, the orcs were unable to fight back. Now that the main armies of each Holy Principality have gathered, the pressure on them is even greater. If they come, let them come. We orcs will never back down. Goshak glanced at the map and continued with a thunderous voice. We also have the assistance of the Dark Messenger, and we also have the Dark Elves to help resist the reinforcements of the Holy Principality. We will definitely win. At this time, Goshak did think of Lin Jin. Lin Jin will give him greater confidence. He now knows that Lin Jin is the hero of the undead camp, and he has collected so many corpses and souls, so his strength will inevitably be very strong. He firmly believed that Lin Jin would definitely appear when the orcs were in danger. On the other side, the atmosphere in the Dark Elves was also very heavy, and all the Dark Elf queens seemed uneasy. The Dark Elf spies had also been paying attention to the affairs of each principality. Movements, and such big movements in the principalities naturally attracted their attention. Queen Brianna, what now? The main armies of each principality are here, and with our strength, we simply cannot resist them. In the hall, a dark elf queen couldn't help but said, "Yes, all countries have dispatched their main legions, and the Church of Light alone has dispatched 00 angels. How can we resist their attacks?" Another dark elf queen said, "The Light Church's crowned troops alone are more than the dark elves' crowned troops, not to mention the power of the other holy principalities. It is conceivable that once the enemy army comes, it will sweep across the Crow Principality with overwhelming force. Just thinking about it is a nightmare. Yes, what should we do? How about we retreat?" Retreat? Where can I retreat to? Our own underground city has also been discovered, and the Holy Empire is determined to deal with us. We have nowhere to escape. The hall was in chaos. But at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Quiet. The voice was calm, with an aura of grace and luxury, and there was also a charm in the grace and luxury. The mixture together made people feel very special, but the voice was surprisingly pleasant. Everyone turned their heads and found that the voice was it is Queen Brianna. Now Queen Brianna has truly gained the momentum of a queen, especially when she led 50 black dragons to attack and won repeatedly, which also allowed her to win more applause and become more confident and calm. You don't have to worry. Lord Dark Messenger and I had anticipated the enemy's attack a week ago. It is precisely because of this that Lord Dark Messenger left here to prepare for the next war. I can tell you clearly that this war will be a crucial war for the decline of the Holy Empire, and we will definitely win. But now, the only thing we need to do is to persist. Persist in resisting the enemy's attack and wait for the situation to change. As for me, I will fight alongside the Dark Elves. Having said this, Queen Brianna's eyes slowly swept across the face of the Dark Elf Queen in the lobby, and then she said quietly, "If you still want to retreat, you might as well wait until I die in battle. Discuss retreat." Feeling Queen Brianna's gaze, the other Dark Elf Queens could not help but lower their heads slightly, not daring to look directly, and her words also shocked these Dark Elves. Brianna now is completely different from before. Between the two of them, she is not only more charming, but her aura is also reborn, as if she has become a qualified queen. In front of her, ordinary dark elves will feel a mountain of pressure, and the personality charm she displays is also deeply felt. It deeply attracted the rest of the dark elf heroes, and even some dark elf queens admired her. Confidence can completely bring a person back to life. Brianna has given her soul to Lin Jean, and she also knows that Lin Jean still controls an extremely powerful undead army, so she didn't worry about the outcome of this war at all. She believed that Lin Jean would definitely lead them to victory. The Dark Elf meeting ended soon. Because of the unified queen system, the Dark Elf at this time no other sounds appeared in the sound, and each Dark Elf clan also dispersed according to the deployment of the Dark Elf Queen, ready to prepare. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. At the border of the Crow Principality, the silver, white Templar legions gathered into a sea, but these seas looked extremely rigorous, and each legion was arranged neatly and very strictly. There is a phalanx of powerful crossbowmen wearing white light armor and holding powerful crossbows, a legion of defenders wearing heavy armor and holding weapons, a priestess wearing a white robe, and a holy judge in a golden robe. On the ground, you can still see a continuous line of silver-backed wolves and royal griffins, and low in the sky are dotted with Yowling. The golden figure of Yowling continues to emit light. In the sky, archangels and how angels stood in the sky. Their powerful and glorious figures made the morale of the church rise for a time. At the front of the entire temple square, there are all famous temple heroes. Among them, those responsible for leading the armies of each principality are the legendary heroes of each principality. Not only do they have a very high strategic level, they also have strong war talents, characteristics, and advanced strategic treasure sets. Under their leadership, the Legion is fully capable of exerting greater power. This is the true power of the Holy Empire. Lin Jean helped the orcs and dark elves rise rapidly, which also attracted the attention of these holy empires. Originally, they would not pay so much attention to it, let alone mobilize their armies easily. The transfer of the army means that their local defenses are empty, which is always not good news. You know, there are still some other threats hidden around the Holy Principality. However, Lin Jin really put too much pressure on the Holy Empire, and the Crow Principality was completely destroyed, which finally strengthened their determination to conquer Lin Jin. Winning or losing does not matter. Lin Jin allowed the orcs and dark elves to develop too quickly, which in turn caused the Holy Empire to launch a more violent attack. On the contrary, it was easy for the two forces to completely die and be uprooted. March on. Soon, with an order, this huge legion began to mobilize quickly, and all the legions began to disperse, heading towards the front army from all directions. In this direction, the Dark Elves faced the Griffin Principality. Attacks from the Unicorn Principality, the Greyhound Principality, and the Bull Principality. The four major principalities have a total of 260,000 legions, all of which are main legions. The legion structure is dominated by core troops, and most of them are 4 or above, mid-level troops. The proportion is very high. Just leading so many legions, there are a large number of nobles and holy knights from the four principalities. In addition to the legions of the four principalities, the number of player legions coming to participate in the war exceeds millions, which is even more exaggerated. Of course, the number of players gathered here is still limited. They need to make enough space for the legions of the Holy Principality to be stationed, and they all march slowly behind. If they wait until the reinforcements of the Holy Principality begin to disperse in large numbers, then they may be able to join the battlefield. But even if in this way, the number of the attacking legions was extremely exaggerated. With the march of the Holy Principality, the war completely broke out. At the border, groups of Dark Elves also emerged from various places to launch harassment battles. This is also the traditional method of warfare of the Dark Elves. In short, drag if you can, run if you can. On the other side, the armies of King Varian and the Falcon Principality officially joined forces, and the two sides immediately launched a war. The orcs were different from the Dark Elves. They gathered a large army at the border from the beginning. When the other party launched an attack, Gorshak also launched an attack. Gorshak has grown a lot now compared to before. Each bloody battle has allowed him to slowly understand how to command a huge war. The previous confrontation with Marquis Conrad could be regarded as teaching him a lesson. When the battle between the two sides broke out, he also adopted the tactics that Lin Jin had adopted before, using the ultimate blood rage style. With a large number of goblins and gnolls as the vanguard, the war broke out. These orcs don't look stupid, but if you want to achieve results with the same tactics, it's useless to just rely on such crude methods. King Varian's scarred eyes shone with wolfish light. His tall body of more than 2 meters tall and strong muscles looked extremely strong, like an unshakable iron tower. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, full of confidence and contempt. Marquis Conrad, you are in charge of the army. I will go and see how the orcs are doing. King Varian lifted the horse's belly, and the horse under his crotch also came to the front of the battlefield, and he slowly pulled out the wide double-edged sword on his back. The style of the sword was somewhat similar to that of a superb swordsman. The sword the handle looks like a bad wolf opening its mouth, and the giant sword spits out from the ferocious mouth. This giant sword stands up to 1.8 meters, which is taller than ordinary people, let alone it is said that the giant sword is so thick that ordinary people cannot control it. Yes, King Varian. Marquis Conrad obviously also knew Varian's character very well, so he didn't have any intention to dissuade him at this time, but just took over the command of the entire military formation. The heavy cavalry of the Crow Principality. King Varian suddenly showed a wolfish smile and shouted loudly with a heroic voice. He also raised the giant sword in his hand. The huge giant sword shone in the sunlight. War! 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 Behind them, all the heavy cavalry raised their spears and responded loudly with all their strength. The sound was like thunder, deafening, and like the sky falling apart, vast and majestic. These heavy cavalry were wearing bronze heavy armor, with the edges of the heavy armor inlaid with thick, dark golden light. They wore helmets on their heads. The helmets had the same red crest and horsehair as ancient Rome, which was extremely majestic. The exclusive heavy cavalry of the Wolf Principality has the most violent heavy cavalry. But in Wary under the leadership of King In, these heavy cavalry seemed to have souls. Haha, kill me. King Varian listened to the response from behind and nodded with great satisfaction. He swung the giant's sword in his hand, and the sturdy horse under his crotch instantly rushed out like a black shadow. Step, step, step. There was a shocking earthquake in the ground, and the torrent of heavy cavalry behind them followed closely behind, galloping wildly. During the gallop, the crests and manes on the heads of all the heavy cavalry were like red flames, which was very eye-catching. The next moment, Wat's King Lien took the lead and collided with the enemy. He waved the giant's sword in his hand, and thick sword light poured out. He saw a wave of broken limbs and broken arms surrounding him, which was extremely bloody. But his momentum did not stop, and he moved forward indomitably. Even if there were gnolls standing in front of them, they were all knocked away by their sturdy horses. Behind them, all the heavy cavalry were like a torrent of steel. They were like thunder, and no one could stop them. The entire huge orcs because of their attack. The legions dispersed on both sides. The sea of orcs was neatly divided from the middle. Before the ultimate blood rage broke out, King Varian could take advantage of the situation to open an offensive line and completely destroy the entire legion. Going deeper, in front of the main force of the orcs behind the island, the orcs will be extremely passive. In order to promote the ultimate blood rage, they also completely disrupted the formation. If they handle it properly, they will be able to come and go freely among the thousands of troops, killing them wantonly. The core power of killing the enemy. Ha ha ha, so happy. King Varian waved the giant sword in his hand and killed several Black Panther warriors who rushed towards him. Although the blood spattered on the battlefield, he just let out a heroic laugh. Behind him, all the heavy cavalry also shouted loudly, "Kill in all directions," and move forward indomitably. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The Dark Elves were defeated. The orcs were defeated. The defeat of the Dark Elves was expected. After all, they had not planned to face the Holy Empire's army head-on before, but the defeat of the orcs was unexpected. The orcs invested a large amount of troops in this war, and Gorshak also adopted the ultimate blood rage style of sacrifice. But just like this, the orcs were defeated. King Varian's single-handed attack disrupted the orc formations and killed a large number of orcs crowned and high-level troops. When the strategy failed, it ushered in very heavy losses. After several days of fighting, the orcs' defense line continued to move back, and it could be said that they were retreating steadily. Just as the war between the two sides was in full swing, 300 Hau Angels and 800 Sun Crusaders quickly passed through the sky, heading towards the north of the desolate forest. 300 Hau Angels formed a group, and the sacred aura filled the surroundings, extremely dazzling. Each Hau Angel alone is enough to frighten people, not to mention the number of Hau Angels. Spread out, it is really despairing. At the same time, 800 members of the 10th Army of the Burning Sun also rode magic horses and galloped through the air. They were like the legions of the sun. The magic horses were surrounded by mottled golden light spots, and the armor in their hands also exuded golden light. Looking from a distance, one can only see a golden torrent speeding through the sky. The person responsible for leading this powerful legion is also the director of the Inquisition, the Knight of Judgment Benedict. He has golden hair and a face like an iceberg. You can feel that his head is tilted back. His meticulous figure reveals that kind of aloof atmosphere. As the director of the Heretic Tribunal and the strongest hero of the Church of Light, he has also launched a large number of crusades against heretics and eliminated a large number of heretics. When the Dark Elves and Orcs were in turmoil, he still led the legions of the Church of Light and slaughtered dozens of Orcs and Dark Elven tribes. In addition, there are 4 knight captains from the Inquisition. This hero lineup is also extremely luxurious. All the major principalities are regaining lost territory, but what the Church of Light needs to do is to find the lair of the Dark Messenger and erase that part of its power. This is also the main reason for their arrival. 300 angels and 800 Burning Sun Crusaders powerfully entered the sky above the desolate forest. It was like dropping a bomb into the entire desolate forest, detonating the entire desolate forest in an instant. A large number of wild creatures were all extremely panicked. Some dark creatures could be seen, and they lowered their bodies for fear of attracting the attention of these enemies. Following the location given by the Dragon Knights, they quickly found the valley where the portal was located. In the center of the valley, two black dragons were crawling on the ground. The entry of the angels and the burning sun crusaders put the two black dragons into fighting mode immediately. Not only that, the angry-eyed cyclops and ancient behemoths in the cave also felt this powerful aura and rushed over one after another. The total number of these angry-eyed cyclops and ancient behemoths is 12. Adding the two black dragons, it is the crowned creature of 14. It seems that the dark envoys are here, and now we have to see what secrets they are guarding. Judge Knight Benedict raised his eyes slightly and looked down. Seeing so many crowned creatures, he felt fearful, but instead became more confident and disdainful. According to the feelings of the Dragon Knights, the enemy did not realize that their attack is good news. Attack! With his command, all the How Angels flew out one after another. One by one, the How Angels flew through the air and flew towards the enemies below. They have strong bonuses, and coupled with their large numbers, it can completely reach the point of crushing. All the How Angels abandoned their defense and launched the most violent attacks. With their fierce attacks, the number of enemies began to decrease rapidly. Even if some How Angels were injured, the healing spells cast by the rest of the How Angels, they were able to recover. With the Angels' gorgeous attacks and tacit cooperation, all the enemies were finally easily eliminated, and there was only one angel casualty. That angel was still hit by the blazing eyes of several angry cyclops. He was torn apart by an ancient behemoth again and died tragically. However, after the war, the resurrection spell performed by How Angel also revived the angel who died in the battle. What a filthy, weak scumbag! Benedict glanced at the battlefield with great disdain and disgust. Then he looked at the cave without turning his eyes and gave a faint order. March. The death of so many high-ranking soldiers made him more confident. He believed that the Dark Messenger no longer poses any threat. Of course, what he is most confident about is his own strength. 300 How Angels, 80 strongest the Crusader of the Sun. This top force is more powerful than the main army of the Principality. If this force cannot defeat the enemy, it would be a joke. In the deepest part of the cave, a portal is standing quietly. Ding! You have discovered a portal. Do you want to lead your legion through the portal? Yes. Benedict did not hesitate for a moment and directly chose to pass through the portal. The next moment, all his legions disappeared in place, and the other 4 mini-knight captains also chose to go through the portal and disappeared. Normally at this time, the temple would have chosen to send people over to investigate the situation first, which was safer, but the strong strength and excessive smoothness made them relax. They were alert. They firmly believed that Lin Jin did not know about their arrival. They also firmly believed that their strength was enough to crush all conspiracies. In a flash, Benedict also emerged from the portal with his legion. When his vision recovered, when he looked forward, his face, which was slumped in front of him but remained unchanged, was completely sluggish, as if it were petrified, and his whole person was completely frozen. The contrast between the two made his face-to-face feels a little weird and distorted. In front of him, there were 2 ferocious ghost dragon kings. Black flames bloomed from the ghost dragon kings' bodies, looking very cold, and the surrounding sky was full of undead. Ghost dragons, soul, grabbing death scythes, and angels of death are all overwhelming undead creatures at a glance. The rich aura of death rises into the sky and directly floods the surrounding area. The Legion of Light, originally led by Benedict, exuded an extremely dazzling sacred aura, shining wherever they went. But here, the brilliance of these angels was tightly suppressed, and the rich sacred aura was also completely suppressed, like a candle in the wind. Trap. This is a deliberate trap. An instinctive idea came to Benedict's mind. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding light flickered, and another batch of angels and sun crusaders appeared. The 4 knight captains also came to his side. The Church of Light has been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Jin stood on the back of the Black Dragon King in the sky at the far end, looking down at the angel army in front of him. He waved his right hand lightly, and a black curtain quickly toppled forward from the air behind him. At this moment, the bright sky turned completely dark, and this area seemed to be completely covered by darkness. In this darkness, the figures of the angels and the burning sun crusaders were particularly dazzling. while the undead creatures glowing with flames looks more and more sinister. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. The sky of death shrouded, and the entire battlefield turned completely black. All the angels felt extremely weak, their strength began to decrease significantly, and the auras of all the undead creatures became stronger and stronger. Lin Jin's strategic level is high, and all attribute points are naturally high. He is also wearing high-level treasures, which have been enhanced to the extreme. The Death Shadow Cloak behind him is a national weapon, and it is also a specialized legal national weapon, which can amplify dark magic. Under this increase, the scope and degree of increase of the Death Canopy will also increase. The effect of the Undead Natural Disaster also increases the power of the undead by 20%. The Destroyer effect also enhances the initiative of troops and weakens the initiative of angels. General Curse magic does not have much effect on angels and Sun Crusaders. Their own sacred attributes make them immune to low-level curse magic. But the Death Sky is different. This is the active magic carried on the national weapon, and it is also the most advanced magic. This kind of power is enough to affect angels. In addition, the effect of the Undead Natural Disaster is to increase the power of the undead, and the effect of the national weapon also further enhances the power of the undead. The bonus brought by the title of Destroyer is a neutral attribute. It can not only improve the initiative of the undead's troops, but also weaken the initiative of the angel's troops. These increases alone can completely turn the so-called weak undead into a real god of death. Group Stone Skin. The group goes berserk. Dragon's Wrath. Another set of magic was released daily. Lin Jin finally released the active effect of this suit. With the reminder of a dragon roar, the aura of the ghost dragons in the audience became more surging, and the dark flames on their bodies swayed crazily, terrifying people's minds. Stud. In front of them are the real main legions, so Lin Jin does not need to keep the Dragon's Wrath effect. It is best to release it at this time. For these angels and the burning Sun Crusaders, the enemies in front of them are originally, it is terrifying, and after adding so many effects, it is already like a real disaster. This power is powerful enough to make people despair. Damn it! What on earth is this messenger of darkness? And what's going on with these angels of death? Why do holy angels turn into these filthy, ugly creatures? Benedict gritted his teeth, his face a little distorted. Although the dense crowd of undead in front of him was shocking, he could barely accept it. Only the angel of death, which exuded a strong aura of death, was completely unacceptable to him. Angels cannot be evil. Infected, why did they degenerate into the undead? Just spreading this news would be enough to shock the whole world, and once this news reaches heaven, it will probably also cause shock in heaven. He felt that there was a lot of danger in his heart, but the speed was not slow, and he cast a lot of buff magic casually, and even tore up a scroll. The Song of the Holy Light. A magnificent hymn was used. Now, in the sky above these angels, a series of sacred lights flashed, but all that there is a powerful God lingering in both the angels and the burning Sun Crusaders. The 2 blades in the hands of the How Angel are glowing with sacred light, and the burning Sun Crusaders exude more powerful power. Everything seems long, but it is all in the blink of an eye. Nadict has torn the scroll into pieces, and all the enemies in front of him have also rushed over. One after another, the ghost dragons have rushed over, and they are huge. In comparison, the soul, snatching death's scythe, and the angel of death seem more secretive. From all directions, everyone moved towards the How Angel and the burning Sun Crusaders, and the 2 sides soon collided with each other. However, they saw a famous How Angel fighting with the Death Angel. Both sides were holding double blades, and the swords were inextricably linked. The collision stopped, and powerful storms erupted. The offensives of both sides were very fierce, and their fighting skills were extremely superb, which made people dizzy. Over there, the soul, snatching death's scythe, also began to clash with the burning Sun Crusaders. In the 12th day of the Holy Empire, among the cavalry, the Crusaders of the Sun are the strongest. Not only are they good at sacred magic, they can integrate magical power into their own battles, and they also have the ability to fight in the air, which is simply an outrageous exaggeration. If you take the ones from the cemetery camp compared with them, the Terror Knights are not comparable at all. The cemetery camp is the weakest among all the factions, and it is not a deserved reputation. The attributes of their arms are weaker than those of the same level of arms in other camps. Of course, this is also a general situation. Under Lin Jin's command, these legions can already exert greater power, and this is the 14th soul, re-averting Death's scythe, which is still under the command of Uther himself. The arms of the cemetery camp are the whole camp is the weakest, but if it crosses the level, it can still be crushed. What the cemetery camp is best at is cultivating a sea of skeletons and crushing the enemy with a massive number of troops. This also makes up for the shortcomings of the cemetery camp, even giving them the most powerful threat, who is willing to show off their skills if they can crush them. One undead can't beat it, two undead can't beat it. How can they beat the 10 who are still riding horses? There are 300 people present. There are only 50 death angels, 50 soul, snatching death scythes, and 10 ghost dragons. This power is enough to crush the main force of the Church of Light. And this is not the full strength of Lin Jin. It has to be said, Lin Jin's strength improved so fast that he felt a little dazed by this improvement in strength. Among them, the biggest increase in combat power recently was the battle in Crowding City, which directly added 152 to his strength. The Angel of Death, and then, as the war between the Dark Elves and the Holy Empire began, he also obtained a large number of black dragon corpses. These are also transformed into ghost dragons. In addition, he conquered the Guajan Islands and occupied 5 crown troop nests, 3 wild crown troop nests, and 2 crown troop buildings in the God-given city. He also provided him with 8 ghost dragons and 2 raiders every week. Soul Death Scythe, as well as recruiting 4 ghost dragons from the island of Eternal Night. There are 12 ghost dragons. The undead do not need maintenance fees. If Lin Jin keeps hiding here, then the number of his legions will increase. This is terrifying to think about. Perhaps, this is also the main reason why the undead are feared by all living beings. Too strong. There was a fierce battle in front of them, and the confrontation between a large number of high-ranking troops was really spectacular, just like an epic war movie. The ghost dragon's bite and breath also looked extremely strange in the black mist. At the same time, the ones suffering the fastest casualties were the Sun Crusaders. The Crusaders of the Burning Sun were really not enough to watch in front of the soul-seizing Death Scythe. The two sides kept fighting, but the Crusaders of the Burning Sun were at an absolute disadvantage and were killed one after another. Magic horses were disillusioned one after another, and corpses fell from the sky. If you can't beat it, you must break through. Not long after the battle broke out, Benedict realized the outcome of the war. But now he was dragged into the war and could not leave the battlefield at all. Before the war ended, he could not use the portal to leave the battle. Although the portal it is very convenient, but it is also limited. Even when the town is dragged into the battle, the portal cannot be used, let alone the portal on the battlefield. Moreover, he is in a war, and even the return spell cannot be used. If you want to escape, you can only break out from here, break away from the battlefield, and then use the return spell to leave. After making the decision, Benedict almost no longer hesitated and immediately commanded the army to break out in one direction. This is a bright place. A large part of the church's assets, in addition to eliminating the dark messengers this time, is also to show the power of the Church of Light to the other principalities. It must not be damaged here. If all 300 Haoyin are lost, then the Church of Light will really my vitality is greatly damaged. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. On the battlefield, Benedict commanded all the legions and made a surprise attack to the east. A large number of angels and sun crusaders also frantically broke through to the east. Although it was all in darkness, Benedict's command was still very fast, and the entire legion was united into a rope. However, the eager breakout also caused the angel to abandon its original defensive formation, exposing many flaws. On the contrary, the casualties increased rapidly. In the darkness, the 2 ghost dragon kings were like ghosts, swooping in quickly from time to time, swallowing up a burning sun crusader and even an angel. If you are hit by the dragon breath of the ghost dragon king, even an angel will be completely unable to resist it. The dragon's breath that corrodes your vitality is simply a nightmare. At this time, Lin Jin also began to command some troops on the edge of the battlefield and began to quickly break through, intercept, and prevent the enemy from escaping. Lin Jin's ranked troops were far superior to those of the enemy. It was simply wishful thinking to escape like this. In the battlefield, the most dazzling ones should be Erica and Ella. One of them is a legendary hero and the other is an epic hero. They are extremely powerful. However, Erica and Ella were seen as if they were in an uninhabited territory. The How Angels in front of them were unable to resist their attacks. During the battle, their enemies were killed first. Erica is not obsessed with pure combat, but in order to expand her advantage on the battlefield, she hides in the darkness, like a fish in water, and once the enemy reveals a flaw, she launches a swift attack. Kill with one strike, leaving no chance. In the sky, the How Angel and the Death Angel were fighting fiercely together, but Erica killed more angels alone than the other Death Angels killed. Although this is suspected of robbing people, it also shows how powerful Erica is. This is simply the art of killing. During Lin Jin's all-out attack, the angels' casualties were further increasing, and the angels were facing fierce attacks, and they could not find a chance to use the resurrection spell. Some angels were performing resurrection spells, but a death angel flew over in the darkness and slashed their throats with 2 knives in their hands. Rush out, must rush out. Benedict felt the casualties of the angels, and his heart became more and more anxious. He personally led the Burning Sun Crusaders, evading the attacks of the ghost dragons, avoiding the large number of death angels, and desperately tearing apart the defense. How the angel also turned into his shield, guarding him. In this desperate escape, it seemed that the front finally broke through and a gap appeared. This made Benedict very happy. The darkness hidden here is really too great. It was terrifying and completely subverted his understanding. The name Soul, snatching Death's scythe, the huge number of ghost dragons, and the last angel of death all gave him a huge impact. The Holy Empire has been standing for so long, and this has never happened before. Such a huge undead force appears. This is an undead force. The undead force has always been known as the Undead Sea. There are so many undead crown-level units here. So how many middle and low-level undead units are there? Even if the undead does not have mid-level and low-level units, as long as Lin Jin walks around the battlefield, he can add a large number of troops out of thin air. All of these are variables. If you know that Lin Jin represents such a terrifying force, this time the Holy Principality's war against the orcs and dark elves will also change. But the Holy Principality doesn't know. Such a big mistake will mean an even more painful price in the future. Finally, Benedict led the How Angel and the Burning Sun Crusaders to this place where the defense is relatively weak. Just when he thought he was about to break through the siege, a necklace of light appeared on his body, and then a barrier enveloped the whole body, including some How Angels. Before he could react, a massive amount of death magic bullets came from underneath. In the darkness, it kept overturning and completely enveloped the area. Death magic bullets followed one after another. After the magic bullets exploded, they brought up another wave of plague toxin. Lin Jin always handled things flawlessly, especially how could a premeditated ambush leave such a big flaw? In order to annihilate the main force of the Church of Light, he even sacrificed the angry Cyclops and ancient behemoths in the valley. If the legions of the Church of Light were allowed to break through again, that would really become a joke. This island of eternal night is Lin Jin's home court. The continuous death magic bullets lasted for 5 minutes, completely covering this space. Benedict, the barrier that emerged beside him, was shaken by the beating and finally shattered. The surrounding Sun Crusaders and How Angels were also attacked one after another. The attacker was not the enemy, but Lin Jin's great corpse witch army. And outside, when the death sky spread, a large number of plague Lamassu had already taken to the sky and had already surrounded the surroundings. On the back of plague Lamassu, there were also life, weaver spider queens, and vampire dukes. Escape? Go to heaven and earth. Nowhere to escape. After the bombardment, more than a dozen ghost dragons also rushed over, and more than 20 death angels also flew over again and began to harvest these maimed enemies. Accompanied by How Angel and Burning Sun after the death of the Crusaders, Lin Jin's crown troops were also liberated. and because of Benedict's breakthrough, the casualties of his army increased rapidly. The effect of the death sky is still continuing. In this darkness, a famous angel and the burning sun crusaders were harvested one after another. At this time, Benedict looked far away in the direction of Lin Jin and shouted coldly, "Dark Messenger, who are you and what do you want to do?" Originally, he thought he was leading 300 people. How Angel and the 800 Burning Sun Crusaders did not take Lin Jin seriously at all. But after entering here, he realized how stupid he was. Being able to single-handedly mobilize the orcs and dark elves to destroy the Crow Principality and possessing such powerful power, this is the real boss behind the scenes. This kind of enemy will definitely be the greatest threat to the Holy Empire. He felt extremely regretful. If he had not underestimated the enemy and let the Holy Knight explore the power inside first, he would not have ruined the main force of the Church of Light. It's a pity that no matter how much he regrets, it won't have any effect. I want to trample the hypocritical Holy Light under my feet and burn it to ashes. You go back and tell the Light Church that this is just the beginning. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Benedict from a distance, and shouted coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this time, he also recalled everything he had suffered in his previous life. He was sacrificed by the Holy Falcon Empire and decided to send him on a funeral mission. However, in the end, a conflict broke out with the Church of Light and he was arrested. Because of his special status, he was also detained in prison, suffered humiliation, and was finally tried in the judgment hall by the Pope of the Church of Light of Falcon Principality and executed. It can be said that he also has a deep hatred for the Church of Light. This is also the organization that he must destroy. Jin still remembered that after he was arrested, the priestess in the Church of Light who helped him change his profession came to see him. As the priestess who helped him change his profession, Lin Jin had always been very kind to her and visited her often, and brought her a lot of gifts and fruits. However, when the female priest arrived, she did not come to visit him. After he cried out all his anger and hatred, she just showed cold and contemptuous eyes. Calm said, "You are really an incorrigible sinner. I really regret turning you into a temple hero." At that moment, Lin Jin's heart, which was already riddled with holes, completely died. One sentence made him completely give up. He found that he had been living in the dream weaved by others, and he had never been around him before. All the words that everyone said turned into lies. In this indifferent world, only he gave his sincerity, but everyone was making fun of his sincerity. When everything is disillusioned, there is only a blackened heart, reborn in the fire of revenge. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Listening to Lin Jin's cold words, Benedict was stunned. Although he couldn't see Lin Jin's face, he could feel the unforgettable hatred from Lin Jin's words, the hatred directed at the Church of Light. But when did the Church of Light provoke such a terrifying undead hero? Could it be the evil seed left behind by the heretical crusade? Benedict couldn't help but think again. The establishment of the Holy Empire was also full of darkness. Many people on this continent worship the sky dragon god Arath and pursue freedom. However, during the establishment of the Holy Empire, the Church of Light also guided the Holy Principality to launch a heretical crusade and defeated these people who worshipped the sky dragon god. Over the long years, the Heretic Tribunal also represented the Church of Light, sweeping away some heresies in the fringe corners. The so-called heresy does not only refer to the forces of darkness, but also refers to all people who do not believe in the Holy Light. To be honest, there are countless seeds of hatred spread by the Church of Light. There's no way they can count them clearly. Therefore, when he felt Lin Jin's hatred, Benedict didn't doubt Lin Jin's hatred, but he didn't know whether this was the evil seed left behind by not cleaning up. Bastards, just wait. Even if the Legion of the Church of Light is defeated today, you will definitely not survive. The mighty Holy Temple army will still land on this island and destroy everything. Benedict said coldly. His face became more solemn, but his heart calmed down. He said no more and directed the remaining How Angels and Sun Crusaders to fight. Outside, there were already enemies everywhere. Escape is not realistic. In this case, it is better to effectively kill the enemy's power and let them see the strength of the Church of Light. As for here, as long as he resurrects in the town of the Church of Light after death, he can immediately notify the other holy principalities. Let them gather their strength. When the time comes, Lin Jin will never be able to resist the attack of the Holy Empire. He admitted that the undead here are very strong. Once the undead natural disaster sweeps through, it will be enough to cause a great impact on the Holy Empire. However, if he wants to destroy the Holy Empire, destroying the Church of Light is still a wishful thinking. Behind the Church of Light, there is the support of heaven. The mighty Holy Temple army might not even bother to board this island. The corner of Lin Jin's mouth raised slightly, with a hint of coldness. How could he not know what Benedict was thinking? But since he had decided to take action, it would not end so easily. He couldn't help but think of the White Knight again. The scene in the country. He spent such a long time in the city of White Knight. So naturally he did not gain nothing, but gained a lot. It is precisely because of this that he disappeared for such a long time. And as for this siege, generally speaking, this siege was prepared in a hurry, but it was said to be hasty, but it was also carefully prepared. After all, this is Lin Jin's home court, and it only takes a short time to arrange an impeccable siege. But in fact, Lin Jin returned to the city of Eternal Night just 1 day ago. When he came back, a full-scale war had broken out, but he also knew about the troops dispatched by each principality, especially the Church of Light. He immediately asking Elena to pay attention to the movements of the Church of Light. The leader actually broke away from the Holy Principality Legion and headed towards the desolate forest without even taking the paladin. At that time, he knew that this was the best opportunity. The Church of Light wanted to take advantage of when the Dark Orcs and the Holy Principality started a war. They carried out a beheading plan, found Lin Jin's lair, gave Lin Jin a painful attack, and killed Lin Jin. But in the same way, Lin Jin also wanted to take advantage of the Dark Elves and Orcs to attract attention. When the force is strong, lure the enemy deep and wipe out this most powerful force. This is a title unit that exceeds the number of the main legions of the principality. If this force can be completely wiped out, it will be a huge advantage. Similarly, as long as this force is eliminated, Lin Jin's next plan can be implemented better. For this reason, he even used the angry Cyclops and ancient behemoth to guard the valley to paralyze the enemy to ensure the smooth implementation of the plan. Sure enough, Benedict really plunged into the island of Eternal Night and into the encirclement of Lin Jing. When he entered the encirclement of Lin Jing, his fate was already sealed. Also, this ensured the flawlessness of Lin Ember's plan. Benedict continued to command the troops to resist and also caused some casualties to the Death Angel, Ghost Dragon, and Soul, snatching Death's Scythe. But similarly, Benedict's legions suffered more serious losses. Even the How Angel defense line around Benedict had a loophole for a time. A large number of Death Angels also rushed towards Benedict, wanting to kill Benedict, and Erica even pulled out the Raven Sword. The Crow Sword has the ability to kill souls and can prevent the resurrection of these Benedicts, which is also crucial. However, when Erica rushed near Benedict, the latter he immediately became alert, and a barrier appeared on his body again. There were quite a few treasures on his body, all of which had automatic defense functions. The Crow Sword is indeed in your hand, but you can't stop me from leaving, nor can you stop your own destruction. I will definitely tell the Holy Principality about the situation here. Benedict looked at Erica, who rushed over to kill two How Angels quickly, and said in a cold voice. After he regained his composure, he thought that Lin Jin might be holding the Crow Sword. Because of this, he always alert to the enemy's approach. Heroes are difficult to kill, but that doesn't mean they can't be killed. On the entire battlefield, all the How Angels and Sun Crusaders autonomously surrounded Benedict and the four knights. He fought for a long time and guarded them. But no matter how hard they guarded, there would eventually be flaws. As soon as Benedict finished speaking, he saw a dazzling light suddenly appear on his body, and golden light poured out from his eyes. And countless cracks appeared on the skin on his body. Boom. At the next moment, Benedict exploded and became countless light spots on the battlefield. As long as he was not killed by the Crow Sword, he would be able to kill him. The town's hero Altar was reborn. After his death, the How Angels and Sun Crusaders in his legion were transferred to the four knight captains. Their bonuses were not as powerful as Benedict's, and the power of all enemies followed. Decline. This made the war faster. Boom. As the enemy continued to approach, the number of How angels and sun crusaders on our side decreased, and 3 more noises were heard in succession, and the 3 knight commanders also self-destructed. The last knight commander had no intention of self-destruction and was still leading his troops in a fierce battle. It wasn't until Erica rushed in front of him and the crow's sword in her hand pierced the knight commander's body that he finally stopped commanding. At the scene, the angel's power suddenly dropped to the extreme, and it wasn't long before he was eliminated by Lin Jin. Divine Spiritualism. After killing these enemies, Lin Jin did not relax at all, but immediately used God-level spiritualism. It can be expected that Benedict has been resurrected, and the news here will be spread to all the holy principalities in the shortest possible time. So, he must take action immediately. Ding. You resurrected 150 death angels. Ding. You resurrected 247 terror knights. Resurrection of the dead. All the death angels also waved their resurrecting scimitars, and rays of light enveloped the broken bones everywhere. But they saw that the death angels, ghost dragons, and soul-grabbing death sides that had died in the battle also came back to life. If this scene was captured by Bei when Nadic saw it, he was afraid that his fear of Lin Jin would rise to several levels again. Not only did he have the appearance of an angel, he also had the ability to resurrect the dead. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Black Dragons, Undead. Hurry up and inform the king. How come there are so many black dragons? What is going on with those angels? Why do angels exude the aura of death? Gather your troops immediately and follow me. Come on, let's go over there and take a look. Along the way, Lin Jin didn't hide anything. He was heading straight towards the goal. The black dragons and the angels of death flew past in the sky, causing a commotion. Countless players and people of the Holy Principality saw this. The group of black dragons and the angel of death were all shocked. They had never seen such a large number of black dragons before, let alone the angel of death. The appearance of the angel of death had overturned their understanding of the holy angel. There is no doubt about the marching speed of the champion troops, especially the black dragon and the death angel. They are faster. Marching at full speed, Lin Jin quickly arrived in front of a checkpoint. Ding! You found out after reaching a level. Do you launch an attack on the level? This level is similar to the level on the Guizhou Islands. Yes. Lin Jin no longer hesitated this time and attacked the checkpoint directly. The next moment, everything in front of him disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of an empty field. In the sky in front of him, there were 50 angels. These are all archangels holding giant cross swords, and there are a total of 20 golden dragons in the sky. Among them, the leader of an archangel commander is also a hero unit, and he is also wearing a set of strategic treasures. Fight! When he saw the Lin Jin Legion, the archangel commander also raised the sword in his hand and shouted loudly. He was ordered to station here for who knows how many years, but he knew very well that no matter who it was, anyone who breaks in here will be his enemy. Even if a Templar Legion breaks in here, they will be attacked. Not to mention, it is a group of black dragons and death angels who break in here. Under the order, all the angels in front of them he became awe-inspiring, pointed the big sword in his hand, and flew over. At the same time, each golden dragon also let out a deafening roar and flew over quickly. The troops guarding the ceiling land level were indeed very powerful. 50 angels, 20 golden dragons. This is already a very powerful force. Moreover, when the checkpoint is attacked, reinforcements from other holy principalities will rush here quickly. To break the seal, you need to completely defeat the enemy before the reinforcements arrive. Defeat this force. This adds to the difficulty. It can be said that in the world, only Lin Jin can do it. Attack. When the enemy rushed over, Lin Jin also launched an attack immediately. Black dragons and angels of death flew over faster. Even Erica joined the battle. Roar. In the sky, the roar of the dragon shook the heaven and the earth, but when the golden dragon and the black dragon collided, both sides used the dragon's breath in tacit agreement. However, there were more than 100 black dragons, but the number was only more than 20. The collision of the dragon's breath in an instant. The energy wave vibrated the entire space and spread, but within a moment of collision, the golden dragon's breath was suppressed. The flaming dragon's breath filled the sky, shattered the golden breath, and the terrifying flames enveloped each one. Golden dragon. Covered by this dragon's breath, the blood volume of the golden dragon's body dropped rapidly. At the same time, a black dragon also collided with the golden dragon. Both sides bit with sharp teeth, biting each other's body respectively. But just one when the black dragon and the golden dragon collided and bitten each other. Another black dragon rushed over and bit the golden dragon. Immediately afterwards, another black dragon rushed over and bit it in one bite. The black dragon was originally better than the golden dragons are much stronger, not to mention they are led by Lin Jin. Lin Jin is now the truly top hero. In terms of bonus alone, he is exaggerated compared to the legendary heroes. At the same time, Archangel and Death the Angels also fought together. The giant cross sword in the Archangel's hand was burning with flames. With the swing of the giant cross sword in his hand, he launched powerful attacks one after another. Each Archangel fought with the How Angel. Among the angels among them, the How Angels are created creatures and are not very powerful. In comparison, the attributes of these Archangels have been enhanced to a certain extent compared to the How Angels, and their destructive power is stronger. However, the difference in basic attributes is still greater than that of the How Angels, not to mention the difference in quality. Here, Erica flapped her wings and flew past the Archangels on the battlefield, flying straight to the Archangel commander. The latter also noticed Erica's approach and also abandoning the enemy in front of him, he flew towards Erica. One of the two parties turned into a silver, white light, and the other turned into a dark light. The two lights immediately collided with each other. Come. At the moment when the two sides collided, the giant cross sword in the Archangel commander's hand was suddenly slashed down, while Erica propped up her two swords and crossed them in front of her. A wave of power spread out in all directions. The feathers of both of them were blown rustling. Angel of Death, who are you? The Archangel commander felt that he could no longer make any progress and shouted with an ugly face. He had tried his best, but it was still difficult to cut down the cross sword in his hand. However, the opponent's body remained standing. His face was light and windy, but he seemed to be doing something. It was like a trivial matter. From the other party, he could also feel an extremely terrifying and powerful aura, which was a kind of suppression of the lower ones by the superior. This meant that the quality of the Death Angel in front of him far exceeded him. He is already an A-level user, which is considered very powerful. If you want to suppress him, you must be at least S-level. To achieve this complete suppression, the opponent must be at least SS level. The higher the level of the soldier, the higher the quality. The harder it is to improve. Even in heaven, there are only a handful of SS level existences like this. Just after the fight, a storm surged in his heart again. Die? Dirty angel. Erica's eyes narrowed slightly, and her two swords instantly swung away the giant sword commanded by the Archangel. She dwarfed and quickly swung out her hands, slashing towards the abdomen of the Archangel. The Archangel had not yet reacted. He was hit by Erica's attack. He quickly retreated, and the cross sword was also in front of him. However, a black light appeared in the place where Erica attacked, and this attack added poison and curse. In his fearful gaze, Erica's figure disappeared instantly. The Archangel commander was stunned, and his body instinctively swung a sword towards the back. At this time, Erica's body on the side of the figure, he dodged the attack and then bullied himself forward. The two knives in his hands once again left a scar on the body of the Archangel commander. Before the Archangel commander could retreat again, a violent storm of attacks instantly enveloped the Archangel commander. Archangel commander. At this time, Archangel commander could only resist constantly. He held up the cross sword in his hand and resisted the attack desperately, but he was unable to exert his power at all. Sometimes, with strong attributes, it is the biggest advantage. During Erica's attacks, the Archangel commander could not find a chance to counterattack, and Erica's power was stronger than him. The attacks seemed to be fast, but they also contained powerful power. Explosive power. Regarding resisting these attacks, the Archangel commander's power was continuously suppressed and unable to fight back. Amidst the constant attacks, the Archangel commander's body also received more and more scars. each scar carrying the dark aura that came was eroding his body. In the next moment, Erica disappeared from the place again and appeared behind the Archangel Commander. The latter had rich combat experience and had gone through hundreds of battles. His consciousness escaped Erica's attack, but now, even if he was aware of Erica's attack, he could no longer react. The two sides flashed past. One knife slashed through the neck of the Archangel Commander, and the other knife slashed on his waist. Black flames emerged from both swords, as if they could burn the soul. During this attack, the movements of the Archangel Commander came to an abrupt halt, and the blood volume on his body was instantly emptied. See, nothing. Please download Feilu for the underlined version of the novel. Superb, elegant, and deadly. Just like a rose blooming in the dark. Although it is beautiful, it has sharp thorns that can be fatal. Lin Jin had been watching Erica's fighting, and every time he fought, he was impressed by Erica's fighting skills. Death Angel, this is simply a perfectly balanced unit. Their attributes and destructive power may not be as good as those of the dragons, but their fighting skills are extremely superb. In the first stage of the rise of the mythical new species last time, all the Death Angels were enhanced. Their skills are also enhanced and new combat skills are derived. Among them, Erica also understood the instantaneous attack just now and can change positions and change spaces. In this world, there are many types of soldiers with displacement skills, the most famous of which are the Vampire Earl of the Cemetery, the Great Demon of the Hell Camp, and the Storm Lord of the Dwarf Formation, all of which have displacement skills. Although there are many types of soldiers with displacement skills, it must be said that this is indeed an extremely incredible ability. Moreover, in terms of displacement, Erica's teleportation is faster than that of the Vampire Earl, and the attack connection is more natural, as if it is one body. Erica's teleportation cooldown is also shorter. The rest of the Death Angels have not yet mastered the teleportation attack, but they have also learned some short-term burst speed attacks and some more powerful skills. According to what Lin Jin thought, as long as he could complete the second stage and have 100 Death Angels, the entire Death Angel race would gain greater growth and learn new skills. If these Death Angels could understand the instantaneous attack, then Lin Jin would be satisfied. On the battlefield, with the death of the Archangel leader, the war became less suspenseful, especially for Erica and Ella. Wherever they passed, one Archangel after another was killed. As for the Golden Dragon in the sky, the number of casualties was the fastest. Amidst the constant bites from the Black Dragons, they had nowhere to escape and were besieged to death one after another. There was only a large body of corpses left in the whole place. Divine Spiritualism. Lin Jin took out the big soul bottle, released his soul, and at the same time used the God-level spiritualism again. He didn't carry the Ghost Dragon before because the Ghost Dragon was too noisy. The death and decay aura exuded by a Ghost Dragon was stronger than it would be as strong as 10 Angels of Death. He was worried that during the process of coming, he would be noticed by too many people and attract too many enemies in a large area. But now that he has arrived at the sealed place, there is no need to worry. Accompanied with the use of upgraded spiritualism, 25 Death Angels were resurrected. These Death Angels all held black cross swords. The swords were also burning with black flames, which were very evil. At the same time, 5 Ghost Dragons also after the resurrection. Lin Jin chose to exit the level. A large number of legions appeared again, but the level in front of him seemed a bit dimmer. Lin Jin marched forward again, but no one appeared. Reminder: buildings like checkpoints are special buildings. As long as the checkpoint exists, it is equivalent to the existence of a barrier. If you want to cross this barrier, you must break through the checkpoint. This is the rule. The checkpoints in the Guazhan Islands are also ordinary. In the bordering countries, the battle line is at one end, but to cross the national front, you must choose to break through the level. After entering the level, Lin Jin also took the map of the sealed land and rushed towards the target location. There was a continuous jungle inside the level, and he wanted to be in it. It was also very difficult to find the sealing place, but Lin Jin had a map of the sealing place, which directly guided the location of the final seal. Following the target, Lin Jin finally stopped over a dead jungle. Looking down from a height, it's not conspicuous here at all. Burn this place down. Lin Jin looked down at the jungle below, narrowed his eyes, and took the simplest and crudest approach. Set the mountain on fire. Roar. With roars one after another, all the black dragons opened their ferocious mouths, and the raging flames instantly filled the jungle below. The flames rose into the sky, and the entire jungle instantly turned into a sea of fire. The rushing fire waves rose into the sky. This black dragon, the dragon's breath, is not just as simple as the high temperature. The trees quickly turned into ashes and completely dissipated. In an instant, a huge formation emerged from underneath. At the same time, several figures flew up. Stop! Do you know what you're doing? You are about to unleash the greatest chaos from the world. A roar followed. The people in front of them were wearing various knight armors, but they had dragon-like wings on their backs. This can be regarded as the last line of defense to guard the seal, the dragon knights. What about release? Lin Jean sneered and said disdainfully. From all directions, he could also feel that angel teams and a large number of Templar legions were surrounding them. What is sealed here is the passage leading to the devil. Once the seal is broken, the devil will return to the world. At that time, the entire world will suffer endless catastrophes, life will be ruined, and countless people will die in vain. I know that you have a deep hatred for the Holy Church, but the Holy Continent is also your home, and there are also innocent people living there. You can't do this. Please, stop it. Tate, the captain of the Dragon Knight, softened his tone and stared at Lin Jean with pleading eyes. The existence of the Dragon Knight is to resist the devil's conspiracy and prevent the devil from coming back to the world. The devil represents chaos. Once they return, the Holy Continent will surely bring the Holy Continent into chaos. Tate knows that Lin Jean is also a human being, and no matter why he has such strong resentment, he cannot erase his human identity. He also wants to use this to stop Lin Jean. He wants to awaken Lin Jean's conscience and stop Lin Jean's crazy behavior. Haha, how could the Holy Continent be my home? Lin Jean recalled the scenes in his previous life and sneered. When he was being burned at the stake, the civilians were clapping their hands and applauding. Besides, the funniest thing is that they were talking about morality and reason with a revengeful man. Talk about conscience and kindness. If you can't give up these things, then why should you rely on revenge and so-called justice? Lin Jean has always been a paranoid person, and perhaps it was because of his paranoia that he achieved the glory of his previous life. And after he devoted himself to revenge, he was as paranoid as ever. When he decided to take revenge, he had already given up everything. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. If you can't bear the evil that is more powerful than the enemy, what can you do? Defeat those enemies. Attack. Lin Jin's eyes were firm and indifferent, and he directly ordered all the Death Angels and Black Dragons to attack. One by one, the Death Angels rushed towards the Dragon Knight in front of them, and the Black Dragon's flames once again began to burn the sealing formation underneath. You can see that the very strong seal began to glow, and energy sputtered in all directions. In the center of the formation, a magma-like aura of destruction also began to bloom. Stop, you can't do this. Stop, Tate yelled with tears in his eyes. At this time, one Death Angel had already rushed in front of him, slashing at him with the double blades in his hands. He pulled out his long sword and resisted desperately, but he could not stop Lin at all. Ember, stop it, stop it! In the distance, several angels also arrived on the battlefield. Before they arrived, there were roars of anger. The enemy's reinforcements began to enter the battlefield one after another. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Stop. In the distance, on the back of a golden dragon king, the great Pope looked at the seal here. He had already ignored the angel of death, but only hoped that Lin Jean could stop. That seal sealed the gap between the devil and the Holy Continent. Channel. Once the seal is broken, a large number of demons will return to the Holy Continent. He can fully imagine that once the demons that have been sealed for countless years are released, they will once again bring chaos to the Holy Empire, and by then the situation will be completely out of control. But the disaster was more terrifying than the dark elves and orcs. Hundreds of years ago, in order to defeat the demons, the temple used all its cards and suffered countless losses. They united the elves, dwarves, and dragons, and also created the orcs, with orcs as the main force fighting the demons. It took a long time and fierce battles to finally defeat the demons and establish the Holy Empire. In the realm of angels, there are only angels, but the hell of demons has all kinds of demons. In this aspect alone, no one can compare with the demons. No, stop it. Another female knight from the temple shouted loudly. She was the count of the Griffin Principality and was the first to arrive here. However, she was horrified when she saw the rolling waves of fire in front of her and the crumbling seal. The seal here is very close to the Griffin Principality. Once the seal is broken, the Griffin Principality will suffer a devastating attack. Don't want. Stop it. At this moment, time seemed to have stood still. Countless people around them were roaring with heart-breaking roars. They may all be powerful, or they may be worshipped by countless people. The mountains collapsed, but their expressions remained unchanged. But now, they all showed a look of panic. Ultimately, their previous calmness was just that things were still under control. No matter what, the four words Holy Empire represent the unshakable dominance. As long as these four words, if they exist, then they have the confidence. But now, they feel that the entire Holy Empire will fall into a real storm. How can they remain calm? Lin Jin looked back and looked at all the twisted and horrified faces around him. The corners of his mouth curled up, and a look of relief and madness appeared in his eyes. Especially when he saw a few familiar faces, the corners of his mouth curled up. It was very comfortable. It was really comfortable. No matter how crazy he was in his previous life, no matter how yelling, no matter how angry he is, all he sees are calm and indifferent faces until they are finally reduced to ashes in the flames, and they remain the same. That kind of calm and aloof face makes him want to vomit. Seeing him now looking at their twisted expressions, he understood that these people would also feel fear and madness. If you destroyed my world, then I will also destroy your world. This is terrible. Attack. With their distorted expressions, Lin Jin gave the order lightly. The next moment, all the black dragons turned their heads towards this seal from all directions in the air. Roar. With roars one after another, the condensed flame dragon breath spurted out in an instant, pouring straight on the seal. At this moment, at least dozens of black dragons all launched attacks, and all kinds of flame breaths were sprayed in the sky. The dense spraying spurts were like majestic laser rays. Everything was frozen at this moment, and what was reflected in everyone's eyes was the doomsday version of the scene in front of them. They all just opened their mouths, and their minds were filled with confusion. Blank. Boom. With everyone's attention, the attack finally fell. Condensed and blazing dragon's breath bombarded the seal, and the huge seal array also burst out with a burst of bright light, accompanied by a loud noise. But seeing the entire sealing array exploded, a silver wave capsized towards the surroundings. In an instant, countless rubbles flew, smoke and dust billowed, and a large amount of blackened ashes sputtered crazily towards the surroundings. The world was filled with dots of black ashes, tightly and flickering with the light of flames, extremely magnificent. It's over. Just under everyone's desperate faces, they saw a raging flame rising into the sky. The hot breath began to spread, and the surrounding land shook violently, and an image of countless cracks and streams of magma bloomed from the cracks. As for the center of the formation, you can see a huge hole with a bottomless entrance and countless magma foam flowing inside. Phew! Just when everyone was watching, a demon flew out of the magma, its lava, like wings slowly flapping, and its ferocious chapped skin was filled with fiery breath. In its hand, it also held a giant lava sword. But this big demon was seen rising into the sky. The roar, like the roar of a beast, resounded throughout the world. After venting his emotions with the roar, he finally laughed. Ha! Ha! The holy continent. The demons are back. With his laughter, more and more demon figures flew out of the magma quickly, all of them big demons. The seal has been broken, and the demons sealed in this sealed place, they were all released. In the space, a large number of demons emerged one after another. Horned demons, succubi, hellhounds, nightmare beasts, and a large number of legions emerged like a blowout, crazily emerging towards the surroundings. It's over, it's all over. Everyone looked at the demons that kept emerging, and their hearts sank. The seal was broken, and now it's too late. They looked at Lin Jin on the back of the Black Dragon King, with overwhelming hatred in their eyes. I wish I could eat Lin Jin's flesh and drink Lin Jin's blood. You are crazy. You are completely hopeless. You have no idea what you have done. The Dragon Knight Captain Tate looked at Lin Jin and finally roared loudly. All around him, the fighting also stopped at this moment. I know exactly what I did. Dragon Knight, I warn you, don't hinder me again, otherwise you won't be able to bear the price. Lin Jin glanced at him and shouted coldly. If the Dragon Knight hadn't been searching for information about him, the valley would not have been discovered so easily, and Lin Jin would not have been forced into this situation. Since the Dragon Knight has always wanted if they stay out of the matter and just want to stop the demon, then they shouldn't interfere with Lin Jin. Since they are interfering with Lin Jin, don't blame Lin Jin for releasing the demon. Let's go. Tate looked at Lin Jin coldly, flapped his wings, and left here quickly. All the angels around him also retreated at the same time. More and more demon legions will emerge here. If they come now, it's just a dead end. Only by gathering an army can we have the power to fight the devil. All the angels and heroes in the temple quickly evacuated. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Ding. Player King Yongya has broken through the sealed land and released the demons. Please prepare all players to resist the invasion of demons. Ding. The player King Yong Yi breaks through the sealed land and becomes the public enemy of the Holy Continent. Killing King Yong Yi can get generous rewards. Ding. The player, King Yongya, breaks through the sealed land and gains the hostility of the elves. Ding. The player King Evernight breaks through the sealed land and gains the hostility of the dwarves. Ding. The player, King Yongya, breaks through the sealed land and gains the hostility of the dragon clan. Ding. The player King Eternal Knight has broken through the sealed land, and the favorability of the Hell Camp has increased. It is currently hostile. Ding. The player King Eternal Knight has broken through the sealed land, and the version has been updated. Everyone will exit the game after 30 minutes. After Lin Jin broke through the sealed land, a series of system prompts sounded like a screen refresh, and at the same time, several huge announcements also sounded in the ears of all players. At this moment, no matter what the players were doing, they all stopped in unison. Break the sealed place and release the demon? What's happening here? Is there any version update? What's going on? Players have no access to the sealed land or anything about the Hell Camp. Now that they heard this sudden news, everyone was completely confused. However, the time has begun to count down, and once the specified time is reached, everyone will be forced to exit the game. They didn't have time to think too much and could only deal with everything in their hands immediately. Undead, did you release the seal? At this time, the leader of the Demon Lord also looked at Lin Jin in front of him with disgust. Although Lin Jin released the demon did not have much affection for the undead. The system prompt just now also explained this. At this point, Lin Jin has gained the favor of the Hell Camp, but the relationship between the two parties is still hatred. Compared to the hypocritical Holy Light, this demon is insidious and real. Yes, I was the one who broke through the sealed place and released you. Lin Jin responded calmly without changing his expression. Just this kind of demon is not something he takes lightly. He also has nearly 450 death angels and hundreds of black dragons here. The total number of demons here is very large, and they are still pouring out, but the top power is not as good as Lin Jin's legion. From the beginning, Lin Jin didn't think he could handle the relationship with the devil, but he knew more clearly that the devil must have a good relationship with the temple. The relationship is even worse. So he doesn't care what he can get from the devil. If the devil can defend Lin Jin from the temple, that's enough. As for who wins in the end, he can use this meeting to show off. The great lord of the undead, the destroyer of nations, actually has a way to resurrect angels. Lord Wang must be very interested in you. Although I dislike you very much, if you release nature, you will be rewarded by the devil. This thing is given to you, and you can rely on this thing to ask for rewards in the future. The demon Lord Nemos threw an object over. Lin Jin's identity has also gained the respect of the demon lord. The undead lord. These are superior to the ordinary undead lords. And there must be a huge force behind him. And Lin Jin has the title of country destroyer, and his strength is very important. If it is an ordinary person, the demon lord can just dismiss it casually. But if it is a person of Lin Jin's status, the demon lord must take it seriously. The death angel flying to the side shooting over, he grabbed the item with one hand and handed it to Erica. After Erica made sure it was safe, she handed it to Lin Jin. Both the Death Angel and the Black Dragon also maintained a certain degree of vigilance against the demons in front of them. The Demon King's favor. This is the token of the Demon King among the demons. Only those who have made enough contributions to the demons can obtain this token. With this token, you can have the awe of the demons and be protected from demon attacks. You can also rely on this make a deal with the devil. But are you really ready to make a deal with the devil? This is a crimson token. The token is made of a special material. It is somewhat similar to blood jade, but it exudes scorching heat, breath. But the description of this made Lin Jin's eyes light up. Not attacked by demons. This sounded a bit powerful. Of course, he didn't take it too seriously. The ownership of this token was obviously in the hands of the Demon King. As long as the Demon King doesn't speak, then the other demons may really not dare to attack him. But if the Demon King speaks, then this is just a useless stone. But at least for now, it is still very useful to Lin Jin. The Demon King, there is no way for that kind of existence to simply come to the Holy Continent. Moreover, Lin Jin only broke one sealed place, not all sealed places. The target of these demons is probably the other sealed places. Demons, I wish you a happy time. Lin Jin put away the Demon King's token, said hello to the Demon Lord, and then used the return to the city spell on the spot. Although there were still demons here, there was no demon to interrupt him. With the success of the return to the city spell, he also took all the legions and disappeared. Humph, he is an interesting undead lord. But can the undead lord also come to this world from the underworld? Nemos said to himself. The identity of the great lord of the undead is extraordinary, and the undead army led by Lin Jin is indeed very powerful. He doesn't know the depth of Lin Jin, so naturally I am a little more wary of Lin Jin. If nothing else, being able to break the seal is already very powerful. Holy Church, prepare to welcome us to the carnival of hell. Nemos will soon no longer think about this incident, but will turn his gaze to the distance. That direction is the location of the next sealed place. But before that, they still need to bring greater chaos to the world. Middle, all you demons, rejoice. Nemos raised the lava sword in his hand and shouted loudly. Roar! On the ground, a large number of demons roared hysterically and then rushed around crazily. In the sky here, great demons and abyss lords also gathered together. Just these 14 demons, in just a short time has exceeded 200, and the number is still increasing. In the large magma hole on the ground, new demons appear every minute. After these demons appear, they also rush towards the surroundings crazily. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Returning to the City of Eternal Night. The City of Eternal Night is still very peaceful at this time. Even though the sky is falling apart and the floods are raging outside, it is still quiet here, as if it is isolated from the rest of the world. At this moment, Lin Jin immediately summoned all his subordinates and held a meeting. He could not guarantee whether the version update would stop time or what changes would occur, so he needed to rearrange his troops and allocate matters related to the island. The more the game progressed, the deeper the feeling in his heart became. This game world is not that simple. Erica, Uther, Letitia, and Ronus, the 4 of you cooperate with each other. Erica is the main one to guard the island of Eternal Night and the National War Islands. During my absence, try your best to focus on defense and conserve your strength. Everything, wait until I come back. On the throne, Lin Jin said in a deep voice. He already has 4 legendary heroes, which can be said to be full-fledged. The number of these legendary heroes alone surpasses other principalities. Even if he leaves, with his background, there should be no problem. As for Erica as the main one, it's because Erica is equivalent to Lin Jin's creation, and Lin Jin has only talked to Erica and has the deepest understanding of Erica. Besides, Erica is considered the ancestor of the race, and her talent will definitely reach the SSS level in the future. The things and strategies she has learned are better than those of Uther and the others. Of course, Lin Jin is just on the safe side. If not for the sake of this game seriously, he won't hold this meeting at all. He just needs to wait for the version to be updated. Yes, Everyone replied respectfully. Lin Jin was their master. They obeyed Lin Jin's orders and obeyed everything. Erica, this is for you. If there is a crisis, you can use it as appropriate. Lin Jin handed a fragment of Asha's tears to Erica. The fragment of Asha's tears is the most precious prop. No one. With the fragment of Asha's tears, you have endless possibilities. Lin Jin giving the fragment of Asha's tears to Erica is the last guarantee. Yes, master. Erica responded respectfully. After the troops were almost allocated, the countdown ended. With a flash in front of her eyes, when Lin Jin reappeared, she was in a game warehouse. The game warehouse opened automatically, and Lin Jin also he walked out of it. When he saw the real world again, he had a sudden dream, like feeling. No matter in the past life or this life, Lin Jin almost always paid a lot of attention to the game, especially in this life, which is far compared to the previous life. Even more exaggerated. Lin Jin almost never left the game world except to replenish nutrient solution, so when he came out, he felt a little strange. He walked to the kitchen out of habit. Lin took out a bottle of nutrient solution and drank it in one gulp. His eyes happened to fall on his wrist. His wrist should have been very slender originally, but at this time, he felt that his wrist was much thicker. With a slight exertion on his right hand, the bottle in his hand was squeezed flat. At this moment, he finally realized something was wrong. No matter how powerful he couldn't be as strong as this. Besides, his family knew about his family affairs. Lin Jin's own strength was not weak, but it had nothing to do with being strong. What exactly is going on? Does nutrient solution also have the effect of increasing strength? Lin Jin was stunned. He tested his strength again. He punched down with his fist, and even the ground was hit with a fist mark. At this time, he didn't exert much force. Then he tried to jump high again, only to find that he jumped several meters high. He tested his reflexes, endurance, and even his ability to withstand attacks one by one, and finally confirmed the result. He was no longer an ordinary person. Ordinary people face this situation. It is inevitable to panic. But Lin Jin is different. He is used to seeing big winds and waves, especially since he has also experienced rebirth. There is nothing he cannot accept. After rebirth, he also explored the reasons for rebirth. To put it bluntly, come on, he only dealt with games during that time, and the rest had nothing to do with it. Fusion of games and reality? With divergent thinking, Lin Jin went online to investigate the incident about nutrient solution, but found that it had nothing to do with nutrient solution. After ruling out all the possibilities, Lin Jin couldn't help but think of the game. In fact, this was what he suspected the most, and after ruling out other impossible factors, this possibility became closer and closer to the truth. Lin Jin had a thought in his mind and planned to cast spells. He just cast the spells instinctively in the game, but there was no disturbance in reality. All the spells could not be cast. After some fiddling, Lin Jin discovered that in addition to his own attributes, nothing else seemed to have changed. Gradually, he suppressed his thoughts and began to browse the forum. Again, for some things about which there is a serious lack of information, no matter how much he thinks about it, it will only be just thinking. Since he has been in the game all the time, he can increase his strength in reality, so he only needs to maintain the previous state. He has always felt that this matter has a lot to do with the game. All the comments on the forum are everyone began to discuss the matter of King Eternal Night. This long, silent legend finally appeared, but in this form. Lin Jin has always been wearing the Thousand Faces mask. Logically speaking, the system should report the name of the Dark Messenger, but surprisingly, the system reported this time was Lin Jin's real name. However, Lin Jin soon figured it out. The Thousand Faces mask has the ability to conceal the secrets of the sky, but it must be considered it depends on the situation. Lin Jin broke the demon's seal and released the demon, which directly changed the game process significantly and prompted the version to be updated. This incident is no longer an ordinary incident, so Faceless and Thousand Faces cannot cover it up. But for Lin Jin said, this is not a bad thing. This shows that the power of the dragon god is also limited, and it is not indestructible. When the young one is beaten, the old one comes. Since Lin Jin wants to be the enemy of the holy light, it is inevitable that there will be some dangers. Maybe fighting the dragon god. If the dragon god's power is limited, then he can always add a little more hope. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Regarding the place where the King of Eternal Night broke the seal, the version has been updated. Lin Jin quickly clicked on the pinned message. This discussion message also had level restrictions. Average, level players could not express their opinions at all. Only core members of major guilds and well-known game masters could express their opinions. Lin Jin clicked in and found that the discussion inside was already very intense. The Sealed Land. This is the land where demons are sealed. Once the sealed land is broken, the demons will return to the Holy Continent. The devil is a symbol of chaos and the enemy of all living things. The devil returns to the Holy Continent and will attack everyone indiscriminately. By then, the entire national war zone will be severely affected. I now seriously suspect that King Yongye is a traitor and spy from other countries. His actions have undoubtedly harmed the interests of all players. As soon as I came in, the first thing I saw was the comment of God's Eye. As a member of the Church of Light, God's Eye was also in the Griffin Principality when the incident occurred. When the Griffin Principality began to cause a sensation, he also understood only then did he speak out about the sealed land. Of course, he still wanted to lead a wave of players to arouse the hatred of the Eternal Night King. No matter what, the Church of Light will definitely fight on the front line against the devil. He cannot avoid this. Therefore, it is also a good thing to win over more people. Skipping directly those people who were deceived under the eye of God comment, Lin Jin looked down. King Yongye is the public enemy of the Holy Continent, and he is completely full of hatred. Not only that, he is also the enemy of elves, dragons, and dwarves. If you kill him, the reward is not too generous. It's nothing but a blockbuster. I used to think that King Yongye was unknown, but I didn't expect that he would do such a big thing as soon as he appeared. Haven't you discovered the relationship between the King of Eternal Night and the Messenger of Darkness? I happened to be on the road at that time and saw a large number of black dragons and angels exuding the aura of death. The Black Dragon King at the head was also the mount of the Dark Messenger. Why did they cooperate? Yes, the timing of this sealed land being breached was also particularly critical. It happened to be when the Holy Principality was launching a massive attack on the Dark Elves and Orcs, and they also went to attack the Dark Messenger. Hiss. When I think about it, I understand. Weren't we always discussing the Dark Messenger absorbing souls and collecting corpses? Could it be that he has been cooperating with King Yongye all the time, and only now, when facing a desperate situation, did he break the sealed land with King Yongye? It makes sense. It seems that the truth has been discovered. Reasonable and convincing. One is the only genius with an SSS level rating when the game first entered the game, and the other is an invincible being who dominates the war later on. Together, these two are truly invincible. It seems like this is really the case. The appearance of the Black Dragon is also filled with the shadow of the Dark Messenger, and the Black Dragon King is the symbol of the Dark Messenger. Now that the Black Dragons and the Angel of Death are gathered together, everyone will naturally associate the Dark Messenger with the King of Eternal Night. However, they all think that the Dark Messenger and the King of Eternal Night are two people. The player's inference is understandable. After all, when the system reported two names, they never imagined that there are props that can cover up the system. Report, this is simply unheard of. Moreover, I have never heard of any other Dark Messengers. He only knows Dark Elves and Orcs, and he has already spent a lot of energy. How can he still develop such a powerful undead army? They are more willing to believe that these are two people. As for at that time, the only ones who had really seen Lin Jin's face were the Dragon Knights. Even the Great Pope and others were only far away on the edge of the battlefield and could not get close at all. They had no way to determine Lin Jin's identity. To be honest, they haven't even taken off Lin Jin's mask. How can they prove that the Dark Messenger and the King of Eternal Night are the same person? Seeing this, Lin Jin didn't know what to say. The original intention of starting to hide King Eternal Night was to conceal the identity of the undead. For him, now that the undead forces have surrendered to the surface, the identity of the Dark Messenger can be abandoned long ago. The most important thing these players discuss here is related to it doesn't matter much to him. As for the player's attitude towards this incident, he has some understanding. Players are not easy to fool, and besides, they are just hanging around at the bottom, obviously not aware of the sealed land. How much impact will the destruction have on them? Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people holding it up. The Holy Empire is so powerful, and the demons invade. The Holy Empire is naturally at the front. And as long as there is a war, players can fish in troubled waters and gain gains. The possibility of benefit. Moreover, some players from the Dark Camp are extremely happy, especially the Orc Camp and the Dark Elf Camp. Players from these two camps can be said to have a bright future. Happy. Happy. Haha. It made me laugh so hard. I originally thought that the orcs were going to die, but I didn't expect that the demon was released. Now, can these armies of the Holy Principality still have the means to continue attacking us? Come and fight, don't run. The orcs were originally the warriors of the Holy Temple to fight against the demons. As a result, the Holy Temple itself crossed the river and demolished the bridge, unloaded the mill and killed the donkey, and cooked the rabbit to death. Now that the devil has returned to the world, I think about the expression on the Holy Temple's face and find it funny. The Holy Empire has deceived me for so long, and it has long wanted to destroy the Holy Empire. King of eternal night, messenger of darkness, I would like to call you both the strongest. Is anyone optimistic about Hell Camp? I think Hell Camp stocks are soaring. Following the devil seems to be very exciting. Let's fight. Let's fight. Let's see who is stronger, these stupid Templars or our players. I support the King of eternal night and the messenger of darkness. If it was the previous life, the Holy Empire was doing well, and everyone would stand firmly on the side of the Holy Empire. But in this life, the Holy Empire has long lost its authority. The two wars in the Crow Principality have already weakened the majesty of the Holy Empire. No longer, and the rebellion of some Templar heroes that broke out later also increased the number of people who hate the Holy Empire. This game is said to be a game, but it is already closely linked to reality. Before you can realize it, the things in the game loss is equivalent to real economic loss. During the two wars in the Crow Principality, countless people had their assets wiped out and their wives and children separated. However, those guild leaders who were betrayed by the Templar heroes lost all their assets. Not everyone can. Stand up from the trough. Before you can make a comeback, the pressure that comes one after another will crush you into pieces. People are not unable to accept failure, but they accept this kind of unclear failure. Just like if you go to the stock market, people are still accepting that investment results in failure, and they also have ways to recover some losses. But if you operate on the platform and all the funds are taken away, then people will be completely unacceptable. In this life, the Holy Empire, which is under pressure, has exposed too much of its inner filth. They have also lost the trust of players. After checking the messages on this forum, Lin Jin also had a somewhat clear understanding of the situation. He released the Seal Land, but it is not yet the enemy of the whole world. For now, the situation is much better than he expected. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Game version is updated. The update time is not long, only 12 hours. Lin Jin returned to his small room and began to check the next strategy and the remaining things he recorded. Not long after, all the evidence that recorded the secret of his rebirth was burned by him. Although he only had a few months, Lin Jin's strategy was already very exaggerated. He even found the location of the ultimate boss of the Undead Scourge in advance. As far as his current strategy is concerned, it has completely surpassed all the historical processes that have occurred in previous lives. The Orc Rebellion breaks out early, the Dark Elf turmoil breaks out early, and as for the Undead Natural Disaster, he is now the Undead Natural Disaster. And some of the small treasures recorded in it were of no use to Lin Jin. These little fights didn't help him much. Even if he knew where the treasure was, he wouldn't go and get it. Unknowingly, he has now advanced the game to such an exaggerated level. This made him feel a little emotional. Especially version updates. This has never happened in previous lives. He thought about the current changes in his body and felt more and more that this update might open a new door. After 12 hours passed, everyone logged into the game again. When Lin Jin appeared again, he was already on the throne of the City of Eternal Night. Erica on the side was standing by the throne in the hall, quietly guarding here. When Lin Jin appeared, Erica immediately turned her attention. Erica, how much time has passed? Lin Jin turned his eyes to the side. Judging from the current situation, not much time has passed in the game. As for making time leap at once, this is not realistic. Master, it has been 12 hours. Erica replied respectfully. This is in sync with reality. 12 hours after the version is updated, 12 hours have passed in the game. Hearing this, Lin Jin also breathed a sigh of relief. There are only 12 hours, then the game shouldn't have changed much. Erica, do you know where I went? Lin Jin stood up and was about to leave here, but suddenly asked. The master must have returned to his own world. Erica replied respectfully as usual. Lin Jin originally asked casually, but with Erica's words, he froze and felt a thunderbolt in his heart, and he was stunned. Although the NPCs in the game are intelligent, some things are always blurred. If players mention real, life things to them, they will only be blurred. They will not know that they are in a drama, and they will not know that they are in a drama. She doesn't believe in the existence of all players. Normally, what Erica should say would be, don't know, don't understand, don't quite understand. But what she said now is a clear answer, and a completely true answer. Erica, did you know that I'm from another world? Why do you know this? Lin Jin didn't care about anything else, but turned his head and stared at Erica seriously. There is a connection between me and the Master, so I can feel this. The Master should not be in this world, but should be in another dimension. Erica continued. Then can you reach the plane I am on? Lin Jin suddenly felt that his mouth was dry and his heartbeat seemed to have stopped at this moment. No. Erica shook her head and then slowly explained. The space barrier in this world is very strong and restricted by laws. Other plane creatures cannot easily pass through the space barrier. Currently, as the Master breaks through the sealed land, a gap in the space barrier appears. The demon army arrives in this world, and the space barrier becomes a little weaker. Only then can I feel the Master's world. In order to reach the world where the Master is, this space barrier must be weaker. On the Holy Continent, creatures from other planes cannot cross the space barrier and come to the Holy Continent. If not, this world would no longer be dominated by the Holy Empire, but directly dominated by angels. Angels rule the continent and dominate everything. Likewise, there are also the underworld, hell, and the elemental world. Barriers between these planes and the main world also exist. Even the legendary dragon gods live in other planes, and at most they can only allow their clones to come to this world. It can be said that the independent worlds are all blocked and unable to influence each other. The version update triggered by Lin Jin this time weakened the space barrier. This does not seem to have much impact, but in fact it does. It is the biggest change. Once the space barrier is constantly weakened, then the creatures from other planes will also reach the Holy Continent directly. By then, the entire continent will really be a war of gods. The so-called players are not even cannon fodder. Go up. Lin Jin is very powerful, but the other players can't even touch his toes. What a huge difference. If you can break all the seals, can you reach my world? Lin Jin calmed down and asked. The sealed land is broken. All the demons come to this world. The chaotic atmosphere will directly break through the space barrier, and then I will be able to reach the world where the Master is. In addition, creatures from other planes can also invade the Holy Continent. Erica nodded. It turns out that the so-called version update actually means this. In this case, the version update is already a precursor to world fusion. Under this kind of version update, players face unknown possibilities. Sex will continue to increase, and risks will continue to increase. If the previous games can still be like games, with all tasks followed, then the current games have begun to slowly become more realistic. Even Lin Jin, he was also shocked by this news and could not recover for a long time. Although he had already guessed it before, he was still extremely shocked when this happened in front of his eyes. At this moment, Lin Jin's mind, all kinds of thoughts, those thoughts are floating around, like branches and leaves of a big tree, constantly deriving possibilities. You must strengthen yourself. After thousands of thoughts, the last thought finally came together in this sentence. Space barrier, if it is still strong, the impact on the real world will not come so soon. At this time, the only thing Lin Jin needs to do is to improve his strength. As long as the strength is improved, there is a way to deal with all situations. Please download the novel without underlining Feilu. The sealed land was breached, and the devil returned to the Holy Continent. This news swept the entire Holy Continent almost instantly. Within 12 hours after Lin Jin disappeared, time did not stop, and the Holy Principality also held a meeting as soon as possible. At this time, news about the Church of Light's attack on the island of Eternal Night and the annihilation of the entire army also spread to various principalities. In an instant, all the principalities were shaken. The forces assembled by the Church of Light this time were so powerful, including 300 Hao angels and 800 Sun Crusaders, but just such a group of legions were completely wiped out. This loss to the Holy Empire is unimaginable. First, the legions of the Church of Light were completely annihilated, and then the sealed land was breached, coupled with the turmoil of the Dark Elves and Orcs. The Holy Empire suddenly looked back and realized that everything had suddenly developed to such a serious level. Things developed so fast that the people of the Holy Empire couldn't believe it. But reality no longer allows them to hesitate. The demon legions that spread from the sealed land have all marched towards the next sealed land, and a large number of demons also spread and began to attack every village and every town. The devil brings only destruction. If there is no way to block the sealed land, more demons will continue to come to the Holy Continent. Immediately, all legions from the Falcon, Griffin, and Bull principalities evacuated and returned to defend their own principalities. The sealed land is surrounded by these three principalities, and the demons raging will surely ravage the three principalities. It is impossible for them to stay to fight against the Dark Elves and Orcs. However, the other principalities are still increasing their troops. The Greyhound Principality and the Unicorn Principality are both increasing their troops, and the Wolf Principality's legions are also increasing. The chaos between the Dark Elves and the Orcs was all controlled by the Dark Messenger. The main force of the Church of Light was ambushed by the Dark Messenger, and the entire army was annihilated, resulting in heavy losses. After talking with the Dragon Knights, they finally determined that the enemy attacking the sealed land was the Dark Messenger. Everything comes together, piling the threat posed by Lin Jing to the highest point. This is the biggest threat shrouded in darkness. Even though the demon is terrifying, after all, it has only broken one sealed place, and it has not become unstoppable. The current Holy Empire is not the previous Holy Empire. In comparison, they had to completely destroy Lin Jin first, and then they could find a way to deal with the demon. Therefore, these three principalities have become serious and have begun to mobilize their legions. On the western battlefield of the Crow Principality, the Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality also joined forces to launch the most violent attack on the Dark Elves. In order to attack Lin Jin's wings must be cut off, and the Dark Elves and Orcs must be eliminated first. If Lin Jin's lair is in the desolate forest. In fact, Lin Jin's base camp is on an island. Judge Knight Benedict is a veteran hero. When he passed through the portal, he had already recorded the current coordinates, and the location shown on the magic map was on a remote island overseas. As for crossing the portal and attacking Lin Jin, then Benedict is a lesson learned from the past. If you rush through the wild portal, you will be easily ambushed by the enemy. If you don't have enough strength, no one will dare to do this. There's no way they could take such a stupid step. Therefore, if they want to attack Lin Jin, they must take the sea route and conduct an expedition. No matter how desperate it is, a certain size of ranked troops must be assembled to attack Lin Jin. But the distance between the two sides is very far. Once they carry out an expedition and gather forces to attack from the sea, Lin Jin will lead the main force, mobilize the legions, and cooperate with the Dark Elves and Orcs to fully attack the Holy Empire. In this case, everything is really irreversible. If Lin Jin still had maps of other sealed lands in his hand, or if he ran to help the devil, then even if the Holy Empire destroyed Lin Jin's base camp, their Holy Empire would also fall. There's no way they could take such a stupid step. Therefore, after taking all factors into consideration, they could only defeat the Dark Elves and Orcs honestly, restrain the demons, and then gather their strength to kill Lin Jin. Perhaps they could also force Lin Jin out and let Lin Jin fight them here. On the eastern battlefield, the pressure faced by the Dark Elves doubled instantly. However, at this time, the morale of all the Dark Elves has greatly increased, and they are trying their best to resist. When the sealed land was breached, they all discovered it immediately, and they all knew that the devil had returned to the world. When the devil returns to the world, the pressure on the Holy Empire will instantly increase. As long as they hold on, the Holy Principality will retreat again. Compared to before, they now see hope. Queen Brianna, retreat. We can't defend this place. In the dungeon of Coron Forest, a dark elf queen said in a deep voice. After the sealing land was broken, the church no longer cared about casualties and attacked fiercely all the way. The fierce attacks also defeated the dark elves step by step. And after the dark elves were defeated, the Holy Church specially gathered troops to attack the underground city in the Coron Forest. They knew that this was the headquarters of the dark elves and the strongest place. Generally speaking, if they attacked slowly and steadily, the number of troops sacrificed would also be minimal. But now that the situation was urgent, they no longer cared about fighting steadily. They just wanted to eliminate all threats as quickly as possible. Therefore, they resolutely launched a fierce attack at the place where the enemy's strength was strongest. The church is really in a hurry. Well, shrink your strength and prepare to retreat. Brianna also nodded with a heavy face. We have persisted here for a long time. If we continue to persist, the losses will only increase and the efforts will be in vain. She knows that now is not the time to fight head-on. The dark elves and the temple different. When necessary, they will not hesitate to abandon the land they have lived on for many years. However, just when Brianna was about to give the order and prepare to retreat, she saw another dark elf running in from outside. Queen, Lord Dark Messenger's reinforcements are coming. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Coron Forest has been occupied by a large number of Templar legions. Every moment, a steady stream of legions pass through the underground portal, come to the underground city, and join the war. Everything is submerged in the silvery white ocean. Looking at the orderly attack in front of him, Marquis Andrus's face finally looked much better. The threat posed by the Dark Messenger was too great. When he launched a fierce attack here, he was always worried about the appearance of the undead army, but until now, no new variables have emerged. According to this offensive trend, it won't take long to fully occupy this underground city. As long as this dungeon can be conquered, it can have a great impact and blow on the dark elves. Angel of Death, what kind of evil existence would that be? Why do the undead actually have a way to transform angels into undead creatures? What exactly did they do? Marquis Andrus frowned and couldn't help but think deeply. As a legendary hero of the Unicorn Principality, he was well informed, but he didn't know much about the Angel of Death. It was hard for him to imagine that wholly what kind of form will the angels take after they fall. Perhaps for them, the temple heroes, just imagining this kind of thing is a sin and a kind of blasphemy against angels. Just as he was thinking deeply here at that moment, a burst of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Half of the sky exuded a very strong aura of death, and darkness began to spread from the sky. This sudden change immediately made all the angels alert. Even Marquis Andrus was ordinary. He woke up instantly. Marquis Andrus, a large number of black dragons and undead creatures were spotted in the distance, and they are quickly approaching here. An archangel came to Marquis Andrus from the air and lowered his head to report. The breath of the undead was so dazzling that these holy angels could detect it from a distance. As for the so-called black dragons and undead creatures, Andre also Reese's eyes became much deeper. He knew very clearly that the person who could have this battle must be the legendary Dark Messenger, the source of all these evils. Immediately request assistance from the Greyhound Principality and tell them to send legions to support us immediately. Andrus said in a deep voice. For the current Holy Principality, it is a good thing that Lin Jean can take the initiative to fight with them. Yes, send the order and summon all the legions in the dungeon to prepare for battle. Andrus rode a magic horse and shouted in a deep voice. In an instant, orders were passed along with his words, and a large number of elite legions gathered together, reorganized their formations, and prepared to fight. Originally, the slightly chaotic legion returned to rigor in a moment. The shield walls were connected everywhere, and the silver, white shield walls were tightly connected without leaving any holes. At the same time, all the crossbowmen and archers were ready. Like eagles, the general eyes were staring into the distance, waiting for the enemy to approach. At the same time, A large number of paladins and sun crusaders also gathered. A large number of silverback wolves bent down, and each royal griffin screamed loudly. Flying high into the sky, the offensive and defensive transformation of the entire Templar Legion was fast and rigorous to the point of shocking. No matter from any aspect, the strength of these Templar legions is unquestionable. Not only do they have powerful troops, he is also proficient in battle formations and military law, and is definitely the most difficult opponent. In the distance, you can see a large number of legions rushing towards here to provide support, especially the Angels and the Burning Sun Crusaders. They are the fastest to support. In the sky, an angel was added in an instant. As soon as that glorious figure appeared, all the soldiers became excited. Angels have the ability to resurrect. As long as angels exist, these soldiers can fight without fear. Because they believe, even if you die in battle, you can be resurrected by the angel. On the edge, a large number of players are also approaching here. It is worth mentioning that these players were stationed in various towns or tents before going offline. After going online, they began to keep up with the attack speed of the Holy Empire. Therefore, they have not yet completely reached the battlefield. And when they looked at the dark clouds in the distant sky, every player seemed hesitant. Damn it, I'm a little panicked now. King Eternal Night and the Messenger of Darkness are both very ruthless people. These two men are countless in the first rank. With only our small force, why don't we send them away? Yes, that's fine if it's a crusade against the Dark Elves. But if I have to fight these two ruthless men, I'm really weak. In the previous war in the Crow Principality, those players were all destroyed because they stood opposite the Dark Messenger. They suffered heavy losses. All Quicksand guilds should slow down and don't rush forward rashly, as you may be easily ambushed. At this time, a guild leader directly gave an order. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. The Dark Messenger and the Evernight King are the two top figures in the game. They are recognized as the first and second. This when the two join forces, the threat is unfathomable. Now, the Griffin Principality, the Bull Principality, and the Falcon Principality have withdrawn their troops. The Light Church's 300 clear angels and 800 Sun Crusaders have all been wiped out. The strength of the Holy Church can be said to be greatly damaged. At this time, he really didn't have much confidence in the Holy Church. In this case, it is better to choose a safer approach. Soon, all the members of the Quicksand Guild led the Legion to slow down, and the president also sent some players, go to spy on the situation on the battlefield. If the Holy Church gains the advantage, they will join the battlefield without hesitation. But if the Holy Church is at a disadvantage or even defeated, then don't blame them for being ruthless. After all, it is not them who are against the Holy Church. If they are ruthless, then the Holy Church will be ruthless to them. Many guilds and players have adopted the same approach. They have slowed down and kept waiting. On the other hand, the other holy knights and nobles of the Holy Principality are quickly supporting here. Holy after Tang attacked with all his strength, the battle line widened a lot. But as one side was attacked, they were able to quickly support each other. In the midst of their preparations, the undead army here finally came to Koron Forest. Watch please download Feilu for the non-underlined version of the novel. The clouds are threatening to destroy the city. In the sky, with the arrival of the forest army, a vast aura of the undead completely enveloped the entire battlefield. At a glance, in addition to the Black Dragon, there are a large number of undead crowned troops, a large number of ghost dragons, a large number of death angels, and a large number of soul-grabbing death scythes. The world seemed to have turned into a gloomy ghost realm, and the skeletons and undead exuding the wisps gave living creatures an instinctive sense of oppression. At the front, on the back of the Black Dragon King, was an indifferent figure, looking down at the sky and the earth. His face is slightly pale, but his facial features are dignified, his nose is high, and his pupils are glowing with deep light. Looking down at the sky and the earth, a king's aura naturally spreads. Obviously, this person is also an undead hero, but there is no trace of filth or decay in his body. On the contrary, he has an aura of domineering and nobility. This is simply unimaginable. At this time, Lin Jin finally no longer wore a mask on his face and returned to his natural appearance. He no longer needs to hide in the shadows and can appear in this world openly. This person is the Dark Messenger. When Marquis Andrus saw Lin Jin on the Black Dragon King's back, he felt quite solemn in his heart. Just the feeling Lin Jin gave him was a huge pressure, and these crowned legions in front of him were simply too powerful. Exaggeration. Even if there is no cannon fodder, these crowned troops alone will bring an unprecedented threat to the Unicorn Principality. Hundreds of black dragons, hundreds of ghost dragons, more than 400 death angels, and nearly 60 raiders soul death scythe. Here alone, there are more than 660 crowned troops. Even if the Cemetery Clan's crowned troops are not strong, these many crowned troops are enough to make up for all shortcomings. Death Canopy. Lin Jin's cloak was flying behind him, and with a slight wave of his right hand, a dark curtain spread from the sky behind to the front, and the endless darkness seemed to swallow up the world. The national weapon cloak brought active magic, coupled with Lin Jin's own powerful strategic attribute bonus and advanced suit, seems to bring the power of this magic to the extreme. Compared with this magic, other undead magics are extremely weak. Stand your ground. Stand firm. Blessing ceremony. Brave and unyielding. Facing the dark magic that swept quickly, Andrus could no longer care about being amazed, and immediately began to cast magic with a solemn face. In an instant, rays of light enveloped the surrounding soldiers. On the entire battlefield, a large number of Templar heroes also began to cast magic. Cast magic to add buffs to your legion. Shocking Howl. Banshee screams. The group goes berserk. Group Stone Skin. Erica and Yuzatisha behind Lin Jin also began to use magic. Screams filled the air. All the temple soldiers in front were covered with aura, and their bodies felt much heavier. Holy the halls are all gain magic, and the undead are all curse magic. Each side increases and one decreases, but it maintains a balance. Magic alone is basically inseparable, but the real distance is the characteristics, titles, passives, and strategies of both parties. Treasures and other bonuses. Lin Jin is now an offensive master, a defensive master, a war master, and has the passive effects of undead natural disaster and country destroyer. His strategic level is ridiculously high. He also has a national weapon and a half set of the Dragon King suit. He is simply ridiculously strong. As long as he exists on the battlefield, he can defeat thousands of armies. Attack. After the magic was applied, darkness began to envelope the legions of the temple. At this time, Lin Jin finally issued an attack order. At the same time, a large number of ghost dragons pounced down. While the ghost dragons swooped down, all the bows and arrows in the temple, both hands and crossbowmen, launched attacks one after another, and all the crossbow carts also adjusted their positions. In an instant, the endless rain of arrows instantly enveloped the ghost dragon. However, the ghost dragon's body is full of bones, which has its own miss effect. The arrows passed through the gaps between the bones of the ghost dragon and did not cause much damage. I saw the ghost dragon roaring, and death dragon breath instantly swept through the legion below. In the overthrow of this dragon breath, all the shield walls were in vain. Generally, a soldier holding a shield was drained of his life force, his face was withered, and he fell down. Thousands of enemies were all attacked, and the losses were immeasurable. Moreover, in this dark environment, the command of the Templar hero was very unfortunately. They couldn't see the battlefield clearly, and they couldn't command their legions to fight. In an instant, the so-called military formation of the church quickly collapsed. Yowling pressure stabilized the formation. Andrus did not give up, but shouted in a deep voice. In the darkness, the dazzling spirits gathered together one after another, and each dazzling spirit began to shine, and the golden light instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. This also added a lot of visibility to them. At the same time, the priestess and holy inquisitor behind them also began to increase their status and reduce the curse effect on the soldiers. In the sky, how angels and archangels also appeared one after another, flying up, preparing to intercept the ghost dragon. Creatures like the ghost dragon are too lethal to the legions. If the ghost dragon cannot be stopped, their casualties will be horrific. Moreover, all the temple heroes feel that something is wrong. Before them, according to his understanding, ghost dragons should be extremely weak crown, ranked troops. In single combat, Angels can easily kill ghost dragons. But here, these ghost dragons seem to be a bit too powerful. They have strong vitality and defense. The strength is enhanced, and the speed is astonishingly fast. It is not at all like the speed that weak bone creatures can show. The attack power also has special power. In addition to the aging effect, it also increases fear, weakness, and blindness, madness, and other negative effects. Their legion was stunned for a while, and the large-scale legion formation below became more and more scattered. Undead Scourge. This is the effect Lin Jin obtained after passing the character test at SSS level, Undead Scourge. As long as under the leadership of Lin Jin, the combat power of all undead creatures increases by 20%. When attacking, they have the opportunity to cause a large number of negative effects such as fear, weakness, and blindness. At the same time, the national weapon Death Shadow Cloak increases the initiative and health of the troops. Strength. The title of Destroyer increases the initiative of one's own troops and weakens the initiative of enemy troops. This bonus makes the clumsy undead army become extremely agile. These ghost dragons are like reborn and begin to show their terror. Strength. Erica. Seeing the enemy angel launching an attack, Lin Jin also called to Erica, who was beside him. Yes, master. Erica also knew what Lin Jin meant. She flashed and disappeared. When she reappeared, she had already appeared in front of an archangel. Through the darkness, Erica's figure became more and more. The archangel was elusive. Before the archangel could react, Erica's double knives had already pierced into her body. Both sides of her hands exuded the aura of death and decay, which instantly greatly reduced the archangel's health and increased her health by a large amount. Negative effect. But at this time, Erica had already drawn out her swords fiercely and kept slashing at the archangel. With the rapid slashes, she finally cut across the archangel's throat. The archangel's blood volume, it was instantly cleared and fell from the sky. In the sky, all the death angels also flapped their wings and swooped down to fight against the angels. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. In the dark space, there was already a fight. Roars, 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 and screams came together, making the terrifying and tragic atmosphere even more intense. In this darkness, from time to time, you can see the heroes of the temple releasing strategic magic. Magic arrows and thunderbolts of lightning pierced the darkness from time to time, hitting the ghost dragon, making the flames on the ghost dragon tremble. The ghost dragon's magic resistance is not strong, but Lin Jin's Death Shadow Cloak does add some resistance to magic and also reduces the damage to these ghost dragons. But what these temple heroes couldn't imagine was that they had already launched a powerful attack on the ghost dragon, but until now, they still hadn't killed a ghost dragon. In the darkness, they seemed to be able to see the scars on the ghost dragon being repaired with some light. This made them all stunned. This is exactly the restorative effect of the Angel of Death. More than 100 ghost dragons are cared for by more than 400 death angels. Once their blood volume is reduced to half, the death angels will use the undead recovery technique to restore the effects of these ghost dragons. Precisely because of this, it is impossible for these ghost dragons to suffer casualties in a short period of time. Instead, they keep getting more and more courageous as they fight. Moreover, darkness also hides the skills of these angels of death, increasing the threat of being discovered by the enemy. On the other hand, archangels and how angels, once they have the idea of using resurrection and healing techniques, they will be immediately targeted by the angel of death and killed. Over there, Uther also led the soul, grabbing death's sides, killing all directions. One after another, the soul, grabbing death's sides, rode undead war horses. Using the cover of the ghost dragon, they penetrated through the enemy's weak points and attacked the priestess and the official formation of the Holy Inquisition. Its precise attacks, coming and going as fast as the wind, left Andrus helpless. Death Sky and Undead Scourge. The effects of these 2 weapons are really amazing. Outside the battlefield, countless players looked at the world shrouded in darkness, and they were all confused. They have seen a lot of strategic magic, but they have never seen magic with such a wide range of influence. The Death Canopy alone has enveloped most of the battlefield. Most of the battlefield was dark, and it was impossible to tell what was going on inside. Once the legions outside rushed into the undead canopy, they were like nothing, and there was no news about them. This movement made the players who saw it even more afraid to move forward. What is going on in this dark world? So what other trump cards do the Eternal Night King and the Dark Messenger have? It's too exaggerated. Now we are not even qualified to watch the battle. One person couldn't help but complain. The darkness obscured everything, and the legions on the battlefield could not see the enemy clearly, let alone them outside the battlefield. They were completely unable to distinguish the situation on the battlefield. They never thought that they were deprived of the right to watch the game for a day. This also made them don't know what to say. The fight between gods is nothing more than this. Except for the king and the messenger of darkness, no one can start a war with the temple. That is, with water like ours. If you put it in, you will die. I really want to follow the boss. If I follow this boss, even if I die, it will be much more interesting. Yes, it's not the same game at all. People have begun to challenge the Holy Empire, and we can't even compete with a noble. While everyone was discussing, in the black curtain in the distance, black dragons were seen roaring out of the darkness, and then attacking the legions outside. The flaming dragon breath breathed out, and the sea of fire instantly enveloped the entire forest. The forest transformed. The sea of fire, roaring flames, ashes and thick fog have flooded the entire battlefield. In this sea of fire and thick fog, the Holy Church, and even the legions outside the death sky, are all in chaos. Koron Forest, here after all, it is still a forest. When Lin Jin knew that the Koron Forest was under attack, he immediately chose to support the Koron Forest. This is also why, for combat, the combat environment is also very critical, and the Black Dragon has the ability to change the battlefield environment. Smoke and flames can cause burning effects and some negative effects, but for the undead, disgust is completely useless, and those flames cannot burn them. Sneak away. I'm going back to fight against the devil. Quicksand Guild. Our home is being invaded by demons. There are some hateful demons wandering nearby. Return now to eradicate the demons. The president of the Quicksand Guild saw the raging fire in the distance and decisively led the legion to retreat. Hit Gil. Can this be fought? He is now glad that he did not go to the battlefield just now. Otherwise, he would have killed people. With the fire, the legion after the defeat, the combat effectiveness of the temple dropped a lot out of thin air, and the black dragons in the darkness still had the energy to come out and burn the mountain, so the battle scenes inside can be imagined. He didn't think that his little possessions could have much impact on the battle. Alas, I can't afford it. I can't afford it. When you see the Dark Messenger and the Eternal Night King in the future, you'd better avoid them a little. Many players also sighed, extinguished the idea of fighting, and evacuated the battlefield decisively. Of course, there are still many players waiting and watching. They do not give up. Here are only some of the legions of the Unicorn Principality, and now the sky from time to time. The Sun Crusaders and Angels join the battle. If the battle continues, the outcome is still uncertain. They believe in the power of the temple. But while they are watching, a large number of eagles appear at the exit of the underground city over there. Witches, bull-headed guards, manticores, and even black dragons emerged one after another. At the same time, in the territory further back in the Koron Forest, densely packed dark armies could also be seen emerging non-stop. The temple was not the only one with reinforcements. Lin Jin also had reinforcements. After Queen Brianna knew that they were coming, she immediately asked the elders of the Faceless Men to spread the news to all the dungeons, and asked the Dark Elves to cooperate in launching an attack. They had been attacked for so long, and they had already with endless anger accumulated. Now that they have received reinforcements from Lin Jin, they will naturally have to fight. From all directions in the distance, a large number of underground dark creature armies, led by their own heroic Dark Elf queens, are surrounding here. Come over. With the Koron Forest as the center, the soldiers and horses of both sides are approaching here. At this time, this place has become the center of the western battlefield of the Crow Principality. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Dungeon Warriors, the time has come for revenge. Defeat these dirty holy lights. These enemies invaded our homeland, captured our lairs and towns, and killed our people. Now they should be made to pay with blood. Everyone, rush forward. Victory belongs to us. A series of impassioned voices rang out, and all the Dark Elf queens led their tribes and launched an attack on the temple. However, they saw Tauren guards, and Tauren kings all taking the lead. They were huge and mighty. They were majestic, holding large axes or double-edged battle axes in their hands. As they galloped, they left deep footprints. In the sky, a large number of arrows had also overturned. Accompanied by bursts of dense arrows, a lot of arrows were added to the Tauren. But after all, they are Blood Bowl soldiers with extremely high defense and vitality. Even if they are hit by so many sharp arrows, only a very small number of low-level Tauren are killed. The rushing torrent among them, only a few Tauren fell. In a short time, these Tauren had hit the shield wall of the temple. Their thick bodies were like tanks. The crash caused the entire shield wall to shake. The giant axe smashed down, causing the shields to collapse. In the air, poisonous eyes rose up one after another, and at the same time, the poisonous eye beams accurately shot at the temple soldiers over there and the royal griffins in the air. One by one, the royal griffin was hit by several rays and fell from the sky with a howl. Soon, the two sides were fighting together. The poisonous eye rays and arrows in the air were intertwined, and you came and went like a hail of bullets. The Tauren and the people on the ground, the Templar Legion, also collided and fought bloody battles. The Scorpion Lion and the Royal Griffin fought in the air. Behind, with roars, the Black Dragon also swooped to join the battlefield. In the breath of the flaming dragon, the shield wall of the hall immediately collapsed. These are black dragons belonging to the Dark Elf clan, not Lin Jin's black dragons. Queen Isabel, the front is completely in a battle, and the sea of fire is spreading, which is very disadvantageous to us. Do we really want to join the battlefield? A noble looked at the battlefield in the distance and asked about the queen of their Greyhound Principality. Now they can't contact Marquis Andrus, and the darkness has completely covered one battlefield, with raging flames outside, and the battlefield is particularly chaotic. This not helps the Templar heroes fight. Friendly forces are under threat. How can we ignore it? Upon passing the order, all legions of the Greyhound Principality immediately joined the battlefield to support the Unicorn Principality. Although Queen Isabel is young, her attitude is very strong. Following her order, a large number of surrounding national legions also gathered together to support here. In the sky, a large number of skies streaked across the sky, submerging into the canopy of death. Within the coverage area, they didn't know what the death sky was, but they knew that Marquis Andrus and his main army were fighting inside, so they had to go in with support. Maybe at the beginning, Andrus still there is a possibility of retreat, but with the entry of angels from all directions, he cannot let the legion retreat at all. Once he retreats, it is equivalent to selling all the friendly forces. After all, these supporting angels and the Burning Sun Crusaders do not belong to his command. Rather, they belong to the remaining nobles and holy knights in the Unicorn Principality and Greyhound Principality. He does not have direct control over. Warriors of the temple, for the glory of the temple and to crush these dirty and ugly enemies. Fight with me. Fight to the death and never retreat. Move forward indomitably. Everyone rushes towards me. The holy light will protect us. With shouts one after another, all the Templar heroes ordered their legions to attack with fearless and firm faces. A large number of legions rushed forward into the Koron forest amid ashes and smoke. But among these legions, when rushing into the Koron forest, a group of legions spared the main battlefield and headed to the side. He looked coldly in the direction of Queen Isabel and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. This was the Duke of the Greyhound Principality. Logically speaking, it is said that there is no need for Queen Isabel to take action against the Crow Principality. She only needs to sit in the Greyhound Principality. However, Queen Isabel has just ascended the throne, and her footing is not yet stable. She seems to be aware of the undercurrent in the country, so she insists on it. She wanted to lead the army on an expedition. She wanted to use this war to consolidate her position and enhance her reputation. Her choice was correct. The Queen's personal expedition indeed greatly inspired the legions of the Greyhound Principality. Many heroes also joined the army of Queen Isabel. This scene also made the Duke even more dissatisfied. Fortunately, He also waited for the opportunity. The situation on the battlefield is not optimistic now. No one knows about the battle in the dark, and the black dragon is raging outside. The Dark Elves launched another fierce attack, and the battlefield environment was even more unfavorable to the temple. No matter from any direction, this war was a disaster. At this time, he could just conserve his strength and let Queen Isabel lead her army to support. Once the war fails and Isabel's legion suffers heavy losses, her reputation will naturally plummet, while his prestige will skyrocket. For him, this is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It must be said that the temple seems peaceful, but there is no so-called nobility in the mainland. Even at this critical moment, they all still have their own plans. Fierce wars broke out everywhere on the battlefield and in the underground city. A large number of Templar legions charged. Entering the Koron forest, there is no return, as if being swallowed by the Koron forest, and the Templar legion is still rushing in from behind. Looking down from a height on the ground, there is already a river of blood, a mountain of corpses, and a large number of saints. The corpses of the hall soldiers and the corpses of the dungeon soldiers were piled on top of each other, without distinguishing each other. Everyone had begun to step on the corpses and start fighting. Within the death canopy, Lin Jin's legion finally began to suffer casualties, but similarly, the entire saint, however, Tang's legion suffered even more heavy losses. The number of angels killed in the battle has exceeded 100, and the number of middle and low-level troops lost is even more numerous. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to do in reading collection. How could these undead be so powerful, and what happened to those angels of death? Do they still have the power to resurrect the dead? On the battlefield, Marquis Andrus looked at the defeated archangels, how angels and sun crusaders, his brows furrowed and his face extremely solemn. Until now in the battle, he has officially and thoroughly determined the ability of the Death Angel. Those Death Angels are really like angels, with the power of resurrection and healing, but they resurrect and heal the undead. This is almost subversive. Before this, there was no undead magic that could resurrect the undead soldiers, and these Death Angels really did it. In addition, he also redefined Lin Jin's power. Field magic like the Death Sky Curtain is extremely powerful and will definitely consume a lot of mana continuously. He originally thought, as long as he persists for a moment, the magic will automatically dissipate. But he is wrong again. Lin Jin's magic value is simply frighteningly high. Until now, he is still maintaining the effect of the Death Curtain. This is too exaggerated. Of all the heroes he knew, no one could reach this level. Without the effect of the Death Sky, he would never have been so passive, and the Legion of the Temple would not have suffered such a heavy loss. Strengthen your own side and weaken the enemy. He also changed the world and replaced the venue with an exclusive venue for the undead. This was simply tailor-made for the undead. Previously, Marquis Andrus had roughly learned about Lin Jin's strength from the Church of Light, and he had already regarded Lin Jin in his heart. He was placed in a very high position. But now he found that Lin Jin was much higher than he thought. No, we must evacuate the battlefield as soon as possible. We cannot continue fighting like this. If you want to face the undead army, you must find a way to break this dark effect. And just with this increase, the enemy must still have national weapons. Without national weapons, it would be impossible to fight with them. Marquis Andrus gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He could also feel that the war was raging outside, and ashes would float into the dark world from time to time. The burning feeling around him also indicated that the surrounding area had turned into a sea of fire. Most of his legions are infantry, and the enemies are all air combat units. In this darkness, all the infantry cannot exert their strength. Even the priestess and the Holy Inquisitor cannot exert their strength. He can no longer. This is going on. Everyone, retreat to the rear. Andrus calmly commanded the phalanx beside him, and let the radiant spirit in the sky illuminate a path, preparing to retreat. If an ordinary hero would be in such an environment, he would be at a loss. But he is a legendary hero after all. When the battle broke out just now, he explored the area covered by the canopy of the undead and looked for Lucian to retreat. He accurately commanded the legions to retreat back, without causing much panic. One by one, the legions began to withdraw from the battlefield in an orderly manner. A large number of legions have also evacuated. As for all the angels, Sun Crusaders, and Yao Ling in the sky, they are all resisting with difficulty, fighting for opportunities for the army to retreat. Among them, dozens of angels seem to have received instructions. Their faces became extremely determined, and their golden pupils glanced at Lin Jin on the back of the Black Dragon King. Lin Jin never moved, just at the highest place, observing the battlefield and directing the battle. Now, these angels also finally set his sights on Lin Jin. Call out, call out, call out. The next moment, each of the archangels and how angels flapped their wings, turning into a white light that streaked across the sky and shot towards Lin Jin from all directions. Court death. Seeing the movements of the archangels and how angels, a cold look flashed in the eyes of all the death angels. In an instant, one by one, the death angels also gave up their goals and rushed towards the archangels and how angels here. In a short period of time, a large number of death angels were fighting with the archangels and how angels. At the same time, dozens of death angels came around Lin Jin. They flapped their wings gently and guarded the space next to Lin Jin, holding the sickle blades and the big sword tightly in his hands, ready for battle at any time. In just a moment, Lin Jin's surroundings were like iron walls. As for Lin Jin, he was still just looking at the battle ahead calmly. It does not interfere with the battle. Marquis Andrus probably wants to use these angels to buy time for the evacuation of the large army. As for Lin Jin, he does not care about the retreat of the enemy. Until now, many death angels have all his mana has been exhausted, and if he continues to fight, the casualties will become greater and greater. Moreover, his magic power is not infinite. At his peak, he could only maintain a curtain of death for 40 minutes, and now he has the curtain of death lasted for more than 30 minutes. If he wanted to continue the curtain of death, he would need to use some props. But these props were very precious, and he did not want to use them until necessary. Therefore, the enemy retreated against it was a good thing for him. In the sky, angels fought with each other. Each how angel and archangel had to face 2 to 3 enemies. They only had the power to resist and had no power to attack at all. In the battlefield, both Erica and Ella seemed to be aroused to anger. They also began to abandon their defense and launch attacks. In this attack, each angel was quickly killed and fell from the air. Go. Desolate and tragic. I don't know how long it took, but there were only a handful of angels resisting on the battlefield. At this time, Lin Jin also canceled the Death Sky Curtain magic. The activation of the Death Sky Curtain requires continuous consumption of magic points. Since the victory or defeat has been decided, and there is no need to continue to use the Death Canopy. However, the darkness shrouding this place slowly dissipated, and the scenes inside also resurfaced. Outside the Death Canopy, a large number of legions have gathered, and a large number of wars have broken out. When the curtain of death dissipated, the fierce battle on the battlefield seemed to have paused, and everyone around them was looking here. And when they saw what was behind the darkness, everyone was completely shocked. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The darkness dissipated, only the corpses of the Holy Temple army could be seen in patches on the ground. Many of the corpses did not have many scars on them, and they even maintained the appearance of holding up their shields to resist. But they had lost their breath and were all dry. It was like all the life force had been sucked out. Among the piles of corpses, one can also see the corpse of a holy angel. The corpses of angels are much taller than ordinary humans, and even after they die, their bodies exude a holy aura, which is very conspicuous. The angel's corpse on top of the corpse on the ground shocked everyone who saw it. This is the most powerful unit of the temple and the belief of all temple players. But such a powerful existence is now dead. In the sky, the angels of death were besieging the remaining angels. In their pupils, several more angels were killed, and their figures fell from the air until they hit the pile of corpses on the ground. At this moment, 3 death angels were also attacking an archangel. The latter kept holding up the cross sword to resist, but every time she resisted an attack, the other 2 death angels left a mark on her body. Road scars. However, in a short period of time, dozens of dense scars appeared on her body. Finally, a giant cross sword emitting black flames stabbed fiercely. The archangel's body arched, his eyes blurred, and he fell down with a spray of blood. With the fall of this archangel, all the angels were killed. In the sky, you can only see a large number of ghost dragons, angels of death and soul, grabbing death scythes. This is the true strength of the Master. Queen Brianna looked at Lin Jean here, her beautiful eyes twinkling, her mouth slightly open, with a look of shock. She only knew that Lin Jean was very powerful, but she didn't know how powerful it was. Only now, she really got a glimpse of Lin Jin's tip of the iceberg. Groups of death angels, groups of ghost dragons, groups of soul, grabbing death scythes. These crown-level units alone are enough to sweep everything. Brianna couldn't help, but the queen seemed to have thought of something. Even her legs were slightly clenched. Is this the power of the Dark Messenger? It's too exaggerated. How on earth can he cultivate such a powerful force? He actually has such a powerful undead army. All the Dark Elf queens also exclaimed. They have always been under the shadow of Lin Jean. In the eyes of all Dark Elf queens, Lin Jean is a being who is extremely good at planning and controlling the battlefield. He single-handedly plans the war between the orcs and the Dark Elves. He resisted and caused great trouble to the temple. This alone was beyond the reach of all Dark Elves. Later, he even killed a Dark Elf queen with force, and he also saw Lin Jin's decisiveness and Lei Lifangxing, so that they did not dare to have other thoughts. Or, in other words, they just suppressed the thoughts in their hearts. After all, the mere 50 death angels were not enough to deter them. If the Dark Elves were not in a very difficult situation, they might not have been able to do so at all. They will not be threatened by Lin Jin. And as long as they investigate Lin Jin's strength, they may start to think about overthrowing Lin Jin's rule. But now, after seeing this wave of legions led by Lin Jin, their hearts, the few remaining thoughts are quickly dissipating. Forget about having unfathomable ingenuity. Lin Jin still has such a powerful strength. With more than 600 crowned soldiers, this power can definitely wipe out their Dark Elf clan. Furthermore, Queen Brianna has always stood firmly on Lin Jin's side. If they want to do something, it is equivalent to facing a large number of Dark Elves and Lin Jin's undead army at the same time. This kind of idea, just think about it. They feel stupid. Moreover, Lin Jin is also very dominant among the orcs and can give orders to the orcs. Even if Lin Jin helped them defeat the Templar Legion, they would not dare to have any thoughts in their hearts. Apart from that, all the heroes in the temple also had shocked faces. One hero kept staring at Uther in the sky over there. A bright light flashed in his mind, and his whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. He murmured for a long time. Uther? What Uther? That is the leader of the Silver Hand, the legendary paladin Uther. This man yelled loudly, as if he was using his voice to vent the fear in his heart. He is also a paladin, and the person he admires most is the leader of the Knights of the Silver Hand, Uther. Uther, who knows the desolate forest, after the incident at Air's tomb, he felt extremely disgusted with those Dark Elves and undead. Unexpectedly, he would see this legendary paladin again here. It's just that how could this legendary paladin degenerate into a dark existence? Not everyone can be awakened. Even if a truly noble hero is resurrected from the dead, his quality will be greatly reduced. But now it seems that Uther does not seem to have been forcibly awakened at all. He has a spirit in his heart, filled with resentment and darkness. It's really Uther. I know him too. That undead knight is really the legendary paladin Uther. Why was Uther also resurrected as an undead? What exactly is going on? Holy Light, are you leaving us? The paladins watched their leader turn into an undead, and they were greatly shocked in their hearts. The more they respected Uther, the more confused they became. Uther is also a high-level Death Knight. He still maintains his original appearance, so it is naturally very easy to identify. Moreover, Uther's mausoleum is in the desolate forest, and the undead's lair is on the other side of the portal in the desolate forest, so their guess is confirmed. No, is that the King of Eternal Night or the Messenger of Darkness? Man, I'm a little confused right now. Compared to the Dark Elf Queen and the Templar heroes, these players are a little confused now. They were surprised to find that the figure in front of them took off the mask, and the ID King of Evernight appeared above his head. However, this person was wearing the beast's treasure. The ferocious Black Dragon King at his feet is all equipped by the Dark Messenger. It can't be the same person riding on the horse. Man, I'm a little confused now. Let's figure it out. Except for one of them wearing a mask and one not wearing a mask, the rest should be the same. Yes, everything else is exactly the same, even the body shape. So, that mask has a special ability to change the player's ID? The man murmured. Just after he finished speaking, he was stunned. He looked at the brother beside him and found that the latter had the same face as him. They froze. They seemed to have discovered something terrible. Are this dark messenger and the king of eternal night the same person? Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. The messenger of darkness, the king of eternal night. This is recognized as the first and second in the game. One of them is the boss of the cemetery clan. He has passed the character evaluation at the SSS level and monopolizes the trading venues throughout the Holy Empire. The other person is the boss of the dungeon clan. He controls the dark elves and orcs to launch rebellions, and repeatedly leads the army to defeat the Holy Empire. He is a legend today. Currently, the Dark Messenger is the most popular, while the Eternal Night King is spread in the game as a legend and unfathomable. Because of the previous system announcement and the fact that the heroes of the Cemetery clan are very easy to identify, no one would think that these 2 people are the same person. But now, as the identities of these 2 people emerge, everyone seems a little hard to accept. This is an exaggeration. The first and second characters in the game are actually the same person. The messenger of darkness they always thought of is actually the king of eternal night, the god who was rated as the character who passed the SSS. At this moment, the players were all confused. This big news shocked them all. Thinking of what this meant, they couldn't calm down for a long time. It took them a lot of effort to accept the strength of the Dark Messenger and the Eternal Night King, and this was already the limit of what they could accept. But now, they have to accept the fact that these 2 people are actually the same person. How can they accept this? Originally, the Dark Messenger was already strong enough. He controlled the Dark Elves, controlled the Orcs, and had the Black Dragon, Beeman, and the Glaring Cyclops under his command. Now it is discovered that he is the hero of the Cemetery Camp again, and there will be more than 600 Cemetery Camp champion soldiers under his command. Is this still a person? Ning must be cheating. For players who are still looking up to the crown, level troops, Lin Jin is no longer just a level difference, but a gap between heaven and earth. These players still don't know that the main army of the Church of Light was completely wiped out. If they knew that the 300 Hao Angels and the 800 Burning Sun Crusaders were besieged and killed by Lin Jin, their worldview would really collapse. Everyone in the audience was immersed in the powerful strength brought by Lin Jin. When they came back to their senses, all the Dark Elves immediately became excited, and their morale increased greatly. Lord Dark Messenger has arrived with reinforcements. The Dark Elves will win. Everyone rush. Roar, roar, roar. Victory belongs to the Dark Elves. Defeat these dirty lights. The morale of all the Dark Elves exploded instantly, and every dark underground creature was like a chicken blood, attacking like a tide. Lin Jin's strength was outrageous. When they saw the power, they completely felt that they were invincible. Ground. With this kind of troops, it is impossible to lose. Retreat. Retreat. Looking back over there, after Andrus retreated from the scope of the Death Sky, the first thing he did was to summon the entire army to retreat. The enemy's strength had completely exceeded their imagination, and the battlefield here was not suitable for fighting in the temple. Our own army is in chaos and scattered. No matter from any aspect, it is not suitable for fighting now. If you want to face Lin Jin, you must regroup your troops and arrange your troops. Otherwise, as long as this battle continues, the loss of the temple will only be it's getting bigger and bigger. Once the losses are too great and the bones are broken, then they will lose the power to attack Lin Jin and the Dark Messenger. This is definitely not a good thing. Fortunately, the encirclement of the Dark Elves has not yet been completely formed. In addition, many Templar legions joined in, preventing the attack of the Dark Elves. At this time, Marquis Andrus also led the main force to withdraw from the Koron Forest in the direction of the Crow Principality. After Marquis Andrus retreated, the rest the Templar legions also retreated one after another. The Templar troops withdrew on a large scale, but Lin Jin led his army and the Dark Elves to pursue them non-stop. Along the way, Corpses were everywhere, and it was not until they reached the military fortress that Lin Jin finally stopped the pursuit. If he continues to pursue, his legion will have to lead the battle, which is not worth the loss. Besides, the church needs to regroup, and Lin Jin needs it too. In the sky, Queen Brianna and Alina also rode a black dragon each, and came to Lin Jin. Before, Owner, the two of them shouted respectfully, especially Brianna. She is now the queen of the Dark Elves, and she has a high position of power. However, she still maintains such a low profile in front of Lin Jin. On the contrary, it makes people feel like they are conquering. It was overwhelming. Lin Jin glanced over and found that Brianna had been promoted from the epic level to the legendary level. Lin Jin supported her to become the queen of the Dark Elves, and the personal help to her was unimaginable. If ordinary people want to complete it, I don't know how much effort it takes to improve quality, but for her, it comes naturally. Brianna, Alina, these black dragons are left to you. Lin Jin nodded and began to distribute the ownership of the black dragon. Although the black dragon is strong, it is not easy to use for him. Lin Jin's undead canopy effect also suppresses the black dragon to a certain extent. In this world, the relationship between the formations is still strictly divided. As a hero of the cemetery clan, he naturally leads the undead to fight and can obtain greater gains. Now that Lin Jin has begun to lead the undead to fight, there is no need to force these black dragons to stay in his hands. As for transforming all the black dragons into ghost dragons, Lin Jin has no such crazy idea. In terms of combat power alone, the black dragons completely crush the ghost dragons. Only when there is no other way, Lin Jin will choose to transform the black dragons into ghosts. Dragon, if he had the means, he would not do such a stupid thing. The recruitment of the black dragon requires 200,000 gold. The recruitment of ghost dragon only requires 120,000 gold. Lin Jin lost 80,000 gold for every black dragon he transformed. This was not counting rare resources. He was not that stupid. You know, Lin Jin is different now from before. In the past, Lin Jin had money but few recruiting channels. However, Lin Jin had many elite soldiers and owned the Eternal Night Island and Guajan Islands, so there was no shortage of recruiting channels. Moreover, after he came to the bright side, he needed the power of the black dragon even more. The ghost dragon does not have strong magic resistance. If the ghost dragon is used as a human shield to attack, the casualty rate will be very high. The black dragon, which is immune to low-level magic, has become the best choice. Besides, he now also has a dark elf hero under his command. In particular, Queen Brianna has been promoted to a legendary hero, allowing her to command the black dragon and exert greater power. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. After allocating all the black dragons to Brianna and Alina, Lin Jin also breathed a sigh of relief. In addition to the fact that this black dragon is not suitable for him, the maintenance cost of these black dragons is indeed too expensive. Without this part of the cost, the Dark Elves will have to deal with the rest. The only Dark Elves that Lin Jin could trust were Queen Brianna and Alina, and they were the only two whose souls were completely controlled by Lin Jin. During this time, Alina has also been among the Dark Elves. He is equivalent to assisting Brianna to better control the Dark Elves. At the same time, he also helps Brianna control part of her power to achieve the effect of controlling the Dark Elves. This Dark Elf is not as powerful as Lin Jin, so letting the Dark Elves bear this part of the cost can be regarded as playing their role. Next, there are corpses on the battlefield. Lin Jin also turned his attention to the battlefield. From just now, many recruited corpses have been refreshed, but there are still a lot of corpses. As long as he performs God-level spiritualism, Lin Jin can add a batch of undead army. But at this time, Lin Jin did not use it immediately, but turned his attention to Brianna aside. Brianna, if I transform your people into undead, will it cause dissatisfaction among the Dark Elves? Lin Jin finally asked. The undead are the public enemies of the mainland, and there is a reason for this. As for any living thing, they don't want their corpses to be fooled after death. Moreover, just because of this small number of low-level undead, they will abandon them. The Dark Elves are such a powerful force. This is too stupid. After the dark creatures in the dungeon die, they all hope to be buried in the land and return to the earth. If the Master wants to transform them all into undead, the Dark Elves will definitely be dissatisfied. However, with our current strength, those Dark Elves should not dare to make any resistance. Queen Brianna thought for a while, and finally stood on Lin Jin's side and analyzed it calmly. For her, Lin Jin is obviously the most important. Well, you order to go down and have all the Dark Elves transport all the native corpses back to the dungeon. Half an hour later, I began to awaken the undead. Lin Jin nodded. After all, he chose to give up resurrecting the corpses of the people in the dungeon. Of course, these are just the people of the dungeon. If they were soldiers recruited through buildings, Lin Jin would not give them such a decent death. Brianna thanked her master for all the Dark Elves. Hearing this, Queen Brianna also bowed. No matter what, Lin Jin's approach has given mercy to the Dark Elves, and being kind to the Dark Elves is also a favor to Brianna. Soon, Queen Brianna rode the Black Dragon and returned to the earth with a large number of Black Dragons. On the ground, all the Dark Elf queens gathered together, but their faces looked worried. On the one hand, Lin Jin, as a strong member of the undead force, supported the Dark Elves in defeating the temple, which was naturally a good thing. But after the war, they had nothing to do. Will Lin Jin cast spiritualism on all corpses? To be honest, the Dark Elves are the race that wants to be buried in peace. Do you think the Dark Messenger will use spiritualism on the corpses of our people? The foundation for the development and growth of undead heroes is corpses. Now we still need to fight the Holy Empire. He should not give up this part of his power. Alas, no matter what, I still feel a little uncomfortable having my clansmen turned into undead again. Yes, if possible, I still hope that the Dark Elves can return to the ground. A group of Dark Elf queens and Dark Elf heroes are discussing with each other. Naturally, they all hope that the Dark Elf warriors can return to the dungeon, but they also know that they have no ability to make the decision. Moreover, the situation is tense now. If Lin Jin really planned to resurrect all the corpses, this would make sense. At this moment, all the Dark Elf queens seem to be waiting for trial and Lin Jin's disposal. At this moment, Brianna in the sky, the queen, also rode a black dragon and led a group of black dragons to the ground here. The black dragons swooped down in the sky with an earth-shattering momentum. Even the Dark Elves in the dungeon camp were afraid of the crowned troops in their camp. They looking at Queen Brianna's eyes, they were even more in awe. On the one hand, they were afraid of Queen Brianna's strength. On the other hand, they were also afraid of Lin Jin. Everything about the relationship between Queen Brianna and Lin Jin was very closely, and she was also supported by Lin Jin personally and ascended to the position of queen. Now that they have seen Lin Jin's strength and know how powerful Brianna's backer is, they are naturally more in awe of Brianna. Moreover, now they see Lin Jin also handed over all the black dragons to Brianna. If there was no certain relationship between the two parties, how could he easily hand over these black dragons to Brianna? Just when everyone was worried, Brianna also came in front of everyone. Queen. At this time, all the Dark Elf queens lowered their heads. Their hearts sank. Brianna's voice was so powerful. If she didn't just want to warn them, then you can imagine what she will announce next. Sure enough, the Dark Messenger still wants to resurrect the creatures in the dungeon into undead warriors. Queen Brianna's face was cold. Her majestic eyes swept over the faces of the Dark Elf queens in front of her, and then she said in a deep voice, "Pass the order. Each clan will immediately transport all the corpses of all clansmen on the battlefield to the underground city. You only have half an hour. After half an hour, the Dark Messenger will use spiritualism to resurrect all the corpses on the battlefield." Sure enough, the corpses of the tribesmen will also be transformed into undead. Seeing Queen Brianna's expression, all the Dark Elf queens felt their hearts sinking slightly and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the corpses of the tribesmen cannot be saved. But when they finished listening to Brianna's words, everyone was stunned again. Everything seemed a little different from what they imagined. "Queen, what do you mean? Let us transport the corpses of our tribe back to the underground city." A Dark Elf queen raised her head and asked in confusion. The others also raised their heads. If they heard correctly, it seemed that it was really possible to transport the corpses of the clan members back to the underground city. "Do you need me to say it again?" Brianna's face returned to calmness, and she said calmly, Remember, this is the kindness of Lord Dark Messenger. All the corpses of the clan must be returned to the underground city within half an hour. Yes, Queen. All the Dark Elf queens and the surrounding Dark Elves all responded excitedly, with a hint of joy on their faces. There was no way out, but there was no way out. They thought they could not save the bodies of their clansmen and let them bury them in peace, but they didn't, thinking that the Dark Messenger really gave them a chance. Thinking of this, everyone was very grateful to the Dark Messenger and Queen Brianna. In fact, this was also the effect that Queen Brianna wanted to achieve. Since Lin Jin decided to deal with the Dark Elves to exert favor, the Dark Elves must firmly remember Lin Jin's favor. Brianna doesn't want Lin Jin to be disappointed in her, nor does she want Lin Jin to be disappointed in the Dark Elves. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. Half an hour flies by. There are also many corpses of low-level soldiers on the battlefield here refreshed and disappeared. However, Lin Jin didn't care. Even if these low-level troops are transformed into undead, they are just a pile of cannon fodder. Even if there are fewer, it will not matter. Letitia Uther. Lin Jin called to himself. On the back of a ghost dragon king, Letitia also came to Lin Jin. In this war, Lin Jin dispatched 3 undead legendary heroes, except for Uther and Ellie. He also brought Letitia. Owner. Letitia shouted respectfully. Owner. Uther also rode an undead war horse and came to Lin Jin's side. Cast your own special spiritualism. Lin Jin nodded and ordered lightly. Both of them are undead heroes, and they are also race heroes. Letitia can transform human corpses into vampires, while Uther can transform all knights into undead knights. It can be said that they are 2 very incredible effects. In this regard, Letitia is even more powerful than Uther. Yes. The 2 men nodded one after another and began to use their exclusive spiritualism at the same time. In an instant, 2 ripples also crossed the entire battlefield. I saw countless blood on the battlefield gathering and blending into the corpses. These corpses were accompanied by with the influx of blood, earth-shaking changes began to occur. In a short period of time, the figures slowly stood up again. When they stood up, they had a new look. Their pale and thin cheeks, sunken he has gloomy eyes, pointed ears, a suit of gray light armor, but holds a long sword as tall as a man in his hand. He wears black noble boots from the medieval period and a black cloak, swaying in the wind. This is the 7th level vampire. In addition to the 7th level vampires, there are also 8th level vampire earls and 10th level special type vampire dukes. On the entire battlefield, at a glance, there are all vampires wearing gray and black light armor. Every pale vampire, but they all exude an elegant aristocratic atmosphere. Zilula. On the battlefield, 1 war horse crawled out from under the knight's body, and then a large number of knights stood up again in a staggered manner. The sacred armor on their bodies disappeared, replaced by a completely dark heavy armor. The face no longer has any flesh and blood, only skulls and ghostly fire. In its hands, they all hold sharp and heavy swords. The 11th level Dark Knight, the 12th level Terror has derived from this corpse. A medium to high level legion, the assembled Vampire Legion and Undead Knight Legion alone make all the Dark Elves look pale. There are levels of spiritualism. Most of the ordinary cemetery hero souling skills can resurrect low-level souls. Only truly powerful cemetery heroes can resurrect middle and high-level dead troops. But even so, the proportion of their resurrections is not high. But the troops resurrected by Letitia and Uther's exclusive spiritualism, there were so many that they couldn't believe it. Just when all the Dark Elves' faces turned pale, they saw Lin Jin in the sky finally starting to perform God-level spiritualism. Divine spiritualism. With a whisper, Lin Jin waved his right hand, and a black mist enveloped all the corpses below. What Letitia and Uther used was equivalent to a special skill. This priority was compared to ordinary spiritualism. Above, if they personally lead the Legion to fight, then they can use spiritualism again after the passive soul, calling vampires and terrifying knights. Of course, now that Lin Jin is here, there is no need for them to use their own spiritualism. Lin Jin's level of spiritualism is definitely the highest. As long as Lin Jin uses spiritualism, the two of them will not be able to resurrect a single soul if they use spiritualism again. On the contrary, if they use ordinary spiritualism, if Lin Jin uses spiritualism again, then some undead can be resurrected. With Lin Jin's performance, black mist enveloped a large area of the battlefield below, and a gloomy and dark power also emerged from the corpse. This power is far more powerful than Letitia, and Uther's power is much more majestic. In the panic face of the underground dark elves, they saw countless skeleton soldiers crawling out of the corpses. In addition to the skeleton soldiers, there were a large number of plague zombies and ghouls. In the black mist, ghosts and resentful souls were flying, and the sound of howling ghosts and wolves filled the entire battlefield. In the phalanx of the Holy Inquisitor, each person had his hands crossed on his shoulders. The great corpse which also stood firm, with the staff hanging beside him making people instinctively frightened. At this time, the battlefield turned into a gloomy ghostland. At this time, a large number of souls were also seen coming from the sky. It flew down and then sank into the bodies of the archangels, how angels and black dragons. At this time, thick black mist gathered on the battlefield like a solid body. No way. This can't be true. How can this be? All the dark elves looked at that very obvious figure. Everyone was stunned and murmured in their mouths. Everything that happened in front of them had already subverted their worldview, and looking at the black mist covering those crowned soldiers, their worldview was completely shattered. At this moment, what emerged in their minds was an idea that even they thought was crazy. Roar! At this moment, the black mist covering the black dragon's body dissipated first, and then a ghost dragon with black flames all over its body was roaring ferociously. The roar of the dragon that heralded the rebirth also broke the thoughts of all the dark elves. Then something they never dared to think about suddenly appeared in front of them. This could actually be true. Lin Jin actually has the ability to resurrect crown-level troops. Is this already a forbidden power? Even though they have survived for such a long time, they have never heard of any undead hero who has the strength to resurrect a crowned unit. The existence of this kind of power is the greatest terror. But at this time, another roar sounded, and ghost dragons appeared one after another from the black mist. At the same time, one death angel also emerged. After resurrecting, these death angels looked at the battlefield and then flew towards the forest embers in the sky. As for everyone on the battlefield, they were already petrified and could no longer utter a word. They all looked up at Lin Jin in the sky, looking at the latter's handsome and indifferent face and indifferent eyes. They became even more dazed for a moment, and a strong sense of fear arose in their hearts. In addition to fear, there is also a desire to worship. Too strong. This power was so powerful that they all worshipped it. They knew that at this moment. They saw with their own eyes an undead master who was rising rapidly. At this moment, the center of the world is Lin Jin. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The entire battlefield was filled with undead, and the undead army of all levels changed the color of the world. This time alone, more than 8,000 vampires were resurrected, of which more than 3,000 were at level 7, more than 3,000 were at level 8, and 1,000 were at level 10. This vampire phalanx alone can serve as the main core legion on any battlefield. At this scale, it would be easy to surround and kill the first-ranked troops. In addition, the number of Dark Knights and Terror Knights is relatively small, only more than 700. So let's also mention Letitia's abilities. Just in terms of this soul, calling ability and strategic importance, Letitia is much more powerful than Uther. It is not without reason that she can serve as the undead boss in the future and jointly sweep the undead disaster. This sacred continent has the largest number of humanoid creatures, and wherever there are humanoid creatures, vampires will be born. In the war against living beings, vampires are the strongest core unit. With Letitia here, you can recruit a group of powerful vampires at any time. On the ground, the players among the Dark Elves were far more shocked than the Dark Elves. They looked at the undead army in front of them and at the forest embers in the sky. They always felt like they were dreaming. The cemetery camp is targeted by the entire continent. Even among the Dark Camp, it is not popular. Players who choose to join the cemetery camp do not develop well. Even the famous sky, covering wings in the past, are now gradually lost to everyone. Speaking of which, this is the first time players have seen the power of the cemetery camp. But this time, it directly refreshed their understanding of the undead. Lin Jin ignored the shock of everyone on the battlefield. After he used the spiritualism, he quickly left here on the Black Dragon. You know, this is not the only battlefield with corpses. The Holy Temple launched a comprehensive attack. They launched a large-scale attack on the Dark Elves and also attacked several dungeons at the same time. After the fighting broke out here, the rest of the legions retreated and rushed here. This means that there are a lot of corpses in all other directions. As long as the corpse is not refreshed, then these can all be reawakened and become Lin Jin's power. Divine Spiritualism. Divine Spiritualism. Divine Spiritualism. With the performance of sub-god level spiritualism, more and more undead are resurrected in various battlefields, spreading from the Koron forest. All of them are overwhelming undead. In the sky, countless resentful souls and ghosts are flying. The whole sky has added an eerie atmosphere. Under Lin Jin's control, these undead gathered towards the Koron forest and gathered together one after another. Temple Military Fortress. Inside the basilica. It's over, it's over. How can this undead aura be so strong? How can the Dark Messenger be so strong? The Holy Church has been paying close attention to the situation in the Koron forest. Even if they retreated, they were still checking the situation from high in the sky. As for the resurrection of the undead and the gathering of the undead army, this matter does not even require careful observation. They could feel it from the lingering cloud of death in the sky of Koron forest. They also knew that Lin Jing would resurrect the undead legions. But they never imagined that Lin Jing could resurrect such a large number of legions. We have just received news from the front that the Dark Messenger has resurrected a large number of vampires and terrifying knights. If the guess is correct, there are at least 2 legendary heroes under the Dark Messenger, and they are both legendary undead heroes who are good at racial spiritualism. Just when the hall was solemn, a hero walked in with an extremely solemn face and said, he was also experienced and knew something about the undead. If it weren't for ordinary people, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to tell the difference between the 2 legendaries. The fact of being a hero. Legendary undead heroes are already extremely rare. Where did the Dark Messenger find these 2 legendary undead heroes? A temple hero who had just gathered here asked angrily. The temple has always killed all the undead, especially undead heroes. However, the temple pays great attention to any existence that may give birth to undead heroes. Just this, on this sacred continent, there are only a handful of legendary undead heroes that can exist. Unexpectedly, there are 2 of them on Lin Jin's side. One of those 2 people is the leader of the Silver Hand, the legendary paladin Uther. At this moment, one person finally said in a deep voice. He raised his head again and looked at everyone suddenly. All the holy knights in the Empire will be blessed and transported to the hero's tomb even after death. I have always been curious as to why the chief paladin of the Empire ended up in a place like a desolate forest. Why did he degenerate into a death knight again? The man's expression became more and more excited, and he stood up from his chair. The paladin Uther has always been the idol of many paladins, but this legendary paladin was not sent back to the hero after his death. The mausoleum was properly placed, but instead it was placed in a desolate forest. Now Uther has transformed into a death knight, and is still a legendary death knight. With everything combined, even a fool can figure out what must have happened in it. Shut up. The affairs of the Empire are not something you, a holy knight, can discuss yet. Now our focus should be on how to deal with the Dark Elves and how to defeat this undead army. As soon as the man finished speaking, Marquis Andrus slammed the table and scolded him coldly. The majestic voice resounded through the hall. Facing this legendary hero and Marquis of the Empire, the Holy Knight finally clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, he slowly sat down. The entire hall fell into deathly silence again. Where is Queen Isabel? Where is Queen Isabel? Invite her to the meeting quickly. Marquis. Andrus looked at the door and shouted with a frown. Just as he finished speaking, Isabel at the door also walked in with a group of people, but their faces looked a little heavy. This was not just because Lin Jin resurrected the undead army. but because their legion suffered heavy losses. When Andris was surrounded, Isabel chose to fully support Andris, so she also led her army to fight against the Dark Elves and launched a heroic and fearless attack. But after Reese retreated, Isabel's legion was left behind to break up the rear and suffered heavy losses. If there were people among them, there would still be ways to reduce the losses, but at the critical moment, the Duke's legion was not nearby at all, which led to greater losses. She was tricked invisibly by Andris and actually plotted by the Duke. Thinking of the soldiers who died in the battle, her face was now covered with a layer of gloom. Felu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Where is Duke Inheem? Queen Isabel sat in the throne at the top and asked coldly. Although Andris is also the commander-in-chief of the Unicorn Principality, he is not the king after all. According to the order of titles in the Holy Empire, he is even still in Inheem under the Duke. When he saw the Queen of the Greyhound Principality, he had to salute, and when he saw the Duke of the Greyhound Principality, he also had to salute. Hearing Isabel's question, Andris also sighed in his heart and sat upright. But he no longer talks about the undead. He is not qualified to let Queen Isabel listen to him. However, his impression of Queen Isabel has dropped a lot. This is a queen who cannot calm down. He also knows the overt and covert fighting in the Greyhound Principality. The young queen and the powerful duke are destined to become conflicting parties. But he doesn't think there is anything wrong. The duke is the highest-ranking noble. If Queen Isabel dies unexpectedly, only the young queen in the country will the heir. Then the duke can directly replace the king. In his view, if the queen cannot conquer the duke or crush the duke's ambition, then she is not a qualified queen. Now, before the duke has shown obvious, before the hostility and flaws were revealed, the queen unabashedly wrote her anger on her face, which was too irrational. Just as Queen Isabel finished speaking, there was a burst of footsteps at the door. Duke Inheem led his men, the nobles and temple heroes also strode in from the door. Among the nobles behind Duke Inheem, several players can be seen. Obviously, these players have high status. Meet Queen Isabel. Inhelm had a steady face and walked straight into the hall. All the nobles and temple heroes behind him also walked with their heads held high, full of fierce aura. At first glance, they were elites who had experienced hundreds of battles. Be loyal to Inhelm. The heroes of Heim are indeed heroes who have experienced hundreds of battles. On the other hand, many of Queen Isabel's subordinates are young knights and nobles, and some of them even have just inherited the noble title. In comparison, the two sides are arguing. Duke Inheem, where were your legions during the previous battle? Queen Isabel looked at Duke Inheem's people, biting her lips slightly, feeling a little embarrassed. She actually knew in her heart that now was not the time for her to make an attack, and the appearance of Duke Inheem was obviously very confident. And confidence. However, she still couldn't help it. Thinking of the soldier who died in her name and the knight who swore allegiance to her, she felt very sad and angry. They shouldn't have died like this. Report to the queen that the frontal battlefield is very unfavorable to our army. According to the battlefield situation, I will lead the army to attack the flanks. On the one hand, they defeated the Dark Elves, and on the other hand, they tried to open a way to connect with Marquis Andris. Duke Inheem held his head high and answered with a serious face. Although he was over 50 years old, he was full of energy and calm, and there was no aura of age in him. His answer was also flawless. Attacking the flanks and connecting with Marquis Andris was an honest and fair reason. Besides, what he expected was really ruthless. Why don't you follow the Greyhound Kingdom's legions? Queen Isabel gritted her silver teeth and then asked. Queen, on the battlefield, fighter planes are fleeting. I have the right to move freely without your precise orders. Duke Inheem was neither humble nor arrogant. He lowered his head and continued. Queen, with all due respect, you are still young and have no ability to control the battlefield. There have been many problems with your rule before, and this time you have ruined the legions of the Greyhound Principality in vain. Before the king passed away, he asked me to supervise the country and be responsible for guiding you. I think you still have a lot to learn and should not be so impetuous or aggressive. As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell silent. All the heroes of the temple were watching their noses and their hearts. No one dared to speak. Even the nobles loyal to Queen Isabel did not dare to speak. Under normal circumstances, the Duke naturally he has no right to teach the king. But before the death of the former king of the Greyhound Principality, he specifically asked the Duke to teach and assist the young queen. So Inhim is fully qualified to teach the queen. This is reasonable. If Queen Isabel suppresses if she keeps this tone and doesn't vent it out, then Inhim will not be able to attack the queen's prestige so smoothly. But after she speaks out, her failure is already doomed. The anger has not been relieved in any way, but on the contrary, it is getting more and more suppressed in her heart. He took a breath. At the same time, the face of the hero who was loyal to the queen also looked bleaker. In this awkward atmosphere, Andrus waited for a long time, and finally said in a deep voice, "Queen, Duke of Inhim, the undead force is now it's very large, and the enemy is very powerful. Especially the Dark Messenger, who single-handedly planned the rebellion of the orcs and dark elves, and his own strength is even more powerful. Now, we are also facing great pressure. I think our legion needs to take a break and gather our forces to resist the undead army. So I suggest strategically abandoning some towns and shrinking your forces." The situation was already difficult, and with the chaos within the Greyhound Principality, it became even more difficult. Therefore, Andrus also planned to take some conservative measures, shrink the defense line, and not give the undead an opportunity to take advantage of it, waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. The legions of both countries are now being mobilized. As long as the legions are assembled, they can pass through the town portal and reach the front line of the battlefield here. The reason why the Holy Temple March was slow before was because the Crow Principality was conquered by the whole territory, and they had no springboard. But with the after they regain some towns and build portals, the Legion can quickly support the front line. Therefore, all they need to wait is the time to assemble the Legion. I will gather the Legion as soon as possible to face the undead and dark elves. Although Isabel looked ugly, Andrus's words gave her a step up, and she nodded in agreement. The Duke of Inhim did not say a word and just stood quietly. Soon, the meeting ended in a hurry. The Duke of Inhim also left here with his subordinates. Duke Inhim, that queen is really without talent or virtue. If she were in control, this war would probably be unwinnable. The Greyhound sword was unable to exert any real effect in her hands. In my opinion, you should use the Greyhound sword to command the battlefield. Just after everyone returned to the room, a player spoke first. From the beginning, the player slowly influenced the Duke of Inhim in every detail and induced the evil in his heart. Until the war just now, everyone I know that Duke Inhim can no longer look back. He is really going to start fighting for the throne of the king. Don't talk nonsense. The queen is just young. We should give her more opportunities. The Duke of Inhim shook his head and looked at the player with warning eyes. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and murmured to the front. However, now the Holy Empire is in turmoil, the demons are in chaos, and the undead are suffering from natural disasters. Now there is also that Dark Messenger. Both in terms of strategy and strength, he is amazingly talented. Our Greyhound Principality cannot afford to wait any longer. A peaceful and tranquil environment can naturally allow a queen to grow up slowly. But in such dire straits and crises, only a qualified king can lead the principality out of the predicament. Perhaps the Duke of Inhim took advantage of this. Successfully convinced myself. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A small town. This is the smallest settlement town in the Holy Empire. It is equivalent to a village. Such towns are generally located in remote locations and are small in number, but they do not have much strategic value and cannot produce resource. There are not many resource points near the town. The force guarding the town is also very weak, with only 2 teams of paladins. At this time, the town turned into a sea of fire, and a large number of corpses could be seen on the ground, with blood flowing like rivers. In the center of this town, you can also see a big demon. The ferocious big demon is fighting some paladins. But I saw that the big demon was extremely powerful and experienced in combat. He easily defeated the paladin's attack, just like a cat playing with a mouse. Teasing and torturing these paladins. What a bunch of ridiculous trash. The flames condensed in the big demon's mouth, and he sprayed it at a paladin. The leading paladin couldn't react in time and was immediately hit by the flames. He and his horse fell backwards. At the same time, he waved the giant lava sword in his right hand. He casually slashed away another paladin who was charging towards him. From behind, a spear stabbed him. He turned slightly, but his left hand tightly grabbed the spear that was charging and stabbed him. With a backhand sword, he stabbed inside the body of this paladin. The latter's face paused and blood spurted out of his mouth, but he still held the spear tightly and wanted to attack the big devil. Ants. The big demon smiled disdainfully, and with a fierce force of his right hand, he cut the paladin and his armor into two pieces. The part that was cut was eroded by the demon's power and scorched. 3 times, 2 divided by 2. The remaining some of the guards below were all killed by the big demon. After killing everyone, the lava-heavy sword in the big demon's hand was also stabbed into the ground. With his movements, a magic circle began to sprout from all around. Come. A large amount of blood in the entire village gathered here, and the twisted and wailing souls were submerged into the magic circle one after another. Not long after, the magic circle emitted flame, like light, and a portal also opened on the magic circle. And in this portal, a horned demon, a beloved concubine, a hell war horse, and a 3-headed hell dog emerged one after another. The sealed door has been opened, and the great demons who have come to this world can also pass through the sacrifice. He used the power of living creatures as sacrifices, opened the hell portal, and summoned the legion. Before long, nearly 100 demons were added to this dead village. At this time, the hell portal slowly disappeared. Haha, let's go. The big demon Jijia smiled and shouted. After doing all this, he felt indescribably comfortable, and seeing the chaotic world around him, his blood began to boil. For the big demon, chaos is like it's an addiction. Just when they were about to leave, archangels flew over. The archangels quickly settled in the sky, looking down at the ground. Angel. The enemies were extremely jealous when they met. Angels and demons have been destined to be enemies since the day they were born, so the demon did not hesitate at all and rushed directly towards the archangel in the sky. Flames lingered in the hands of a famous concubine on the ground. The flame ball also shot into the sky. Chongji. She was wearing very simple clothes, with devil horns on her head and dried devil wings on her back, but the wings looked very slender. Her face was like a human, and her exposed skin, she has fleshy scale armor on her body, and her arms and feet are like a demon. Her figure is very exaggerated, with bulging front and back, and her abdomen is densely packed with muscles, giving her a strong sense of power. This is a legal type among demons. Demons are the most powerful. What they are good at is the fire magic of the destruction system, and among them, Chongji is born with the power to control flames and has practiced the fire magic of the destruction system to an extremely advanced level. However, even though they are a legal unit, they seem to be full of power. Magic balls shot out one after another, making whistling sounds like cannonballs. However, the angels in the sky didn't take it seriously. They saw all the angels flapping their wings and swooping down. Their elegant white bodies easily dodged the high-speed flame balls. When encountering some attacks that they could not dodge, these angels waved their giant swords and smashed them to pieces. Both angels and demons rushed towards each other quickly, and they were more than 10 meters closer to each other. At that moment, the figure of the big devil also disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind an archangel, and the lava-heavy sword in his hand also slashed down. The archangel who was attacked also she was completely familiar with the big devil's attack, and she had already prepared for it. When the big devil attacked, she had already dodged it, and the crossed giant sword that she had turned back to also attack. Boom! A fierce battle broke out in the sky. At this time, the other 2 angels also joined the ranks of attacking the big demon, but the remaining angels targeted the demons on the ground. This angel team consisted of 6 people. There are 3 angels, but the enemy only has 1 big demon. The combat power of the 2 sides is not at the same level at all. The 3 archangels rushed into the crowd of demons, and the crossed swords glowing with blue sacred flames in their hands slashed, killing them like dead bodies. Kill the demons around. During the fierce battle here, a group of legions came towards here. They soon arrived at this town, and looking at the tragic things in the town, all the heroes frowned. These demons are so abominable. They must be killed. The ugly devil must drive them all back to hell. Hateful, hateful. All the Templar heroes clenched their fists, with deep anger and hatred in their eyes. The demons attacked without leaving any room. Once they decided to attack, it would be the most devastating attack. As you can see, the houses in the town were also set on fire and completely destroyed. We must curb the attack of these demons. We must not allow them to wreak havoc. They must be driven back to hell. The leader of the temple nobles said with firm eyes. At this moment, there are countless great demons making trouble outside, and the towns that have been attacked are definitely not the only one in front of them. Demons are constantly emerging from the sealed land. Coupled with these big demons who are scattered and holding sacrifices, it can be imagined that the scale of the demons has become larger and larger. If these demons are allowed to rage, the entire Holy Empire will be in crisis, and once the demons develop and grow, breaking through the remaining sealed lands, perhaps the entire Holy Empire will fall. All Templar heroes know that demons truly do not make any sense and only exist in this world for destruction and chaos. There is absolutely no way they can compete with the Holy Empire. Let's discuss peace. Here, the pressure from the devil on the Holy Principality is also huge. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Fight went crazy, and now the entire Holy Empire is completely crazy. Oh my God, I have never seen the Holy Empire so solemn. Even when the Crow Principality was destroyed, the Holy Empire was still peaceful. But now, they are really anxious. There is smoke everywhere, and wars are raging. Now every principality is involved in the war, and wars are breaking out everywhere. Online, all the players have been completely shocked. They may not have realized what Lin Jin did at first. It was not until they returned to the game that they slowly began to feel the chaos in the Holy Empire. Now the entire Holy Empire the fight has gone crazy, and various places are forcibly recruiting legions. Even players who were not taken seriously by the Holy Empire are now taken seriously. Especially the Griffin Principality, Falcon Principality, and Bull Principality. These 3 countries have released the War Mobilization Order constantly recruits the player's strength. Every moment, a large number of legions gather, and then rush to the front line to face the demons. In all directions, continuous war breaks out. All the players finally discovered. It turns out that the devil can be such a terrifying existence. This is the real threat to the Holy Empire. In addition, the Greyhound Principality, the Unicorn Principality, and the Wolf Principality are all mobilizing power. But all guilds with names are all they were forcibly recruited, gathered together, and prepared to go to the front line. However, at this time, the Holy Empire finally lifted the restrictions and no longer held the strings as before. They also gave generous rewards and invited players to participate in the war. With substantial benefits, countless players responded. In an instant, the entire empire was involved in the war, and all the players became excited while fighting. In addition to the extremely exciting continuous war, they also gained substantial benefits. At this time, the news that the Dark Messenger and the King of Eternal Night were the same person also spread out, and the natural disaster of the undead within the Crow Principality was completely swept away, attracting everyone's attention. In an instant, the entire game, all the players in the room were stunned, and they didn't even know how to express their excitement. The Dark Messenger and the Evernight King are the same person, and the 2 myths are superimposed on each other. The Dark Messenger already has hundreds of black dragons. With the support of dark elves and orcs, the King of Evernight is the only one to enter the game with an SSS level character test. He even has hundreds of level troops to break through the sealed land. Only now did they discover that this was actually he is one person. So how powerful is Lin Jin now? According to players from the Crow Principality, Lin Jin can resurrect an army of tens of thousands of undead in a single war. Now the army of the undead in the Crow Principality is doubling day by day. Extremely exaggeration. If Lin Jin only relied on the power of dark elves and orcs before, then now, he is truly relying on his own power. The 2 are not on the same level at all. The Wings of Shrouded Sky in a certain cemetery town got this. He was also stunned when he heard the news and couldn't recover for a long time. I always thought that Lord Yong Yu would be like me, finding a remote place to develop silently, waiting for the times to change. But I didn't expect that he didn't have the so-called silent development at all. Instead, he caused the time change with his own hands. After a long time, Sky Covering Wings said softly. He relied on the power of the guild to keep making threats and used the informants in the temple to cover himself, and then he developed. Originally, he was also thinking about it. There is no way for the undead to develop. No matter how strong the character detection is, King Yongye will not be able to do anything. After all, this continent is the ruler and cannot be shaken. But he never expected that Lin Jin would actually use single-handedly. He controls the orcs and dark elves to directly shake the Holy Empire. He even breaks through the sealed land and directly dominates the Holy Empire with the power of undead and natural disasters. This is too dreamy. This really confirms that sentence. There are no conditions, you also need to create conditions. But brother, just to create conditions for the undead, what you are doing is too crazy. President, I am convinced. No wonder you said at the beginning that those who can pass the character test at the SSS level are definitely monsters among monsters. I believe it. Damn it. This person started from scratch, started a career that everyone yelled at, did so many earth-shattering things, and finally appeared in front of everyone as an undead. This damn thing directly swollen the face of the Holy Empire. One of the vice presidents also cursed. Just listening to Lin Jin's deeds made him feel excited. This is not just hell difficulty. This is completely beyond the scope of imagination. Even imagination is impossible. Unexpected. Yes, now the news inside the church has spread. The main army of the Church of Light, which originally went to attack the Dark Messenger, was completely wiped out. 300 Hell Angels died in the battle, and 800 Sun Crusaders died in the battle. Even the legendary hero Benedict of the Inquisition and the 4 Knight Captains, they all died in the battle too. This is really outrageous. How could such a powerful legion be completely destroyed? And the team is led by a legendary hero. Another vice president also echoed, with shock on his face. This is really ridiculously strong. So outrageous. For them. Let alone 300 clear angels. Even 3 clear angels. They are all enemies they need to be prepared for. Not to mention, such a powerful force was actually annihilated, and it was still under the leadership of a legendary hero. This cannot be justified. I want to hang out with King Yongyi, what do you think? At this moment, the Sky Covering Wings suddenly said. The arrogance in his body was shattered by the blow, and now he just wants to follow Lin Jin. What's the use of this cowardly and haphazard development? How long will it take for this to develop before I can stand up and take charge? In that case, why not find a way to join Lin Jin's command? Neither the president nor King Yongyi has had any contact with players, and the only contact they have is with the Thunder Mercenary Group. Haha, now that I think of the Thunder Mercenary Group, I feel funny. They thought King Yongye was stupid, but they didn't expect that what they were provoking was the myth in the game, Sparrow, plotting against Kunping. They are all regretting it now. Besides, the wings of Covering the Sky just looked at him quietly. The scene was a bit dead for a moment. He was a little embarrassed by the eyes of the wings of Covering the Sky, and then he finally put away his smile, touched his head, and looked innocent. Said, well, neither the King of Eternal Night nor the Messenger of Darkness have any intention of contacting the players. Although there are countless financial groups and guilds offering exaggeratedly generous rewards, they have no intention of responding at all. Even if our guild is very strong, we won't let him make an exception. Those guilds always want to get benefits from King Yongye and regard King Yongye as a fool, but they don't know that they themselves are the big fools. The wings of Covering the Sky sneered, with a look of disdain. Some people just take a chance and know that the other person is not stupid, but they like to treat others as idiots. I'm afraid that in the eyes of King Yongye, those people are like clowns. No difference. Boss, are you going to give that thing to him? That's what we got at a great cost. The vice president's face straightened, and he understood what shrouded the Sky Wings meant. After spending such a high price, all we got was a map. With our strength, there is no way to explore the map, so we might as well leave it to him. If you can follow him, that will be a real benefit. Besides, I don't want to work hard either. Zaodi and Zitzi rubbed his temples and sighed. Although he disappeared from the player's sight, He never relaxed and was always developing his own power. By chance, he also discovered the legendary wizard of the undead is located. With his own wisdom, he spent 3 times in total to unravel the clues step by step and finally got a map. But just the clues he got earlier allowed him to deduce this. The local standing force. This force is far beyond what he can defeat. Originally, he was still working hard towards this goal, but now, he finally doesn't want to work hard anymore. Too tired. My head hurts. It's better to hug my thigh, less struggle for decades. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Night. Crow Principality, a temple military fortress. However, the atmosphere here is very solemn, and all the soldiers are looking into the distance with solemn faces, ready for battle. As they watched, the moon in the sky was also obscured by dark clouds, and right next to the horizon, white bones emerged one after another, like the wisps, which made people's hearts tremble. At the front, there are groups of skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, skeleton spearmen, and skeleton archers. These undead cannon fodder units are the largest in number. Among the skeletons, there are small teams of vampires and vampire earls. Big Corpse Witch. The army of the undead does not need a rigorous military formation like a temple. For the undead, this simple and clear skeleton sea tactic is already the most practical. Lin Jin was standing on the back of a ghost dragon king, surrounded by a large number of ghost dragons and angels of death. Now that the death angel has recovered some magic power, Lin Jin strikes while the iron is hot and continues to attack the temple town. A massive army of undead is approaching quickly from the sky. The army of undead all over the mountains and plains has completely enveloped the military fortress of the temple in front of it. Attack! The next moment, following Lin Jin's order, he saw an overwhelming army of undead roaring towards the temple town. Massive legions launched attacks at the same time, and each skeleton soldier began to run, extremely spectacular. Not long after, Lin Jin's undead army came to the attack range of the soldiers on the military fortress. Thousands of arrows were fired from the sky, shooting at the legion below. One skeleton soldier was attacked, and some of the arrows also came from the skeleton soldiers passed through the gaps in the bones without causing any damage. There were also some unlucky skeleton soldiers who were beaten so hard that their bodies trembled and even shattered into pieces. However, the enemy's attack power was obviously not strong enough, and more legions were already close to the city wall under this cover. In the wave of skeletons, skeleton archers and skeleton spearmen also launched attacks. Each skeleton archer bent his bow and knocked an arrow, while the skeleton spearman pulled out the bone spear behind him and threw it towards the sky. In the wave, the great corpse witches began to chant spells one after another, and a power of death lingered on their staffs. The next moment, magic balls of death roared out and attacked the city wall. Death cloud. Boom, boom. Continuous magic bullets exploded on the city wall. When the death magic bullets exploded, they brought up a green, withered poison, covering all the surrounding Templar legions. Those crossbowmen and the archers, the poison effect was immediately added. The blood volume continued to decrease, and even the speed slowed down a lot. Behind the city wall, the priestess and the Holy Inquisitor also used group healing and group recovery techniques to slowly restore the legions in front. However, this continuous recovery is also a great burden for them. Their magic value is limited. Once their magic value is emptied, they will not be much of a threat. Moreover, the great corpse which has the cover of the entire sea of the undead. They were completely scattered on various battlefields, and they had no way to specifically kill the great corpse witch. The death cloud magic bullets kept exploding, scattering the soldiers on the wall on the one hand, and on the other hand, they continued to exert toxin effects that this time. The skeleton soldiers at the front also came down. They stacked on top of each other, stepped on each other's corpses, and climbed up. Some swaying plague zombies also came under the city wall to act as a wall of flesh. Just as the Templar Legion was desperately resisting, a ray of light flashed from below, and then a figure appeared next to a defender on the city wall. He slashed down the long sword in his hand, directly killing the defender. It is the Vampire Earl. Their elusive figures can exert stronger power through the vast sea of undead. After this Vampire Earl appeared, It didn't take long for a second vampire earl to parachute onto the city wall. Then came the third and fourth place. Being able to teleport regardless of the terrain is extremely exaggerated. Not long after, a vampire count and even a vampire duke were added to the city wall. Their sudden appearance all appeared directly in the enemy's formation, disrupting the formation of the Templar Legion. The surrounding Templar troops immediately launched an encirclement and suppression campaign against them, but saw several defenders over there surrounding a vampire count and launching an attack. All the slashes struck the vampire earl, causing damage to the latter. However, there were only 4 defenders who could cause damage to the vampire earl, and the defenders were only level 6 troops, so their attack power was not strong. The hit the vampire earl, but only caused a little damage. On the other hand, the vampire earl looked back and struck out with a sword, which was so powerful and heavy that he directly cut off the defender's shield, and the sword also struck the latter's shoulder. The latter's blood volume suddenly dropped, but there was a blood-like aura lingering on the vampire earl's body, and his health points suddenly recovered. Attack sucks blood. This effect is also unparalleled. Even though they don't have priestess and holy judge to treat them like their enemies, they can still restore their own lives. This further delayed the enemy's attack. While the vampire earl kept attacking, the defender in front of him gave up the attack and retreated, as if he had seen something terrible. This time the flaw was revealed. This is also the effect of Lin Jin's title, the natural disaster of the undead. Every time the vampire earl attacks, he has a certain chance to exert negative effects. Once this appears on the entire battlefield, the effect is simply too exaggerated. Another vampire duke was noticed by the holy judge because of his dazzling performance. A strike of holy light fell from the sky and hit his back, making him tremble, and his health was greatly reduced. However, at the next moment, he changed positions and appeared in the midst of a female priest. The blood-sucking sword in his hand also penetrated the female priest fiercely. This sword directly killed the priestess in an instant, and the huge damage caused also quickly increased her health. In the sky, a large number of ghosts, resentful souls, and rotten lamassu were already fighting with the royal griffin. Swarms of plague-filled insects also pounced on the royal griffin, causing damage to the latter. Rot lamassu, these undead creatures with manticores, can summon plague-filled insect swarms to launch attacks. When they fight, these insect swarms will also help them attack their enemies. The insect swarm attack also exerted a large number of negative effects and paralyzing toxins. Taking advantage of this, the rotten lamassu suppressed the royal griffin firmly. In addition, ghosts and resentful souls also freely shuttled across the battlefield and attacked the royal griffin. Their figures were erratic and caused an impact the moment they came into contact with the latter. There are also some ghosts and resentful souls that pounce on the priestess and the Templar Legion on the ground. They pass through the latter's body, causing damage, and at the same time, they can absorb the magic value of the priestess. Surrounded by this undead army, this military fortress is like a small boat in a storm, threatening to be destroyed at any time. Lin Jin still faced a lot of pressure when facing the army led by Andrus. But facing a town without legendary heroes garrisoned, he was as comfortable as a fish in water. The bonus has transformed his undead army. Once the battle breaks out, it will be a completely crushing scene. From his overlook, he could already see the royal griffins falling from the sky, and a large number of ghosts and resentful souls swooping onto the city wall. At the same time, groups of vampires and vampire dukes rushed to the city wall, beating the enemy back steadily. In less than a moment, this military fortress was captured on all sides. The war continued, and a large number of undead armies swarmed into the city and began to comprehensively encircle and suppress the remaining enemies. In this war, Lin Jin did not use many ranked troops, and the strength of the troops he participated in was not much higher than that of the enemy. But even in this way, it still had a crushing effect. This is the terrifying bonus of the undead natural disaster effect on the battlefield. This effect alone can compare to thousands of troops. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. This war was just a way for Lin Jin to test his true strength, and he was very satisfied with this test. On any battlefield, even though the crown troops are very useful and can play a key strategic effect, The overall war situation also depends on the core legion on the battlefield. Just like Lin Jin previously commanded the war between the orcs and the temple. The orcs did not have enough mid-level and high-level troops to defeat the shield wall of the temple head-on, so Lin Jin needed to coordinate the top-level troops, focus on crushing the temple's defense, and suppress the enemy's healing phalanx. He is equivalent to using the title unit as a surprise soldier, and the surprise soldier will win. However, who wants to do those fancy things all day long when they can fight a crushing battle? Lin Jin's war also tested his amplifying effect on the battlefield. It can be said that even on the frontal battlefield, even if both sides' top-ranked troops do not take action, Lin Jin can crush the legion of the Holy Temple. At this time, it was the Holy Church that had a headache. They need to think about more tactics and closely utilize the power of angels and paladins to defeat the undead army. However, relatively speaking, once Lin Jin's Sea of Undead is deployed, it has no formation. It is extremely difficult for the opponent to rely on tactics to defeat Lin Jin's legion. I have to say that the Sea of the Dead is indeed too powerful. And in many ways, these Seas of the Undead restrain the Templar Legion. The Templar Legion's so-called indestructible shield wall is useless in front of the Great Corpse Witch and the Vampire Count. Once the Great Corpse Witch and the Vampire Count launch an attack, they will break the enemy's shield wall to the greatest extent possible. The undead skeleton soldiers and plague zombies can also deal with the church's crossbow phalanx and archer phalanx very well. This is the advantage of each branch of arms. Divine Spiritualism. After the war, Lin Jin successfully performed divine spiritualism, and a large number of undead souls came to life from the dead. At this time, Uther and Letitia were no longer beside him. They had already separated, and they were separated. Attack the rest of the towns and military fortresses in the temple. Uther and Letitia are both legendary heroes, and Uther's strategic level is extremely high. He wears a high-level strategic suit and has a very high increase effect on the undead. This is also the recast of the full set of high-level strategic treasures obtained by killing Ronus. The recasting process consumed a large amount of low-level treasures and treasure fragments. However, Lin Jin has been there since the beginning of the game. He collected treasure fragments, and he captured a large number of low-level treasures in the subsequent wars. The Legion also found more treasures when they raided the island of Eternal Night and the Guajan Islands, so he did not lack treasures at all. His current assets are too strong, especially the newly conquered Guajan Islands, which gives him a strong foundation. If the Crow Principality is used as a unit, the Eternal Night Island and Guajan Islands captured by Lin Jin are equivalent to half a Crow Principality. Moreover, it is completely highly centralized, and everything is completely attributed to Lin Jin. This is also different from the Crow Principality. In the Crow Principality, although the king rules the Crow Principality, the nobles of the Crow Principality have a lot of power. Autonomy. Most of all harvests in the noble territory belong directly to the nobles. The strategic treasures of the nobles also belong entirely to individuals. Each noble has a high degree of independence. Because of this, the king does not it is possible to maximize the combat power. But Lin Jin is different. The absolute centralization of power allows him to completely maximize the combat power, and all treasures are distributed and collected, and all troop allocations are all based on his own wishes. In this case, Lin Jin was able to reasonably allocate his forces and deploy stronger forces. After destroying this military fortress, Lin Jin's legion became larger. He did not stay. After choosing to occupy the town, he continued to lead his army to next. The dark and windy night is perfect for the undead to attack. On the other side, Queen Brianna led the army to regain the dungeon. With the hundreds of black dragons and the Black Dragon King given by Lin Jin, her strength increased greatly. At this time, she also led the Dark Elf Queen to quickly regain the dungeon. The war on her side was smoother than that of Lin Jin. The dungeon was originally the territory of the Dark Elves. Even though the Templar Legion was stationed in the dungeon, their combat effectiveness, but it was also weakened a lot invisibly. Moreover, the external war also mobilized a lot of troops, and the guards of the underground city were relatively weak. In this kind of attack, the underground cities everywhere were recaptured like a broken bamboo. These dark elves are familiar with the road. Usually, all the Templar troops entrenched in the dungeon are cleared out. In terms of this part alone, the territory they captured and recovered is much larger than that of Lin Jin. After all, the original dungeon is a very huge one. A rich place. The next day, when the light of dawn fell on the earth again, we saw smoke everywhere. A large number of temple towns were conquered, and a large number of dungeons were recovered. This night, the temple spit out more than half of the fruits of its victory. The Dark Elves, they can still fight guerrilla warfare, but these Templar legions cannot fight guerrilla warfare. They are not even considered local operations. These dungeons are originally the territory of the Dark Elves, and they are not very familiar with this Crow Principality. If they really want to fight guerrilla warfare, they are only afraid of dying faster. A night of fierce fighting left the Holy Empire in a daze. None of them expected that the combined power of the undead and dark elves would be so powerful. On the eastern battlefield of the Crow Principality, the Wolf Principality also stopped attacking. Not only that, when the results of the war there came out, King Varian even led his army to retreat 10 miles and directly gave up the captured territory. It must be said that the style of the Wolf Principality has always been so clean and resolute. Indecisiveness leads to disaster. Even if the Wolf Principality continues to delay, it will have no effect at all. Once the undead army is attracted, they will even be completely defeated by then. One defeat is enough to break the bones. So at this time, King Varian directly chose to withdraw his troops, not giving the enemy any opportunity to take advantage of him. A meeting is being held in the main hall at this time. King, what should we do now? Should our army just withdraw from the Crow Principality? If the orcs, dark elves, and undead are given another chance to breathe, they will really gain a foothold by then. In the main hall, a noble couldn't help but ask. He was still a little unwilling to give away the territory he had worked so hard to capture for nothing. Otherwise, what else can be done? If you cannot digest this piece of fat, then even if you swallow it, you will eventually have to spit it out. But when it was spit out, it didn't look so good. Before the king spoke, Marquis Conrad's voice sounded. He and the king had the same view and felt that it was necessary to withdraw from the Principality of Crow. This dark messenger is really a character. I still underestimated him. King Varian frowned slightly, and a gleam flashed in his wolf-like eyes. When Marquis Conrad was defeated, he remembered Lin Jin and paid great attention to the latter. The coalition attacked in the temple dark elves and orcs. He was still thinking about how Lin Jin would fight back. Only when the war broke out and the Church of Light chose to attack Lin Jin's lair, he breathed a sigh of relief. But the subsequent situation surpassed him in an instant. The imagination of such a powerful legion of the Church of Light was completely annihilated. The legendary hero Judgment Knight Benedict was killed in the battle, and what followed was the breach of the sealed land. This series of operations was fast and fatal, and quickly there was no room for people to react. After the sealed land was broken, bad thoughts emerged in his mind. The subsequent natural disaster of the undead swept by Lin Jin confirmed his guess. This messenger of darkness is really the church, is the source of unprecedented disaster, and is currently the biggest enemy. Hearing this, everyone in the hall was palpitating. Obviously, they also felt the oppression brought by Lin Jin. What was even more deadly was that they had no feelings for Lin Jin. He didn't know much about it. Once the war broke out, he still didn't know what kind of trump card Lin Jin had. Feeling the solemn atmosphere, King Varian smiled happily and said with a relaxed smile, You don't need to be too nervous. You know, the undead are the public enemies of living things. There are hundreds of ghost dragons in the Dark Messenger's Legion, as well as 2 ghost dragon kings. This is simply provoking the arrogant dragon clan. We have sent people to the Kingdom of Dragon and asked for help from the Golden Dragon clan. I believe that powerful reinforcements will arrive soon. The Holy Empire now has demonic constraints, and there is nothing that can be done against Lin Jin. However, they can also bring in reinforcements. The cemetery camp has already incurred the dissatisfaction of the Dragon clan because of the existence of bone dragons and ghost dragons, and Lin Jin is even more. There are hundreds of ghost dragons and 2 ghost dragon kings. As long as this news reaches the ears of the dragon tribe, it will inevitably arouse the dragon tribe's anger. At that time, they only need to pay some more prices, and they will definitely be able to get the dragon tribe to join their camp.at that time. It is time for them to blow the horn of counterattack. After hearing this, everyone in the entire hall finally looked much more relaxed, and the big stone in their hearts disappeared. At this time, on the throne, King Varian comforted everyone, but his heart was still solemn. He always had a feeling that Lin Jin still had a trump card. Even if the Dragon Clan joined, they might not be able to suppress Lin Jin. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu.